Good morning everyone. Happy Hylian Day and Pokemon Day H Day Wiggle H Day Wiggle H Day Wiggle.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and run our intro and let's go ahead and get started here today. All right, we're here and we're ready for some Stardew Valley. But we can bring our other chat back. Beautiful. Get you guys nestled back under there. Oh, look at that. Perfect. All right, good morning, everybody. Let me go to get my Discord post made, and then I'm all yours. Give me just a second. If we get some love in the chat for the 4-month resub from Cero Nacho, and a hearty good morning to everybody who's just tuning in. We got an exciting day ahead of us. Okay. Runic Dave with the 4 months. Let's go, baby. Hero swords around. Good morning. The button up plus Argyle reminds me of the good old days. That's why I had to pull out the blue. You know, I was eyeballing the black. And I was like, nah, you know, today's a blue Argyle kind of day. Today is a blue Argyle kind of day. Stardew Valley's birthday, 10 years of Stardew Valley. How about that, dude? Can you believe it? We've been playing since our 3rd month of streaming, our 2nd month. 2nd month of streaming, we heard this song playing. I loaded it up for an indie showcase Monday nights where I played random indie games that I thought deserved to be seen by the world. And little did I know, I was stepping into one of the best communities on the internet, the Stardew Valley community. From there, I turned it into a morning stream. Rob Boss the Villain was born. And we've been here ever since. 10 years of Stardew Valley. And we've been riding the wave for 6. That's over half. That's over half. 7 years. What am I saying? 7 in April. Sheesh. Thank you, 8-Bit Misfit, for 8 months, dude. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone's feeling good today. Thanks for tuning in. We don't got our phone again. Whatever, we'll get it. I was gonna pull a pack. Whatever. We'll get it later. We got a long day ahead of us. At least longer than yesterday. But we'll see how long we go. We have the Stardew Valley announcement and retrospective from Eric Barone himself at 2 p.m. my time. 2 p.m. my time. 1 p.m. for Trips yesterday, that's Texas. It's 11 a.m. Pacific. So plenty of time for the overseas mates to get home and get settled in so that we can put on the sermon and we can let Eric Barone preach. He'll be doing a retrospective, he says, as well as announcing the 2 new marriage candidates.
19 months on the 10-year anniversary. Woo.
Yo, Shay Bit with a 19. Thank you, dude. Happy Thursday, dude. Can we get a round of love in the chat for 19 months? What up, JR Prisma? What up, LPK? Let me get my good mornings. What up, Tab Flavor and Damico? Good morning, Stratocaster. Yeah, I hope we get to destroy Pierre. I hope so. Sammy Dot with the 100 biddies. Thank you. Dat Baby's in the building. Chris is here. Oh no. King of Arcadia, Lucinda Wavy. Thank you, Sammy Dot, for the biddies. What up, Bubbles? Good morning, Bubbles. Good morning, 8-Bit Misfit. Dazabon Legend, Sarah Nacho, Chicken Tendies. Oh, we're still in that dry season, dude. I can't wait till things get a little bit Little bit better for the window open season. We're almost out of the dry skin season. Moxie Poxy and Homemade Alien. Red Museum. Alice the Zombie Killer. Good morning, Tam Perpetrator. Thank you, Bubbles, for the kind words. Ghibli Gal, Card Shark. Good morning. Leia, Kyle, Ecstasy. Good morning. Midge, Sith Angel, Card Shark, Oodle Doodle, Lemons and Limes, Enchanted Ascari, Elephant, Lynn Love, Celestial Nightcat, Nur Oz. What up, Kylie? Happy Kylie, Burger Smalls, UMT, Enchanted Ascari, Dista, good morning. Armazale, good morning. Ebony Bow. Sister Honey and Crustworm. Ari see ya. Good to see you, Fari. What up, Rain 5150? Tario Panka. Panka. Mary 948. Oh, Tara getting in on the hype train. I didn't realize we were hype training. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Tara. What's up? It's too early for all that. It's too early for all that. What up, Gaming Raccoon? Planet Kitties, Silent Shelf. Kupo for Kupo Nuts. What up, Super Alith Zana, Bailey B, Akuma Dream. I love Akuma. Nice. KK Calzone. And anybody else I missed, welcome to the show today. 10 years of Stardew Valley today on the docket. It's pretty cool. I got some fun little stuff planned for us. It should be a fun day. What up, Mill Simmers? Mina, 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 mo. Mo, money. Mo. Mo, mo, me, mo, me, mo, me, mo. Ma, mina, me, me, mo. Altanor with the 9 months. Cat Jams, baby. Let's go, dude.
Morning, y'all. Big day for Ya HD. Congrats on all the hard work and success.
9 months. That's Alta Descent or Hylian Nor. Like a detective. Hylian Nor. You know, it's been a long, winding journey, but it's led me to this one case. The case of Pierre's missing stash. Who stole it? Who stole Pierre's secret stash? Yo, what up, Tab Flavor? Good to see you, dude. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What up, baby? Thank you for the 9 months. Salutes to a morning hype train. We got some 115 streakers out here. We're streaking out here. What up, Lizzie J? Good morning. We got some 115 streakers out here. Holy bananas. What up, Legend of Tay? Yo, what up, Tay Tay? What up, Tay Tay, dude? Hope you're doing well, man. I hope you and your family are okay. It's crazy to think that I grew alongside a bunch of y'all that have been here with me for years, dude. 7 years this April. Sheesh. Exactly. My thoughts exactly, past Hylian. Past hype Hylian. My thoughts exactly. What up, Nembo Tavi? What up, Dat Baby? Olch. What up, Dat Baby? Good to see. Thanks for the gifted sub to Mills Simbers. Trying to take that hype train to the new level. That's okay, Dat Baby. We appreciate the support anyways. No worries. Thank you for the love in here this morning. Appreciate that. You know, we never do sub goals and stuff around here. Thought about busting them out today, and I was like, nah, whatever. We might do some for the April celebration. We'll see. We're just gonna have some fun today. We're not gonna make it all about that stuff. That's just who I am, man. I'm not trying to make my show all about that. You know, I'm not trying to hate on any creators who do, you know, you got to pay your bills or whatever, but I'm not trying to make the whole focus of my show about that, you know. If I can pull off putting on a good show without having to do all that, then I'm gonna, you know, whatever. I was watching your Tales of the Shire VODs. Dude, sick. That makes me super happy. I love that game. I really wanted to play more of that game. I really did want to play more of that game, but I just didn't find the time, dude.
I've been gone for a while, but you know why. Still healing, but trying to come back. Love and miss y'all. No
matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're going to welcome you back with open arms. And, you know, I'll leave it at that for the sake of your journey and your privacy, but I appreciate you, and I do hope that you're healing, and I hope you continue to mend, my friend. It's good to see you back in here this morning. What up, Tater Tot Soup? What up, Super Saiyan Stan? The legend. Thank you, Just Ruby. Happy birthday, Stardew. Happy anniversary, Hylian. Thank you, man. That voice clip was you this whole time? Yeah, you talking about the Woo voice clip? Yeah, you want to see where it came from? Hold on. Check out that little video right there. It was when we found Tangy. Actually, wait, hold on. There's an even better thing for you to see. That's it. That's it right there. We found Tangy during one of our Animal Crossing marathons that we do here. And I popped off. Mike Peak pop off. Classic Hylian Mike Peak pop off. It was a good day. It was a good day. It was a good day. It was fun. Yo, what up, Big Doggo? Thanks for tuning in over on the tubes. Sure, you could send me a DM. I feel like you had spent 200 tickets looking for her. So this one was a little different. That was a different thing, but the one that made the woo sound effect was Animal Crossing GameCube. And I lost my save file or something really tragic. So I started a brand new save file, and I was so sad. Like my memory card got corrupted, and I lost a town that we had been working on for like a year, maybe less, but still a while. So I loaded up a new save file for the event that we were having. Super sad that I couldn't go back to my save, and Tangy was in the first list of villagers. And for some reason, I just popped off. I don't remember the context. There might have been more of a reason for the pop off, but yeah, it was pretty fun. It was a fun clip. But I remember the context, you know, roughly, and I'm pretty sure it was the time when we turned on my GameCube and my memory card was corrupted. It was pretty sad. Yeah, we had a Gamba. Yeah, yes. That's what made it so hype. There was like 1 million channel points on the line. That's what made it so hype, because it was like against all odds type stuff. Yeah. Now it's all coming back to me. How long ago was that? That was my most recent Animal Crossing marathon. So 2024. I've done 2 of them. I did one in 2022 and one in 2024. So yeah, that would have been 2 years ago. We might be due for another one here soon. Animal Crossing is turning 25 this year. Guess we'll have to wait and see. We might be 2 up Pokepia's butt. I'm just gonna be real. It might be Pokepia's year. Pokepia comes out March 5th. My anniversary is April. The first week of April. It's like, am I going to really want to stop playing Pokepia? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out. We're going to be playing this one by ear. Because Pokepia could be sick. Or we could all hate it. And nobody could, you know, and then we just have to move on. I really have no clue what to expect from this game. It might not have enough substance. It might be too focused on the Minecraft kids. That's my biggest worry with that game. Pokopia is that Nintendo's trying to tap into the Minecraft kids, and they're not trying to tap into the cozy adults. And the more I see the game, the more I do feel like they're trying to tap into the Minecraft kids. And there's nothing wrong with Minecraft, by the way. But what I'm specifically referencing is the fact that there's a lot of children that play Minecraft. A lot. And I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo's trying to get those kids to come to their team. And Pokopia seems like that kind of game. So, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I'm really sold on the game, and I think I'm ready to have a blast with it. Rob Boss the villain moment. The villain. Money. All the money. Some people forget that this song is in Stardew Valley. This is a Stardew Valley song. This is Sam's band. I put the whole album on shuffle, 96 songs, and of course that song played this morning. Yeah, that's so Sam's storyline in Stardew. Here's a piece of trivia. We got a lot of trivia for you today. So Sam's story in the game, if you increase his hearts, he chooses a song, you choose a genre for him to play, and then later in his story, he plays a concert. So you can choose metal, bluegrass, country, or dance music. And depending on which one you choose in a cutscene with him, a heart event, later in the game, when you increase his hearts further, he puts on a concert and he plays that genre as if you inspired him to go in that direction with his band. And if you choose metal music in the first cutscene, in the later one, he plays that song at the concert. And it's super good. It's actually like such a dope track. Yeah, dude, I think I am very hyped for Pokopia. And I'm hoping that it has the depth and it delivers on what we're looking for. The same way that Anonymous just delivered 10 gifted subs to help us celebrate. Let's go, Anon, dude. Holy heck. Thank you, Anonymous. Enjoy the subs if you got a gifted sub, y'all. Bears, Galby, Dexstorm, Natty, Jigglypuff, Gigglypuff, funny, Spookington, and of course, Gaming Raccoon. Thank you for the 4 months. Yo, thank you, Giz. How you doing today? What's up, Tikaboo? Thank you, Dolore. Thank you so much, Dolore. Good to see you today, homie. Good morning. What's up, Ann3D? Yo, there it is. There's Ann. We were talking about your game on Steam Next Fest yesterday.
Good morning to the best streamer and best community. H to Scat Jam.
Dude, Selena with the 14 months. Cat Jams, you heard him. Cat Jams in the chat. You freaking heard him. You freaking heard him, dude. Thank you, Selena. Thank you. So, first off, good morning, Karen Keisha. Good morning, Beverly Krupp. What's up? What's up, Krupp? What's up, K-Rupp? Good to see the K-Rupp gang over there on YouTube. First off, good morning, Krupp. Thanks for your patience on my reply. Good morning, Malachi. Welcome to the show, dude.
H to scat jam, H to scat jam, H to scat jam.
Yeah, 2 p.m. is the time for the Stardew stuff today. And yeah, there's actually probably more Stardew Valley songs. Let's go see if the rest of them are up. So Concerned Ape added new music in 1.6, but I don't know if it was on Spotify yet. Let me go check. It's not. So technically there's even more, but I have a playlist on Spotify that's all of the original songs, the 1.5 and the 1.4 songs. And all of that combined is 96 songs, correct. And I think there's a handful more added with 1.6. So it's probably over 100 now. Which is pretty cool. Yeah. Dude's a beast. Yeah, it's probably over 100. I hope that stuff shows up on Spotify. Yeah, he was a musician before he started. Yeah, also Tater Tot, he's revealed in an interview before that the music part of creating games is his favorite part. And he's randomly, last year, he revealed that he was in a steel drum band. Fun facts about Concerned Ape. I don't know if he's still in a steel drum band, but yeah, apparently he's in a steel drum band last year. And yeah, he's mentioned that his favorite part of making the game is the music, and you can tell. I mean, there's a lot of love put into Stardew Valley, but I think that if you are sensitive to music, you could probably tell that the music is the most love. Now, that's a little bit weird to gauge, and that's just a super strange take from me. Take it or leave it. But I feel like you can feel... Let's find a better way to word that. I personally think you can feel the love put into the music on a very high degree. Like, you can tell that that's his favorite part. I think so. Yeah, I think so. What a legacy that man has already made. Yo, what's up? What's up, Mighty Owl? Good morning. Sorry, a community member reached out. They want to do something nice for all of you, so I got distracted. But I'm good. I'm back. And the fact that he lets anyone use the music just shows how nice of a person Concerned Ape is. Yeah, he's not concerned with the politics around his music. He doesn't go ape when people listen to his music. He doesn't monkey around with copyright.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
Just kidding. Listen, monkeys and apes aren't the same thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, anyways. Don't do that. That's not fair. Different kingdoms. Different kingdoms. Anyways, unsubscribing. I dropped a video in the Discord a while back of Concerned Ape with this steel drum band playing the Wide Wednesday song. Wait, where did you put it in Discord? In the Stardew channel? I'll go find it right now. I clicked the wrong button on my stupid stream deck, and that's why I was bouncing around scenes for a second there. The video's today. Yeah, 2 p.m. my time in the media share. Okay. 2 p.m. my time. Yeah, 2 p.m. my time. We got some time to kill, y'all. We got a journey ahead of us today. We're actually gonna play some Stardew, by the way. We're gonna do that. Good morning, everyone who's just tuning into YouTube. We will be playing some Stardew Valley. We're going to start chatting over Stardew here shortly. Actually playing today? Yeah, we're actually gonna play games today. We're not gonna just sit here and yap. I wasn't in the mood to game yesterday. I really should just start trying more like just chatting streams. You know, I've never been against just chatting streams, but I'm not gonna lie to you, just chatting streams are scary because you're putting all of your content in the hands of people wanting to talk with you. So I'm gonna be real, like that's like a scary thing to sit here and be like, okay, let's talk. And then you are relying on people interacting with you. And for me, like, that's weird. That's weird. That's like mad weird to me. And that's why I'm not like that comfortable with it.
And showcasing the creative things people in this community make. Happy 6 years and happy Stardew 10.
Yo, holy heck. Thank you, Anne, for 21, dude. The primer. 21, dude. Thank you, man. Holy heck. Appreciate you, Anne 3D. Good luck with your Steam Next Fest game. I do encourage y'all to go check it out. It's in the media share. But if you want to send the Steam link in the chat, I would appreciate it. You're very good at it, but I understand the thought of having to and only talking without the game in the background. Yeah, I'm just being real. Like, it's just scary. Like, I'll be real. Like, it's just a scary thought, and it's new, uncharted territory for me in a sense. That's what it is. And like anything new in life is scary. I just like to have these transparent moments because I want people to know that even when you're doing this for 7 years, you're still kind of afraid of certain interactions, you know, like anything new is scary, you know, it's freaky a little bit. It's like, wait, what? Nobody said that. Get out of here, fantasy. No. I'm not famous enough to be put into that category yet. Get out of here. Thank you for the 34-month Prime, dude. Welcome to the show. What up, Crystal Shine? Good morning, by the way. There's a link to the demo. There it is. There's the Steam Next Fest game. So Ann 3D made a game, and you can play the demo right now in the Steam Next Fest. Go check it out. It's called Pogo Quest, and it's like a super cozy game, something that we would all probably enjoy. It's like a platformer that's set in a theme park for robots, and it's not like a super high difficulty for platforming from what I've read from some of the comments. It's just like kind of like a fun, like Astrobot, like is like the energy I got from it. Like I was watching the trailer and like it had like weird Astrobot vibes. Like it's just like fun. Like now Astrobot gets challenging towards the end. But like Astrobot's mostly a fun game. That game is mostly just focused on being super silly and fun. Yeah, that game's super cute. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, man, so like I don't know, I really should. I think I'm gonna challenge myself this year to like just sit and hang out and talk for a couple hours with y'all like we did the other Saturday. You know, like I want to do a little bit more of that when I'm on days where I wake up and I know I don't want to game, instead of like pretending to game and then I think kind of disappointing those that tune in for the game, I could just lean in and do like a talk show segment. Because that's my biggest concern. I don't actually care. I don't actually think this hard. I mean, I do, but I don't actually care this hard. But the only thing I care about is like, sometimes I wonder, those days could be better spent, right? Because like, I don't want to, like, it is unfortunate if you tune into my stream and you're like, ooh, I can't wait to watch some Stardew. And then I'm sitting there yapping for 30 minutes. I feel like, you know, maybe I could advertise better. I could be like, yo, we were going to play games today, but instead we're just going to do a just chatting segment. So don't expect games. We're just going to sit here and talk. I think that would actually go over better. So then people would know what they're tuning in for. They would tune in. They'd say, oh, today's yapping. Okay. And then they can decide if they're going to move on or not. But it doesn't put them in a position where they tune in for something and they don't get it, because I'm not in the market of disappointing my fans. And that's like one of the things that I'm correcting this year. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not in that market. I'm not here to disappoint people. I want to, if anything, I want to set expectations and then meet them. I don't want to under deliver, you know? Unfortunately, I can't find this video in here. I wonder if I can search by your name, Mighty Owl. Let me look. Mighty, from Mighty Owl. Go. Oh, okay, I found it. Wait, cute. You turned your Junimos into tiny Totoros? Yo, sick. There's a mod that turns Junimos into tiny Totoros? Sick. That's cute. That's freaking awesome. That's amazing. I'm so glad I looked in here. Unfortunately, you play, listen to this, Mighty Owl. Unfortunately, you play so much of our island game that all of your history in our Discord is just island game commands. Yeah, it's like I can't find your post because it's all island game. All right, you said you added me. Yeah, hold on. I found it. Thank you. That's funny. That's super funny. Did you say hi to my daughter Meryl? Would it be Meryl? Is that how I say that? I love that name. Hello, Meryl. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in today. I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. And thanks for being here today. Good morning, Meryl. That's a very beautiful name. I hope I'm saying that right. It might be Merel because of the second E. Maybe more like Morel. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Thanks for popping in. What's up, Rabbit Attack Snail? Island game, can you blame me? Dude, we just added diving. Yo, what's up, Trial Fan? Good morning. Can't hang out long. Yo, thanks for popping in, dude. Thanks for hitting the like button. Trial, you're a legend. You're an absolute legend. Also, we got YouTube chat mixed in with Twitch chat, finally. Twitch changed their rules. So you are a part of our journey now. Thank you, YouTube, for your patience. What's up, Nembo Tavi? Twitch stopped being a bunch of punks. So the truth is I think that Twitch just wasn't actually policing it, and they didn't want to pay the money to like have somebody actually police it. So they were like, whatever. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Yo, what's up, Lucy Coconut? Happy Partnership Day and Stardew Valley Day. Thank you, Trips. That's an awesome change. Yeah. They said the CEO came out like just a couple days ago and said that they're no longer going to police that situation. So now I just got to clean it up. My goal is to get, if you have a badge in the YouTube chat for being a member, I want it to appear. And if you use emotes, I want them to appear as well. So now I just got to go and code it and clean it up.
Congrats, Hylian, and yay, Stardew. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
Yo, thank you, Teddy Mackerel, dude. 21, let's go, baby. Yeah, Teddy, can you believe it? 10 years with Stardew Valley. Isn't that insane to think about? 2016 is when it came out. If you go to the Steam page, give me just a second here. If you go to the Steam page, Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Testing it works. Yeah, yeah. And it has a little YouTube badge so you can see context on whose message is from what platform. So this way, if you're trying to keep up with the conversation and you hear me reply to something and then you look at the chat and you don't see the message, if our chat's not moving that fast, you could quickly look over at the screen and see the message and get context. Because I don't always read the message out word for word, but I do it pretty often, so you rarely need to do this anyways. I strive to create a radio adjacent experience, so I'm always trying to give context anyways, but it'll help. It'll help. If our chat's going by fast, it won't help as much, but it'll still help, you know. Plus, now because you can rewind on Twitch and YouTube, you could always just rewind and quickly go look at the screen chat, pause it, and read. Because the rewind feature is now, it's becoming available for more and more people. It's still paywalled on Twitch, but it'll become available to everyone eventually, they said, so. Bum, 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 bum. Whoa, I'm credible with the $25 donation. Holy heck. Yo, good morning, dude. What's up? What's up?
No monies. GG's on 6 years. Thanks for being such a rad dude.
GG's on 6 years. Yo, thank you, man. What a massive donation. Twitch ain't getting none of it. What's up, dude? Just saw I bought it on 3/14 of 2016. I kind of want to go see when I purchased Stardew. I don't have Steam loaded up. Let me go load up Steam real quick. I'm gonna go see. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. All right. Stardew Valley. I wonder where it says that. Do I right click it and say properties maybe? Game versions, installed files. Dang, I don't know. I don't know where to see. I don't know where to see that when I purchased it. Oh, you searched your email for a receipt. That's clever. That's mega clever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when I bought Stardew. I bought it like right when it came out though, I remember, but then I didn't play it for like a year. That's all I remember about my journey. Is that I bought it like right when it came out, but I didn't play it for like a year after. It's like, oh, look at this. I can go by achievements. Look, December 29th, 2016, I got the Greenhorn achievement. Yo, sick. So yeah, see, like I bought it on release, which I'm not sure when it released. It was like, I think it was earlier that year. But I didn't play it for like 6 months. And then I finally found some time to play it. So I played it a little bit after purchasing it. And then from there, I did my first playthrough and I have a bunch of achievements that I unlocked in 2019. Then it looks like I took a break. So maybe I did play it when I first bought it, but I like took a break. Then I came back in 2017 and I played like the whole game. So it looks like I probably purchased it in December 2016, played it a little bit and was like, okay, I'm not ready for this. Paused, came back a little bit later in 2017, and I went ham that May 2017. That's when I did my real first playthrough, and I did everything. I had a level 10 heart, everything. I went in on the game. Dude, it's so crazy because I started playing the game on May 10th, right? And I already had, by May 13th, I already had a 10 heart level with somebody. I was already married. By May 15th, I had already made like a bunch of like I must have been going in on this game. I must have not even been sleeping, which is pretty sick. And then here it is, April 29th. 2019 at 7:14 p.m. was the first time I played it on stream. Wow, this is crazy. I can see the history of the channel. Dude, April 29th, 2019 was the first time I ever played Stardew on the channel. It was a night stream, a Monday night. I'm gonna go all the way back to 2019 in the calendar and go see if it was a Monday night. I'm gonna go see if I'm correct real quick. I think it was. I'm fairly certain. I'm going. Let me see, the 20, April 29th. It was a Monday. Monday night, the first month of my stream. April was my first month that I officially streamed. So within the first month of my channel, I had already showcased Stardew once. And then I made it an official game on my channel that summer. So a couple months later. And I got my first ever become a Joja Mart member June 27, 2019 for Rob Boss the Villain. Become a Jojaco member. Wow, dude. So technically, my first official playthrough of Stardew started June 27th, 2019. Well, not started, but was like around there because, you know, I'm sure I played for a couple episodes before I bought the Joja Cola membership. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Helicopter? Welcome in here, Raiders. Yo, pretty cool stuff. What up, Teddy Mackerel? And do. Yo, VIP badge for a week. Yo, Duel Master D, if you're out there, do you know of any Steam key third-party websites that are, I think you do, right? I think we talked about some third-party websites you use for Steam keys. I know there's like CD keys. There's like a bunch of them, right? Somebody reached out to me and they're trying to do something nice for the community, but they can't find a way to purchase a bunch of Stardew Valley game keys. And like they went to Humble Bundle, but Humble Bundle's only letting them buy one key at a time because they're like out of keys because Stardew's just too popular. So yeah, like I told them to reach out to you, Duel Master. I don't know if they're gonna, but I told them to reach out to you. If they don't reach out to you, let me know. Maybe I can be the liaison, but yeah, I'm not sure. I only use Humble Bundles, so I'm not sure where to go from there. Thank you, Sister Honey, for offering as well. What up, Slug? How you doing today, dude? What's up, Raiders, man? How was your show today? How was Star Sand Island? So the problem with getting Switch keys is that they're region locked, but that is an option. So you can always buy like Switch keys on like, Switch keys on like Amazon, but they're region locked. It's weird, but digital game keys are region locked. So if I buy a digital game key from the North American region, you might not be able to use it if you live in Europe. And that sounds ridiculous, but it's true. You might not be able to use it if you're in Australia. You might not be able to use it if you have a different currency for your country. So if you have Canadian money might not be the same. Yeah, I know it's not, but I'm saying like for the game keys. You see what I mean? So yeah, like Switch digital keys are actually some of the worst stuff to do giveaways for, which really sucks because then you have to limit it to the country you bought it or the currency you used to purchase it or whatever. I don't know, man, but I've done this for a long time and I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works, but I might be misspeaking here or there. I ended up with a US account just to use US keys on my Switch, but yeah, it's annoying. Much prefer Steam keys, right? Right, whereas like Steam is international, so there's rarely going to be a situation where you can't use a key on Steam. There's only a couple countries that will stop you and a couple games that aren't allowed in certain countries or something weird like that, like gambling laws, for example. Stuff like that, so. Yo, what's up, Lily Tazi? Good to see you, dude. Welcome to the broadcast. There's a couple countries that have their own versions of games, right? So Steam is for the most part international outside of a couple examples. Yo, thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and thanks for the raid. I hope y'all had a good time over there. It looks like y'all were doing some Star Sand Island. We checked it out for the first time the other day, and it's fun, right? Isn't Star Sand kind of fun? I don't know. I feel like I would want to play a bunch of it, but I'd have to find the time to do that, so we'll get there eventually. Yo, thank you, Kels. I think if I play Star Sand again, I'm going to wait for the full 1.0 release. All right. I have to go take care of something. I'll be right back, but I'll leave y'all with some jams. And we'll be right back here in just a second, everybody. I'm gonna jump over here, grab myself some more coffee, and we'll do the classic Rainbow Road this morning. Actually, I've been really digging Toad's Turnpike. I love this song so much. All right, we'll be right back.
lurk for a bit but thought I'd get this in first. Smiley face.
Right, we're almost back. What up, Arnold? What up, Cat? What up, Pastel Constellations? Yo, thank you for your patience, everyone. I'll see you guys in just a second. Isn't Toad's Turnpike the best? All right. Thank you. Oh, nice. We got a Twitch balloon as well. All right, before we get to some games here, I wanted to mess around with my Stardew Valley Collector's Edition this morning while we chat. So we're going to do that here for a little bit. Exclamation point SS. Oh, wait. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to switch camera ships for just a moment here. And we'll bring chat back as well. All right, early birds. We're going to mess around with we're going to build our 6-piece wooden standee in honor of Stardew this morning. I've never actually built it. So I got this Fan Gamer Collector's Edition that was gifted to me. I've shown this off a couple times on the channel. It's real cool. Comes with like this really neat box. I have it upside down clearly. It's got the little Concerned Ape logo on it. It's pretty sick, right? Hey, we got a VIP roulette. Oh, frick. Tater tot soup. So grateful for Concerned Ape. All right. Banana, 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 banana. Right, Epic Mimikyu salutes. Welcome to the VIP club here. Tater tot soup. Do 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 do. All right. Dude, I love this box. Look at the goat with his tongue out. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. And then it has all the characters, all the current marriage candidates. That this box needs to make room for 2 more. Look at that. This box needs to make room for 2 more, dude. 2 more marriage candidates needed. 2 more marriage candidates needed up in this piece. And then I got my collector's edition Stardew Valley Junimo's Day Out comic. Bum, 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 bum. Let me see if I can find a good screen for you. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, look at the last scene. The wizard is doing some magic to clean all the Junimos back up. Look at that. Look at the last scene there. It's the wizard casting some spells. Look at that. Look how sick that is. Dope. Yeah, isn't that cool? What's up, Lex? Isn't that rad? All right, and then here's my physical copy of the game. So it comes with the official Fan Gamer box and a physical copy of the game. Like, I do have an actual game card. I don't actually use it ever because I own the game digitally, and my favorite part is that it comes with a booklet, and we don't get these anymore in gaming. And it actually tells you how to play the game. Look, welcome to Stardew Valley. And then like you go to page 2 and it's like your home, the farmland. It's like residents of Pelican Town, farming with friends. It gives you a cute little map of Stardew that fits in your pocket. Look at that, a little map, right? Like you don't get these anymore in gaming. It's so sad. It's so mega sad. It's so mega sad. All right. So then otherwise we showed this off. I got an official deed to the land. One day I think I'm going to frame this. The only problem is that it needs a special frame. I don't think it's not a standard size. I think I need to get like a custom frame for it. But yeah, it's my deed to the land. I want to frame this someday. Isn't that sick? Then I got this cool little Stardew Valley clean off your glasses type deal. And then here's the thing that I wanted to open up with y'all. So we got this 6-piece wooden standee. All right. And a wooden lapel pin are from responsibly sourced birch and cherry wood. The woods used are never harvested faster than they grow, preserving the supply and original character of the woodlands. So there's like a protective piece of paper over all the things. Let's see, I've never opened this pin before. How does this work? Each wooden piece is covered with the protective paper layer on both sides that must be removed before assembly. Okay. I feel like my lapel pin's just damaged or something. Because like it doesn't look... Practice first by removing the paper from the black backs. If the paper tears, don't use your fingernails to start peeling again. Instead, gently rub with your thumb to curl the paper into a roll. All right, let's see if we could take off this paper. So this is the pen, but like, see, it has like this weird fuzzy, like it doesn't look right. I wonder if mine's just not good, or I'm gonna tell you, this doesn't seem like paper. It does not seem like there's paper on top of this. It seems like this is just maybe damaged goods. Yeah, it seems, I don't know, I can't tell. Okay, it is just a protective film. I got it. I got it. Oh, it's really protective. Whoa! Look how cute that is. Friends of the Forest. Oh, I wish I could get this closer to the camera for you. Hold on. I wish I could get this closer to the camera. And it says Friends of the Forest, but it's unfortunately not, you know, hold on. I might be able to manually do this. Hold on. I got this. I got this. I can manually adjust the focus. I got this. I got you guys. We're so in here. Hold on. I just got to figure out. All right. It technically should refocus if I get close enough, but I can't. It's because I have so much going on in the background. It's always looking for my face. Is it because I have my exposure? Let me see. It's trying so hard. This is the life of a webcam. One day we'll invest into a real camera. I haven't justified it in my mind yet because it's thousands of dollars. And nobody wants to see the pores on my skin, dude. I'm not that good looking of a guy. Here you guys go, though. This is about the cleanest we'll get, I'm sure. Friends of the forest. Yeah, isn't that cute? Sick, dude. What a sick little pin. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I should probably gift this. I think I know people that would probably like this pin more than me. I've never been a big pin guy, you know what I'm saying? Do. Yeah, cool, neat stuff. I'll put that aside over here. I'm sure you have lovely pores. Yeah, sure. Surely. All right. We're gonna put this thing together right now. I got my directions over here. I'm looking for package number 1. Okay, the standee base. The standee base. All right, here's our base, and we gotta get our protective film off of every piece. Dude, they went so hard on this. Like, this is crazy. Like, that they went this hard to protect it. Like, this is really nice. Like, this is like a real protective film. Like, look at this. Like this is crazy. Like, you really gotta get in here with every piece. Holy heck. What are we building? What's up, Rob? We're building my Fan Gamer Collector's Edition wooden standee from Stardew Valley. And I could show y'all a picture of what we're building again here soon. But for now, you'll just have to wait until we get all of these papers off. What's up, Cozy Gamer Tally? Good to see you today. How's everyone feeling who's just tuning in? Good morning. Welcome to Stardew Valley's 10th anniversary. Did they do the announcement? Not until 2 p.m. Concerned Apes putting out a special video at 2 p.m. today, my time. And he's going to talk about Stardew. He's doing a retrospective. And then we're going to get the announcement of the 2 marriage candidates. So we got quite a few hours to kill, which is why we're sitting here and building adult Legos, because wooden Legos. We're building wooden Legos. Ye old pioneers Legos. Ye old pioneer Legos. Well, I try to peel this paper off here. What's up, Loud Boys? Who's going to New York for the Pokemon Day event? They give away a free bag Pokemon. Wait, really? No, I won't be going to New York myself. Back in my day, we had to carve our own Legos by hand. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. You don't need to apologize, Blood Raven. You're allowed to just lurk and sit back and relax, dude. That's what we do here. Persona's 30th anniversary is tomorrow. Yeah, to be fair, Concerned Apes on that old PST time. So he be out here screwing us all. Except for the PSTers. 11 a.m. What? You better get back on that 9 a.m. EST schedule, son. We all know that EST rules the world. All right, let me finish getting the stickers off of this. This is super cute. It even has like the 3 worm spots. This is super cute, man. Holy heck. Whoop. Whoop. I didn't think that this was going to be this much of a project, but I'm not necessarily mad that it is. I didn't think they'd have me ripping these little pieces of paper off. Here you guys go. Here's my standee. Look. Here's the base, and we're going to build the standee on top of this. Isn't that cute? All right, base is grabbed. All right. Let's get all of our pieces here. I gotta get all my little pieces here. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's go. Let's get to peeling. Oh no, the child might have brought the plague home. That's not good. Do. That's not good. Killing time? Yeah, sure, you know. I don't want to start gaming and then just interrupt our gaming with this kind of stuff. I figured let's just do this morning. Let's have some fun. Let's just chat and wait for people to roll in here. We'll hang out and we'll BS. Then we'll start playing some Stardew here for a couple hours. And then I have some other stuff, some other fun stuff planned for y'all as well. Got some other little things planned we're going to be doing today while we celebrate Stardew Valley. What's up, Lillian? Yeah, you have to stick around. If you ain't got nothing else to do, this is going to be the place to be. We're just going to be hanging out all day. We got all sorts of fun little stuff planned in the Stardew realm. CA still snoring. CA is definitely still snoring. All right, here's my next standee. It's the pig, the cow, and the goat, and the duck. What's up, Dolores? Cute. Yeah, isn't that cute? What you tinkering with? So right now I'm taking off all the protective film off of my Stardew Valley Collector's Edition wooden standee. And then we are going to put this bad boy together. But right now, first, every piece is made 100% with like wood and with care. And they all come with 2 pieces of protective film on both sides. And I have to take this very, like, kind of intense, I'm not going to lie to you, protective film off of every individual piece. It's like, it's not just like a piece of paper. Like this is like some real stuff. Like this was protecting this wood. We were being protected with 2 effing C's, dude. All right, 2 pieces down. What's next? Happy partner anniversary. Thanks, dude. Thank you. 6 years, man. This bad boy is protected. You couldn't stop sniffing the standee when you were putting it together. It had a fresh wood smell. It does. It does, in fact, have a wonderful wood smell. But the way you worded that was pretty funny. Dang, I did my first little chip on the paint. I've been so delicate, and I got my first very, very tiny little chip of paint off the very bottom of one of the pegs that are going to be in the base anyways, so it doesn't matter. But I'm trying to be super careful. This thing was clearly made with a ton of care. So I lucked out this time, because if you're going to chip this anywhere, chipping it in the base that's hidden because it's a wooden peg is probably... Look at that, dude. I got it all in one pull. Look. I got it all in one pull. Look at how gorgeous that is. Look at how gorgeous that is. Holy heck. That is mondo cute. That is mondo cute. Holy bananas. Mondo levels of cute here. That's where it's going to go in the back. That's the backdrop. I have to take off the other protective film first, because this is made to be perfectly tight, and you have to take off both pieces of film or it doesn't fit properly. So let me get the back here. Yeah, we're going to be putting this on the shelf behind me where it's belonged the whole time. It's just been sitting in a box back there, and I figured this is the perfect opportunity for us to celebrate Stardew Valley and you do that with manuals and codes that come with games. I've done a little bit of game sniffing in my years. I ain't above a little game sniffing, all right? All right, there you guys have it, look. And so it begins, look. The backdrop of our piece. Let's continue. Do 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 do. I'll show off what we're building again here real quick. For those that missed it, this is what we're building right now. All right. Do do. All right, we need the house next. All right, we got to do the house next. Yeah, isn't it super vibrant? Oh my gosh, I'm dropping stuff. We're doing the house next. That's going properly behind it. What's up, Emo Eyes? How you been, dude? Do 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 do. With the back, you don't have to be as like safe, because the back is just a wood, and like a little teeny scuff here and there doesn't matter. So the back is like a little bit easier, but the front is very finicky and you have to be extra careful because you don't want to chip all this beautiful paint. I don't know if these bad boys were hand painted, but they sure as heck feel like they were. They look like they were hand painted, but I have to imagine that's not the case. They probably figured out a way to produce these from a machine, but still cool regardless. Yo, thank you, Bitsem, dude. Oh my gosh, there's a cat on top of the house. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. All right, and while we do this, I actually got something here for y'all. So, I got some really fun trivia here about Stardew Valley that I wanted to go through with all of you. And we also have some other stuff planned in this department later, but you'll have to stick around to find out what I'm talking about. But for now, I have some random factoids and trivia about Stardew I wanted to share with y'all throughout the day today. So all you Stardew Valley enthusiasts, you're gonna have to let me know. You're gonna have to let me know if something that I mention here is something that you don't know. Look at that. Something that you don't know. All right, so I'm gonna start off with one about this cat. If you didn't know, the default cat name in Stardew is Miso, because Miso is actually the name of Concerned Ape's real life cat. So if you've ever seen the name Miso in the default cat name slot, that's actually Concerned Ape's real life cat name. Miso. And that's one of the reasons why that's the default cat name. It's also a soup. Yeah, Doomed. It's also 100% a soup. You got that. You got that right, my dude. All right, here you go. Part 2 is up. Take a look at part 2. My house is in. All right, you guys see we're building? All right, let's go to part number 3. Part number 3 is actually the animals, which we've already done. So I'm going to put that in. Give me just a second. Let me get these animals in the slot. It's not perfect. I'm just trying to get it in there. Real nice like. All right, here's part number 3. Hold on, let me fix the house here. And here's part number 3. Take a look. So now we have the backdrop, the house, and then we have the pig, the cow, and the sheep up front. All right, next up is our fence. Let's go ahead and get that. All right, so here's another one for you. And this one's silly. So this is more of an in-game tip, but if you didn't know, the furniture item, the dresser, is actually a usable item in the game, and this wasn't until 1.5 or 6, so OG players might not know this, but the dresser item in Stardew is actually usable. And it allows you to put clothing items and rings inside of it. So if you've never actually used the dresser item, it's actually one of the only usable pieces of furniture in the game. That actually, like a piece of furniture that does something. So make sure you guys don't sleep on that, all right? And then the next one is Willie was originally called Dick. This is still found in some of the game's files, which makes the name Willie even funnier. "10 years of Stardew Valley, ladies and gentlemen. Willie's original name was Dick, which makes the name Willie even funnier." So here's another one that's this one I did not know. I didn't know the last one either. I knew about the miso cat thing. Listen to this. You can refill your watering can in your kitchen sink, but not other sinks in other people's kitchens. Apparently you can go into your house in game and fill your watering can up in the kitchen sink. And I didn't know that. I thought that was actually a really interesting fact. You've used your sink? Yeah, you can use your sink. You can use your sink to fill your watering can up in Stardew Valley. And I didn't know that one. That one was a shocker to me. Also, if you didn't know, you can actually get more than one statue of perfection after Grandpa visits at the beginning of year 3. So if you didn't know, you can actually get more than one statue of perfection. There used to be a way to do this. I don't know if it's still in the game. This could be a bit of an old tip. This might be an old one, because I thought I remember reading that they took that out. But there was a point in time in Stardew's history where you could actually get more than one statue of perfection, which, if you don't know what the statue of perfection is it's a really nice item that gives you free iridium, anywhere between 2 and 5 or 8 iridium every day. So it's basically a free iridium engine for those that suck at the Skull Caverns. And you used to be able to get more than one on your save file. Also, here's a fun little trick, and I never knew about this either. You can empty your silos of hay by holding your scythe and pulling from the hopper in the coop or the barn. You can fill silos, empty from hopper. So essentially, this is like an old Stardew thing, but I knew that you could pull hay out from in the barn, but apparently if you have your scythe in your hand, you can like empty it all out at once and just pull it into your inventory or something like that. This one I have yet to test myself, but I thought it was interesting enough to message and put on this list. And then here is our next piece. Take a look. So now we have the fence up front with the crops. It wouldn't be Stardew without the crops, right? Can you see how we're growing here? Take a look. All right, we have one more piece to put up, and it's the Stardew Valley sign. If you fish at the southernmost point of Cinder Snap Forest, next to the sewer entrance, with a fishing level of 15, you'll get an Iridium Krobus statue. I just found out about this when I was putting this list together. In 10 years of Stardew Valley, I never knew about the Iridium Krobus statue in the game. And keep in mind, did you notice that they said level 15 fishing? That means you have to have level 10 fishing plus a bunch of buffs. You can't get it naked. You have to have a bunch of buffs to get it, which I never tried. I never knew that. I've never knew that in all my years. What's up, Onzi Twitch? Here's another one. Fish in the pond outside the spa for a special painting. I knew about this one. And fish in the southern pond of the Calico Desert next to the bench for a pyramid decal. Rare fishing locations. And last but not least, if you have the beach farm, there's a hidden cave where you can fish from the dock. And if you fish from there, you'll get a special secret painting that you can only get from the beach farm. And there's a secret cave on the beach farm that I've never found. I never found the secret cave on the beach farm. I've never seen it. It's actually like not straightforward to get to. I had to watch a video to see where it was. Yeah, how cool is that? The casino bouncer in the Oasis will get angry and bomb you with a mega bomb if you glitch your way to the casino without a card. So if you manage to glitch your way into the casino without a card, you will get mega bombed by the bouncer. Concerned Ape even considered the glitchers. Think about that. Now, I did write down some like tips, but I think I'll save the tips, the gameplay tips. Like I have some tips on how you can make double money from corn, for example. Corn is a good moneymaker if you turn your corn back into seeds and sell them. Gold Star corn sells for 75 gold without perks, and the seed packet sells for the same. Plus, the seed maker gives you 2 seed packets on average for every unit of corn. And here's a fun fact, the seed maker is based off of luck. So what this person says is that every time you harvest a piece of corn, you take one piece and put it into a seed and you sell the seeds and you get double the profit. And this is just one of many tips that I found on the internet. If you turn your corn into seeds, you can double your profit and it makes sense, right? Because you get multiple pieces of corn per harvest. Think about it. It makes complete sense. The only thing this person doesn't mention is that the seed maker is based off of luck. So you should only be making seeds when you have a good luck day. Otherwise, you're not going to get as many quality, return. Now, here's a really fun one that belongs in the 10 things you didn't know that would help you play Stardew Valley better category. You guys ready? You can actually move a chest that has items in it by hitting it with by hitting the chest while having no items equipped. So if you walk up to a chest, you can actually push it forward or backwards or left or right if it has items in it. So if you're in a position where you need to reorganize your chest, but you don't want to take everything out, you can actually push it or around and you can move it around, which is pretty cool. No, it does work in the original game. Yeah, this is an original thing. Yeah, oh yeah, this is vanilla Stardew Valley. Yeah, you can move chest around in Stardew. Yeah, that's yeah. You could I hit it with my pickaxe usually. Yeah, this is very much a vanilla thing. So here's another one. Listen to this. After doing what I like to call doving your children, turning them into doves, one of the random phone calls you can receive is a super rare and super creepy phone call. In all of this person's time that discovered it, they only got the phone call twice. It goes as follows. You place the receiver to your ear and you're met with a roiling, abrasive static. But wait, beneath it all, you can make out something else, an otherworldly voice. You have forsaken us. To be honest, the first time I experienced this, I wasn't even sure what was going on. I had to check the wiki to make sure I wasn't hallucinating or that it wasn't a part of a mod. Crazy how Eric can fit this kind of stuff into a game like Stardew. So if you turn your kids into doves, they can call you back on the phone and haunt you for doing it. How about that for an Easter egg that I guarantee 99% of you have never experienced yourself? You have forsaken us. Pretty cool stuff. So this, I believe, is a bug, all right? that no longer exist.
2.5 years
But I
later,
could be wrong
age
about
8
this.
years.
All right, I could be wrong about this, but I believe this is a bug that no longer exists. All right. Geode crushers, I believe, used to guarantee to give you the last thing you got from Clint. So, for example, if you crack open an Omni Geode from Clint and he gives you a prismatic shard, if you instantly go to a Geode crusher on your farm and put an Omni crusher or an Omni Geode inside of it, you are guaranteed to get a prismatic shard. Listen to this. So, Geode crushers are guaranteed to give you the exact item you got from the previous exact Geode. So as long as you went to Clint first, so you go to Clint, you get a rare item, you go to a Geode crusher, you get it again instantly, and you can double your prismatic shards. I don't know if this is still in the game or not. I'm not sure. Yo, thank you for 3.5 years. Yo, from Brielle, can we get some love in the chat? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was fixed. Correct. I think he fixed it in 1.6. So this one right here, I don't even know if this is real, but I wanted to mention it to see if any of you ever heard this. Time in the Skull Cavern is apparently slower. An in-game hour is normally 43 seconds, but in the Skull Caverns, it slows to 52 seconds. For some reason, in the Skull Caverns, you get a free 9 seconds per in-game hour. And I never knew this. And yes, it's only single player. And I never knew this. I never knew that the Skull Cavern was slightly slower to give you a little bit of an edge to get through the day. Here's another one that I thought was really neat that I didn't know about. You guys ready? If you sew together a pirate hat, or if you have a rare deluxe pirate hat drop from the rare chest in the volcano, you can talk to the pirate barman in the Pirate's Cove and you get one exclusive dialogue since you're a pirate. And they also give you some mead or pale ale or something. So apparently if you have a pirate hat, and there's two ways to get them, either from a drop from a rare chest in the volcano or from crafting it, you can get a rare dialogue from the barman at the Pirate's Cove. I never knew this one. That's a very subtle secret. That's a very subtle secret. How many of you knew about that one? That's a very subtle secret. Bum, 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 bum. And here's one that a lot of people know, but I think new players don't know. You guys ready? If you put a staircase, wait, what happened to my chat? If you put a staircase in your pants slot, it turns into Mayor Lewis's purple underwear. This was a trick that was put into the game as an Easter egg so that you can get a second pair of Mayor Lewis's underwear. Because if you didn't know, you can take Mayor Lewis's underwear to a sewing machine with a piece of gold, and you can turn them into gold lined purple shorts that are wearable in the game. So if you want, you can wear Mayor Lewis's purple shorts for the rest of the game, if you want, by putting them into the sewing machine with a gold bar. Now, I'm not sure. It seems like that might have been fixed. Yeah, that might have been fixed. So that was an old trick, but that was one I didn't think many people knew about. Yeah, that was an old trick. That was an old trick, which is pretty cool. And then the last trick that I wanted to mention was the secret to get a prismatic shard. Does anybody know the secret that I think is still in the game to get a prismatic shard and your galaxy sword if you're really unlucky and you can't get one by means of RNG? I don't know if it's still in the game, but there used to be a trick that involved purchasing, I believe, like the furniture catalog or a specific piece of wallpaper. There's a specific wallpaper in the game that you used to be able to take to the statues to get your galaxy sword instead of a prismatic shard. This is a really old trick, and I don't know if it's still available. I'm sure an OG in the chat knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, you have to like purchase the furniture catalog, and then you have to take a specific wallpaper out of it. And then you take that and you hold it above your head and it gives you the galaxy sword, I think. I don't know if it still works though. And here you go, everybody. My Stardew Valley Collector's Edition. Hold on a second. My Stardew Valley Collector's Edition standee that's now going to be placed on my shelf behind my stream. It looks handcrafted and hand painted. I don't think it is. It's too perfect. It's very vibrant. It's very pretty. And it's like pegs. Like, look, it's all wooden pegs. So I'm just going to put this on my shelf and it's going to sit there and it's going to be perfect the way it is. Look at that. This is what we've been building. Look at that. We did it. We did it. Let's go ahead and put this box away here. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm trying to put everything away. Yeah, we're going to display this on my shelf in the back, and we're going to take the game and put the game in the display and everything. I'm going to display this whole thing. I'm going to display this whole thing on my shelf in the back eventually. And I wanted to build this in honor of the 10-year anniversary because I've owned this for about 6 years. I've owned this for about like 5 or 6 years. Then maybe like 4, and I've never built it. And I thought, what a better day for us to build this and celebrate Stardew's birthday, right? Isn't that so sick? Isn't that so sick? So I'm really proud. It was a gift. This was a gift that was sent to me years ago from the community. Years ago. And I finally sat down to build it. So, and I hope y'all enjoyed some of the Stardew Valley trivia that I unearthed from a couple sources and a couple of stuff that I wrote myself. But yeah, there you guys go. If you learned something from the trivia this morning, sound off in the chat. Let me know. I learned doing the research. I definitely learned as well. Yeah, it was fun. A couple little tips. I thought it was just about 10 tips that I thought some of y'all wouldn't know. The Krobus statue one, you have to fish by the sewers with level 10 fishing to get it. Or level 15 fishing down by the sewers. I don't know the exact location, so I just know that it's somewhere down by the sewer entrance. Definitely learned some new things. Makes me want to dive back into the game. All right. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and play some Stardew Valley this morning. And I'm super happy we had a chance to go ahead and build that. That was fun. That was fun. That was a blast. Thanks for tuning in here today, everybody. And good morning. Yo, Rachie with the 5 gifted subs. Hey.
This is epic.
Thank you, dude. Thank you, Rachie. I adore you so much. It just kind of exploded in the form of gift subs. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Let's go ahead and get back into this save file. Let's go ahead and get back into this save file here. And we got quite a few hours to go. We got 4 hours until the Stardew announcement. So let's go ahead and sink our teeth into some Stardew while we wait, shall we? I think it'll be quite a blast. Do 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 do. Here we are, day 13 of fall. We only managed to do 5 days in game yesterday. So we got to get back in here. I am hip. Yeah, Leafeon. The rare statues you can get from hints. I am hip. I am hip. That's an old school one, but it's still worth mentioning for sure. Yeah, there's 3 like alien, weird, out there statues you can get throughout the game from the secret notes and hints. That's a fun one. That's a fun one for sure. All right, last where we left our farmer, we did some light farming yesterday and we made it a couple days through fall. We added 100 crops to our field and we are working towards perfection, but we just started our save file. So this is our 100% expanded playthrough and our first ever expanded, our second ever expanded playthrough here. And I'm looking forward to diving back in. Our daily grind has just been crops and trying to make sure we're hitting up every birthday that comes across, because we're trying to set ourselves up for as much success for the down the road as possible. So we're going to be gifting an amethyst here to the rock eater Abigail this morning. So yeah, we're back and we're locking it. Otherwise our goal is eventually to start trying to do a lumberjack style farm. That is something that we're going to be working towards later, is we're going to be doing kind of like a lumberjack tree and fruit focused, like tree fruit focused farm. For now, we're in it to make cash though, so we're not really trying to do anything too crazy at the moment. We are just kind of in cash making mode. But we will, as we go into year 2, start to mess around with... As we go into year 2, we're going to start to mess around with more trees and stuff. So I just wanted to give you all a quick rundown of what we're going to be, what we're doing in this playthrough, just in case you're new here. What's up, Creeper Craft? Welcome to the show. And otherwise, that's it. As far as updates, as far as what we've been accomplishing, we did enter the Skull Caverns. All right, and we did our first run through the Skull Caverns, which was a blast, but also we only got to floor like 23. 25. We got close. Like, we didn't get too far. So the humble beginnings of the Skull Cavern runs, to say the least. The humble beginnings. What up, Shadow Maiden? All right, we're going to get through this day in Stardew, and then I think we're going to do a giveaway. I think we have a giveaway to do here today. A couple of them. Yeah, we're watching the video at 2 p.m., Gabby. But let's go ahead and farm up our blueberries. Or sorry, cranberries. Bum, 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 bum. You can use a scythe to harvest everything. I think scythe harvesting is a feature. Let's see. See, scythe harvesting is a feature that happens late game, Flower Child, which is only accessible from the special door that gives you special skills. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but yeah, that's not how that works. You have to unlock that skill. That's very late game, or that's a mod, correct? So no, you gotta harvest by hand early game. That's the Stardew path. That's the Stardew journey. Mastery room. That's what I was looking for. The mastery system. Thank you. Yes, we are watching the video live today. We are here to celebrate 10 years of Stardew Valley. Yes, we are watching the video live in 4 hours. Correct. I don't have mastery unlocked. Yeah, you don't unlock mastery until you get level 10 of all skills. Ah, the sounds of cranberry harvesting. No, I've never played Satisfactory or Factorio. I'm sure I would like those games, but too many games and too little time. Any guesses on the marriage candidates? Sure. Sandy and Willie. I got a handful of guesses. We've been talking about it for the past, like, month on the channel. So I'll just give you 2 random guesses. But I got all sorts of ideas. Sandy and Willie, sure. Will the video be on YouTube? Yep. Concerned Ape already has the video up. And you can sit in the waiting room and wait. I'm assuming it's going to be a YouTube video that'll be there forever for people to watch. And you can also watch my VOD and reaction to it as well. That'll be available also. So you'll have the option to watch my reaction, or you'll have the option to go watch the original video. It'll all be available on YouTube. Who's Sandy? Sandy works at the desert. She's Emily's friend. All right, we have some empty space in our fields here to fill up. Do 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 do. What's up, Scatterbrain? Yeah, that's okay. The desert's where the end game really starts to open up for a lot of players. I would say opening up the desert is like mid-game and Ginger Island is end game, but regardless, I know plenty of players that have never been to the desert, and I know plenty of players that have never been to Ginger Island, so that's the beauty of Stardew Valley, is that there's so many different ways to engage in and play it, and I know players who have probably put a couple 100 hours into this game and that have never been to Ginger Island. It might sound a little crazy to some of you hardcore players out there, but those players exist. Never once been to Ginger Island. They've been playing the game for years. It's just such a massive game. It's easy to play it and like not see everything. You have to be like really dedicated to like see all the content. I played for 100 hours, never been to Ginger Island. Yeah, it's a very common thing, so I'm not surprised to hear that at all. Boom, boom, boom. I just want to be able to marry Gunther. Gunther's totally on the table for this marriage candidate. I think Concerned Ape's more likely to do somebody unexpected than expected. I think Concerned Ape is more likely to do something unexpected or a blend of both. So like an obvious, like Sandy, and then a very unobvious, like Gunther or Malin, right? I think he's that kind of guy, dude. I've watched enough interviews and stuff that I think he's that kind of guy. Like, I think he's willing to do, like, he's not going to just want to give you the obvious. You know, he's going to do something fun, like give us the option to marry Pierre and Robin, or he's going to give us, you know what I mean? He's going to keep us on our toes. I don't think it's going to be just the obvious options. Now, the obvious options make sense though, so it could be, right? Willie, Sandy, Gus. I think those are like the real obvious options. And then I think after that, it's like the less obvious, but still logical would be like Gunther or Marlin. Right? Like I think, I don't know, man. I'm expecting Concerned Ape to do something a little bit silly here. Like it could be new characters. Like that's a very Concerned Ape thing to do. Like to be like, oh, we're going to be announcing new marriage candidates. And then it's like, haha, just kidding. It's actually 2 brand new characters that I'm adding to the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just don't think we should expect anything. I think Concerned Ape's a silly dude. And I think he's going to do anything he wants to do. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to get silly with it. Look at this. I got a random golden carrot. I'm going to keep it. I don't even know what the heck. It's a part of Expanded. Yeah, he's an odd man, you know? I think he's gonna surprise us. I don't think it's gonna be as obvious as a lot of us might think. But again, that doesn't mean that it isn't the right decision for Concerned Ape to choose a character that's already in the game that people love and would love to see fleshed out. Right? So I say this and I still in my heart am like, yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, he is a man of the people, and the people would love to see a character already in the valley get fleshed out. Gunther, Gus, Willie, Marlin. I think that's what the people want. And I think Concerned Ape is one of those types of creators that has his finger on the pulse of what the people want. Right? So I do think that as much as I can talk a big game about us being surprised, I could also see him just giving the people what they want. Because that's the kind of guy he is, man. Right? So like, I don't know, you know, we're gonna find out. But I think that this could go in many directions, and no matter what, it's gonna be a blast. Yeah, Marnie or Robin. Yeah. Marnie, we were talking about yesterday. And taking away Marnie from Lewis. And then, of course, Robin, something we've been talking about for weeks, right? But Marnie was mentioned the other day. And we were talking about how stealing Marnie from Lewis would be sick. I would actually be way too into that. I will admit that I would get so much, how do you say, enjoyment out of snatching Marnie out of Lewis's clutches. I would get so much satisfaction from doing that. Like beyond a normal amount. Like I'm weirdly foaming at the mouth just to piss off Mayor Lewis. I just don't like him. I think he sucks. And that would be great. I'm weirdly foaming at the mouth for this opportunity. Like I think it would be amazing to steal Marnie from the douchebag that is Mayor Lewis. Like I can't express this enough. Like I look in the mirror in the morning and I say to myself, you shouldn't be this invested in a video game. And then I smile the most wild and ish-eating grin as I think about snatching Marnie from the clutches of Lewis. I hate Lewis. I think he is the scum of the earth. Screw Mayor Lewis. I didn't mean to give him my frick. Dude, get out of here, Harvey. You don't get to just take my geode from me. Well, he doesn't like me. I probably gifted him trash. Rip. Sandfish. All right, let's go find out where Abigail is right now so we don't have to guess. Well, we can look at the map. Abigail on her birthday is probably at home at Pierre's. She's not at home. Where is she then? Is she up here? No, she's not up there. Let me just move my mouse. She's not up there. Caroline, Pierre, Shane, Emily, Gus, Clint, Elliot, Gunther. Where? I guess I'm gonna have to look her up. Where is she? She's at the bus stop. You guys see her? She's at the bus stop. I forgot she goes up there. I forgot she goes up there sometimes. Okay. Or Lewis. I think at least he tries. Yeah. Yeah, he tries to get on my nerves. He tries and succeeds at annoying me. First Tom Nook, now Mayor Lewis, what's wrong with you? I've said it a million times. Let me take married women from their husband. Pierre, Demetrius, and Kent, all bad husbands. They don't deserve their wives. You know, out of context, this sounds diabolical. Oh no, I needed to go to the blacksmith this morning. Rick. Whatever, dude. This is a waste of time. Let's just go foraging, I guess, and let's go clear our farm up for the day. I mismanaged my time, but it happens when you come back to the game after a day off. Or like, you know, just not playing a ton. It always takes me a while to get back into my groove. What about rival marriages? Is that confirmed? No, nothing is confirmed. Played for 240 hours, only got to the desert once. Give me this back. All right, we're gonna drop the geodes off again for now. We'll try to drop those off at Clint's tomorrow. All right, let's just eat food and clear our farm. We still got this whole little area over here to clean up. It's just, this farm is just massive, so let's just spend the day here. I think the wizard is an example of what the people want. Right? Right. I think the wizard is an example of what the people want. I think the wizard is the most requested marriage candidate probably in the game right now. and this is coming from a guy who streams a lot of Stardew Valley and has a good pulse on the community. I have interacted with, at this point, thousands of Stardew Valley fans. For sure 4 digits over my years. And I would say that the most requested marriage candidate that I see always is the wizard. People have wanted to marry the wizard for so long, and if it wasn't for the modding community, it would be even more rabid. People would be even more rabid for it. But the modding community made it possible, so like people are chill. Yeah, the wizard is probably the most requested marriage candidate in the game. If I had to guess the second most requested marriage candidate, I think it's actually Gus. Like, we're talking unironically. We're not talking about the people who are like, Pam, like they're just joking. And if they're serious, who cares? Their opinion's bad. So I think that if I really had to break it down from all the people that I've heard over my journey, Gus and the wizard are probably the most sought after marriage candidates in the game right now. And yes, they're both males. There's not a ton of female candidates that people hunt besides for Robin. I would argue that Robin is pretty sought after, but that is under the context that marriage rivalry enters the game. So I don't think that one is worth mentioning, but because she's already married. But I think Wizard and Robin are probably the top 2 if you count characters that are already married. If you're allowed to count characters that are already claimed and taken for, then I think the answer is Wizard and Robin. If you don't count characters that are already claimed for, I think the answer is Gus and Wizard. And if you force me to choose a female and a male character, then I think the answer is actually Marnie and the Wizard. It's funny that somebody just said that they haven't heard the Marnie take a lot. The truth is I think there's a lot of deep cut Marnie stands out there. And they only show up and say something every once in a while, but I think that there's more Marnie stands out there than you might realize. I think so. And I think there's more Marnie stands than there are Sandy stands. I think Sandy is only being chosen as a marriage candidate after Concerned 8 mentioned adding new ones, because Sandy makes so much sense. But I have never really ever heard anybody ever say, oh man, I would really love if I could marry Sandy. I'm gonna be real, I have never heard that take as a Stardew creator. Like, not really ever. I don't even think most people even know who Sandy is. So like, it's funny that Sandy's getting brought up a lot because Sandy is like such a good candidate for a new fleshed out character. But like, I'm gonna be real, like, I think that Marnie is probably more sought after than Sandy. I think that the list of characters that are not marriageable in the game that people want to be able to marry from top to bottom is probably like Wizard, Marnie. Then it's probably like Gus, Sandy. Then from there, it's probably like Gunther and like Pam, because people are weird. And then it's different if you count already characters that are already married. Again, that list, in my opinion, is very different if you include characters that are already married. At that point, I think Robin takes second place. I know I'm not the only Robin stan out there. I've heard a lot of Robin stans in my day. So like, if I had to guess, I'd say that like Robin's probably the second most sought after character.
Stardew update day, HDSHIPH day talk.
If I had to guess. Now here's a character that no one ever talks about that won't happen, but it's really funny. What about the archaeologist? Why can't we marry that goofy old dude in that tent? Yo, what up, Stevie? Thank you for the 40 months, dude. How you doing today, man? Why can't we marry that goofy old dude from the tent, huh? Yeah, Mr. Snail. That's his name. Let's go. How come nobody... I've never seen anybody make that take. So, what if I want to marry Linus? So you'll notice that Linus doesn't get brought up enough. So the truth is that if you're a really deep cut Stardew Valley fan, it's because you know that that's not what Linus wants. The reason why you never hear people talk about Linus as a marriage candidate is because some of you might not know this, which is okay. I'm not trying to gatekeep you. But I need you to understand that if you follow Linus's story, he would never be interested in marriage. He's not even interested in living on your farm. He's not even interested in being engaged with society. He doesn't even want to really be around people that much. If you really learn his character, he is not interested at all in humans, dude. Like, not at all. Like, he's very, very down to earth. He doesn't want anything to do with people. And I think the last thing Linus would ever want is marriage. So like, yeah, I think your average player isn't even considering Linus if you're as deep in the game as I am. Like, so deep in the sauce that you know Linus like your best friend. And I feel like I'm that person. I've seen Linus nude in the lake. I've hung out with Linus. I've heard him squishing his bugs in his tent from outside, which doesn't sound like squishing bugs. So I feel like I'm personally pretty close to Linus. I've been around the block with Linus, all right? And I think I can speak for him personally when I say, homie has no interest in marriage. Yo, what's up? How you doing today? Jostin? I don't know. What's up? How you doing today, Hanjo? We don't talk about the tent squishing. We don't we don't talk about the tent squishing, do we? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bebo bo bebo. Do 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 bebo bo. All right, give me just a second here. Sorry, give me just a moment. Do 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 do. Let the man squish his bugs in peace. Shut. Let the man squish his bugs in peace. What are we talking about? A lazy villager right now? What are we talking about? A lazy villager right now? Is that what's happening? What happens in the tent stays in the tent. All right. So let's go ahead and so we're still waiting on the giveaway stuff officially. So we're still waiting on that, but we can talk about a giveaway that we're going to do at 2 p.m. for when Concerned Ape goes live on YouTube. And later today, we are giving away an official, well, it's technically unofficial, but it's a Japanese collector's edition of Stardew Valley. Japanese collector's edition of Stardew Valley. All right. And it's unopened. So at this point, it might even have some value to it. I don't know. It's unopened and it has a copy of the game in it physical. And here's the fun fact for all of you that don't know. Stardew Valley actually has language settings. So you could plug this into your Switch and you could switch it to English. and you could play it on your Switch anyways. So if you don't own Stardew Valley for your Switch, this is an opportunity for you to get it. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's how it works. I could be wrong, and I guess it could just end up being like a fun little showpiece, but I can tell you right now, I'm 99.9% confident in what I'm saying to you. Because I know for a fact Stardew Valley has language options. So it just comes down to, are those options on Switch? And will you be able to switch it to English? Either way, it's still a super cool novelty giveaway. There could be more than just a game in here. There could be some books and some fun stuff. You could probably look it up and find out what's in here. I don't even know because I've never opened it. It was a gift from literally 5 to 6 years ago. So this is very long time that I've had this, again, completely unopened. So we're going to be opening up and giving this away right around 1:45, 2 p.m. when Concerned Apes video goes live and we get to learn about the new marriage candidates. So make sure you're around, and there's my clock right there. So you need to be here around 2 p.m. to enter the giveaway, and then we'll pick the winner at the end of Concerned Apes video. I am excited for Pokemon Day tomorrow, yeah. All right, while we're waiting for that, somebody's trying to do something real nice for the community. So this is going to be like kind of complicated and convoluted, but like for the best reason and the best way possible. First off, YouTube chat, thank you for being here. And I do have an unfortunate comment for you, YouTube. It's that you are not going to be able to join this giveaway, and you are going to have to come to Twitch chat to join the giveaway. That kind of sucks, but right now I'm still figuring out how to run giveaways on YouTube with it being fair to everybody and my whole audience. So for now, I'm not sure what to do with that. And I think YouTube's just going to have its own giveaways. And we'll figure that out in the future. But for now, you'll find my Twitch link in the description. And if you want to join these giveaways, you're probably going to have to pop over here at some point to join. I apologize. That's not how it's going to be in the future. I want my YouTube community to be its own thing, and I want to allow people to participate on the platform of their choice. Give me some time to figure out the logistics of YouTube giveaways. For now, our friend Tater Tot Soup wants to do a giveaway directly to your Steam account. Here's the problem. Right now, Stardew Valley is actually sold out on like every platform for digital keys because apparently everybody went to buy Stardew the past week because of this announcement and because Concerned Ape is a marketing genius apparently. So we're waiting for keys for Stardew. If we don't have any keys, I tried to buy a copy of it. I don't have any. Somebody else tried to buy a copy. They're still waiting for their keys. So this individual, and I'll reveal who it is in a second, has decided that they want to host a series of giveaways to our community for a digital Steam copy of Stardew Valley. However, in order to win this, you are going to have to give your Steam account to this person. You're going to have to add each other to your friends list, and then that person's going to gift you the game directly to your Steam account. So this is a bit of a different style of giveaway. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this giveaway, and I'm going to explain one more time what you are signing up for after I get this set up. All right, so type !raffle in the chat if you would like a chance to win a copy of Stardew Valley for Steam on PC, iOS, or whatever the hell else Steam is on. I think Mac. And again, you're only going to be able to claim this win if you are willing to add our friend Tater Tot Soup to your Steam friends list. They really want to do something nice for the community, but the only way this is going to work is if You add Tater Tot to your Steam friends list, and then they can purchase the game and gift it to you directly. It will not work any other way for now until we can get our hands on more keys. So again, exclamation point raffle in the chat if you would like a chance to win a free Steam game code or a copy of Stardew for Steam. This is a digital giveaway. Anybody can join, but you have to be willing to make a Steam account, or you already probably have one, and you're gonna have to contact Tater Tot. Tater Tot's gonna contact you, and then you're gonna have to add each other on Steam, and this is like a whole thing. But it's probably worth it if you would like a chance to win a free game today. You'll look how much fun we're having. While we're going through this, I want to say, Abyss Sans, thank you for 78 months. Are you still out there, Abyss? Sound off with an emote if you're still out there, homie. Thank you so much, Abyss Sans, for the 78 months. Thank you, Stevie, for the 40 months. And thank you, Hold the Mayo, for a solid year of support. Thank you so much, dude. I'm going to go ahead and send a DM real quick to Abyss to make sure that they know I appreciate their support. And then we'll go ahead and we'll pick our first giveaway winner of the day. And I'm right there with you, Gingy Ginger. I own this game on 3 platforms now. I'm right there with you. Okay. The raffle is for a copy of Stardew Valley on Steam. No, not yet on Twitch. We're waiting till 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is the time for Stardew's announcement today. 2 p.m. Concerned Apes on PST time, so we all have to wait. Because PST just thinks they run the world. You know what, PST? We're sick of you over here on this side of the world. We're sick of you, dude. We're sick of waiting 3 hours to do stuff because y'all can't get out of bed in the morning. We're sick of you, dude. We've been up. We've been waiting for hours. Y'all are just getting out of bed, getting the sleep out of your eyes. But we're always waiting for you. We're always waiting for you. Like, what's up with that? PST gets the games early. Think about that for a second. Think about this for a second. When a game comes out at midnight, guess who's playing at 9 p.m.? Oh, PST. I'm sleeping. It's 12 a.m. in the morning. I'm in bed. Y'all are playing the game before bed. We're always waiting on PST. PST is always winning. Y'all get the Animal Crossing updates early. Y'all get the game releases early. Unbelievable. Your stream starts at 5 a.m. for me? All right, last call for the first copy of Stardew that we're giving away today for Steam. Last call for the last copy of Stardew for the stream. All right, last call. Sorry, the first copy. Last call, first copy. What's up, Ryun, by the way? Welcome back. Moist lips for you, chat. I mean, sure. I do moisten them up. I do moisten them up. My body is ready. I have bags under my eyes because of you. Whenever I coordinate with my friend on the West Coast, he always says 11 a.m. my time, and I'm like, why is it your time? Now, this is the rest of the stream. Got to get the PST rant off our chest. How you doing, Coffee? Oh my gosh. All right, and I did get my DMs, Sister Honey. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and pick our first winner of the day. We're just gonna do these slowly. Our friend Tater Tot Soup wants to give away a lot of copies of games, but I feel like this is a lot of work for them. So I don't know. I'm gonna let them decide the pace today, but I'm just gonna pick one winner for now. Fari, congratulations, Fari. Now, you guys are gonna have to link up either on Twitch or on Discord. All right, so it's gonna be up to you two to figure that out. All right, I'm gonna be communicating to Tater Tot Soup, the winners, and then Tater Tot will communicate with you. And if for some reason you guys are struggling to communicate together, all right, then I will jump in and I will mediate. So don't be shy to ask for my help. First winner of the day today is Fari. And again, can we get some love in the chat for Tater Tot? This is what they said to me. All right. I'm just going to read this out loud. They didn't intend for me to do this. All right. I would love to buy 5 copies of Stardew for the community. I'm not sure how to do that, but I love this community and I love supporting Concerned Ape. Actually, I'd like to give away 10 copies of Stardew. I love this community and I love this game. Some of it was paraphrased, but that was the sentiment. So yeah, so Tater Tot's trying to figure out how to bless the community. And you know, I try to make sure that I am passing the goodwill of others on to others. And sometimes I'm the middleman, and I don't mind being in that position. All right. All right, cool. And then Tater Tot can just let me know what they want to do. I don't want to I don't want to just start popping off. Like, I think you're already doing enough just thinking about this. So like, I don't, you know, just one for now seems cool, Tater Tot, but I don't want to stop you in your stride. You know, like if you just want me to shut up and keep clicking the giveaway button, I'll do it. All right. I'm just doing my thing. All right, let's play some Stardew. Do it. All right, we're picking another winner here. Ash Madash. Congratulations, Ash Madash. You just won a copy of Stardew Valley for Steam. They said do it. They said do it. I did it. I did. All right. Just Naders. Wow, homie just joined the giveaway and just won. What kind of luck is that, Naders? What are you doing here? All right, Dark Sinner. What's up, dude? You just won as well, Dark Sinner. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the show today. And the last one I'm going to pick, I'm only doing 5. Is Ramirez the Legend. All right, let me know. Fari, Ashmadash, Naders, Dark Sinner, and Ramirez. Let me know how that all works out and shakes out. Don't be a Nader hater. All right, I sent all the information to Tater Tot Soup. Trying to do the Lord's work. Trying to do the Junimo's work. The mystical forest creatures. No, not the Joja work. The winners can either message me here or on Discord, whatever's easier. And if you want, Tater, why don't you jump into general chat real quick and say like hello so that people can find you easily in the Discord as well. Just be like, hey, this is Tater Tot, and then people can click your name and send you a DM so they don't have to like hunt you down in the Discord. That helps. That always helps. Doo-doo-doo. All right, let's go. GG's. Doing some fun stuff, celebrating Stardew's birthday today. All right, well. Got them fall vibes. Got them fall vibes, baby. Oh, we got some Queen of Sauce. So will this be your first time playing winners? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, will any of the winners be starting their Stardew journey for the first time? What a fun question. Oh, let me go check and see what Gus is selling today. Doing Yoba's work. There it is. Coco winning. You understood this assignment. Thank you, Coco. Blueberry tart. Yeah, you know, my house started like this. Frontier Farm gave me a pretty sexy farm right out the gate. So I can't take any credit for my farm. The Frontier did it to me. Just grabbing some milk to put into the cheese machine. Drop all this stuff off. I think we can go ahead and start making kegs. I think we need to start doing that. Look. Here it is. We can start making kegs finally. We can make 9. And we need more tappers. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get all 9 kegs right out the gate. And let's get a seed maker. And that's a lot of our coal, which sucks, but we needed to do that. And then why don't we go ahead and grab the recycling machine. We'll grab the worm bin. We'll grab another charcoal kiln. We'll grab 2 more tappers. And then what is this? A butter churner? What the frick? I can make butter in this mod? I guess we should probably do that. Is it just for cooking? I'm not sure what to expect from that. Yo, thanks for hitting that like button on YouTube, by the way. I appreciate y'all. I guess we should do it just for fun, yeah? Let's get a butter churner. For funsies, right? Just for the old funsies' sake. Yeah, what up, Sarcastastic? Good to see you, dude. What's up, Super Saiyan Turi? All right. So now we still have 16 iron and 31 gold. That's really good. We better get another upgrade.
Mornings with my favorite streamer and his morning rants.
It's going to rain tomorrow, so we're going to upgrade to the gold watering can. Let's do it. We're going to upgrade to the gold watering can, dude. Yo, what's up, Aria Vex? Thank you. I do like to do a morning rant here and there. I appreciate it. Thanks for noticing. Thank you. Thank you, Aria. Hope you're having a minty day. Pretty minty, I'd say. I'd say pretty minty. All right, we have to water, and then we're doing a watering can upgrade. And then it'll be done by the time the rain is done. And we are going to get our hands on... We're going to go to the traveling merchant as well. We have 72,000 bucks. So we're going to go get another upgrade from Jojamart as well. And then we could start talking about our next house upgrade or a coop. Does anybody know off the top of their head what we need to build a coop? Because I think we might want to go get a coop real quick as well. That's right, Super Saiyan Terry, 3 hours, and we'll be watching live. Yeah, we'll be watching live. I know we're all excited in here. What's up, Okamina? All right, I don't have a ton of time to spare. I messed up. I messed up. All right, let me go grab my horse. It's only 4,000. It's 300 wood and 100 stone. That's the big thing I needed to know. Thank you. The G's are cool. 300 wood and 100 stone is definitely what. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Resident Evil's going to do well, Duel Master, for sure. It's crazy to think that Resident Evil still has such a diehard following all these years. I feel like in gaming, you don't always like hear about those types of storied franchises, you know? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like it. I like the passion for Resident Evil from the Resident Evil audience. When I see that kind of passion, it makes me happy, and it reminds me that gaming isn't all, you know, Twitter negativity and people, you know, feeling let down by their favorite game companies. Like, I know a lot of us here don't have those feelings too often because we're all pretty open-minded gamers. But, you know, you see so much of that on the internet sometimes, you almost think people like being miserable. And it's like, it's nice. It's nice to like see a community of gamers that are just like ready to game, dude. Ready to just enjoy a new game, you know? That's why I'm so excited about Pokopia, because I think Pokopia is going to transcend a lot of that nonsense. And there's going to be that, you know, the standard amount of haters, but I think Pokopia is going to transcend most of that nonsense, and it's just going to be a bunch of gamers having fun playing games. It's not going to be like a bunch of BS and people trying to hate on the game for no reason. I really do think it's just going to be a super great experience, and I think I can already kind of feel the energy around the game, and like as far as like the community of people talking about it, and there's like not really an ounce of negativity or anything. I think Pokopia is going to be a pretty nice environment for the gamers, for us. I think we're all going to enjoy ourselves playing that game. I don't think we're going to have to deal with too much BS. All right, I think we're going to put our coop here, and we'll have a bridge between them, which will be nice. Let me go ahead and quickly take care of my cows this morning. Yeah, I think Pokopia is going to be silly, goofy, fun. And hopefully it has the staying power. I think it will, but we'll see. All right, go grab this. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, let's drop off. I don't want to keep taking the pail with me. So I'm trying to get rid of that. The comments on Treehouse the other day had a lot more positivity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've noticed that. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm picking up on. It's like, I'm noticing that there's not really like a butt ton of negativity around the game. And I don't know, man. That's good. That's a really good thing. I think we have some good energy we're cultivating here. All right, we'll go to the traveling merchant last. Let's go take care of all the other stuff we have to take care of first. So watering can at Clint's. Oh, let me go grab those geodes really quick. And then let's make sure we take the mine carts. For some reason, I keep forgetting that the mine carts exist for some reason. In a weird way. Why is my recycling machine going in there? Let me grab this back. We're selling all this except for 2 pumpkins. Let me grab my wood again. I'm just trying to get as much coal going, because we are kind of unfortunately hurting for coal a little bit. So I'm trying to get as much coal going as possible. I forgot the geodes. Literally Space Cadet to the maximum. Boom, 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 boom. Drop off this coal. Drop off these bombs. Go, 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 go. And then if we use the train station, we're fine. Plus we can drink a cup of coffee and we're chilling. What's up, Mongrel? I'm kind of there with you, Bubbles. I am starting to get weirdly excited about Pokopia to the point to where like it is hard to think about other stuff a little bit. I'm right there with you on that. I can relate to that. All right, upgrade tools. Golden watering can is going to really make a difference in our journey. And then let's go ahead and drop off these geodes. Now I do want to kind of crack open some of these geodes, but my inventory is such a nightmare right now. Let's quickly switch to mouse mode and fix it. Just real quick. And then let's go ahead and crack open some geodes. Let's just do a handful of geodes because the time doesn't move while you're doing this. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like that big of a deal. We could get a prismatic shard from this. So this is really important. Oh, a new Lego Batman video dropped. When's that game come out? It got delayed from May to November. Yeah. What's up, Minty Mont? Speaking of Minty, you were the first person I thought of when I got asked if I was having a Minty day. I almost replied, I don't know, I haven't seen Minty yet. But here they are. So, carry on, Minty, carry on. Well, I got 2 boxes for the price of 1. Ooh, a farm totem. Hey, what's up, Lunar? Mixed seeds, which we're going to go plant right now, and some coffee. All right, not a bad deal so far. So this is what we do. We drop everything off in here that we aren't keeping. Minty sandwich, minty, minty sandwich. Minty sandwich, minty, minty sandwich. All right, drop this stuff off. And then let's go ahead and do a couple more geodes. Let's grab our frozen ones. May 29th. Now your day is truly minty. H does browse. All right, see what else we're grabbing. Boom, jump in here real quick. Again, just drop it all off. Grab ourselves some lava geodes as well. Now, you can only get a prismatic shard from omnis, so everything lower than omni is only useful for filling out the museum or getting like very specific materials for like your fish pond. It is important to pay attention to what you can get out of geodes though. Pause.
Boop EOE 52 months of being
Hey,
sad.
no boops.
Hope your anniversary is going well. This is making me want to play a new save of Stardew Valley lol.
Lol. So it is important to pay attention. What's up, Raiders? So if you didn't know, every geode has its own like set of items that can appear in it. Starting from the very first geodes all the way to Omni. Omni can pretty much get anything in the game. That's not necessarily useful though, because what if you're looking for like a specific item? It might be better for you to go to a lower geode. Let's say you're looking for a specific item that you know comes out of a regular geode. You might want to go and open up those because Omni's geode table is like massive and you can pretty much get everything out of an Omni. Does that make sense? So it's like a fun little strategy and it's something that's worth thinking about. So if you are looking to min-max this game, definitely consider the geode stuff that we're talking about here. Wait, what else are we doing? We got our stuff upgraded. We're going to Jojamart. Yo, what's up? What's up? How was Coral Island today? Well, a bit tight on money. Otherwise, I'd buy Resident Evil 9 in an instant. I respect that. All right, while we're here, we'll buy some pumpkin seeds as well. All right, next up, let's go ahead and get our greenhouse unlocked. And we can start ancient fruit seeds. Hello! And we just got the seed maker. Hello! We need an amaranth here because of a quest. So let's grab one of those. And then let's just get a bunch more pumpkins here. Yeah, just in time for planting pumpkins till the end of the season. So let's get another 100 pumpkins just to make sure our cash flow is staying consistent. We don't need to plant more than 100 though, because I'm kind of enjoying having a breath in this save file. So even though I feel kind of like I shouldn't be leaving 17,000 gold in my pockets, one of the reasons why I'm doing that is right here. Bookseller day. Now I'm gonna get another cranberry harvest by then, so it doesn't really matter, but it would be really nice to just bulk purchase all of the books that I need, and I'm probably gonna do that. So Sandy's birthday's next, and the Stardew Valley fair's on the horizon, and we're gonna lose the first year's fair because I'm probably not even gonna go. I will go, but I don't care about winning the first year's fair really. We might be able to because we have ancient fruit, but we're probably not gonna win it. Let's go ahead and give Sandy a daffodil or a conch. We have one or other. We're going to have to make sure to go to the desert on tomorrow to make sure we reach Sandy's birthday. So let's make sure we don't miss that. All right, we spent all the money that I think we want to spend. Let's head back home and let's get this stuff planted. Well, we can't plant the pumpkin seeds because we gave up our unfortunately, we actually gave up our watering can, but we can still plant them and then they'll be good tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow they'll get watered on the 15th and then that's 13 days and we only need 13 days. So we're going to take another risk. I think we can go ahead and plant these pumpkin seeds and they'll get watered by the rain tomorrow. And we're not actually looking to plant them all anyways. I'm just trying to fill in the gaps in my field. So another kind of risky maneuver. I don't normally play this risky when it comes to planting seeds so close to the end of the season. Oh, some of these spots are already watered, so that's actually kind of nice. Neat. So never mind. These will all be fine. All right, nice. So there we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually increase the size of our field a little bit. All right, how do you make fiber seeds? Because we are going to need to make a lot of those for winter. Fiber seeds take mixed seeds, sap, and clay. I think we're going to start keeping our mixed seeds right now. And then we can make a ton of fiber seeds for next season. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start keeping our mixed seeds from here on out. Oh, do I have food on me? I do. Does the water and caffeine count? Don't forget to drink water. Thank you. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is like a waste of time. I don't need to be tilling all of this. Because I don't actually have a count on how big my field is. That's why I say that, because I'm like, do I really need to till all this? I might not have to. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Well, if that's not the most awkward field in existence, why 32? Why couldn't I have rounded it down to 30? Yikes. That sucks. I hate that. Anyways. That bothers my brain. I hate that. All right. Let's go and clear out our inventory and stuff. That would have made too much sense. Yeah, and it wouldn't be a highly in descent playthrough if we were out here making sense, right? We don't do a lot of that. We don't do a ton of that old making sense stuff around here. So I guess I'm just living up to my name. We don't do a ton of that around here. Making sense. What you think this is? Some bougie establishment? Y'all out here, you can afford to make sense? Drop off this stone. We'll just put this in here for now. We got 140 hardwood. We're doing pretty good on that front. Put the cheese away. All right, let's figure out where we're putting all of this stuff. I think we're going back here with the kegs for now. Until we get ourselves hooked up with a shed here. Now we get a free shed on Frontier Farm. We do get a free shed on Frontier Farm, so. All right, we officially have entered keg era. We are officially entering keg era, and pretty strong, mind you, with a solid 9 kegs to start things off, which feels pretty good. So what are we gonna start cooking in those kegs here? We should probably put a chest up there, but look how much stuff we have to cook in here. We're gonna sell this raw. We're going to sell these raw. Anything that's Silver Star, we don't really need to be keeping Silver Star stuff. And Gold Star, because we could sell that stuff raw, because it doesn't make a difference when you put it in a keg. We're kegging, so we can sell this stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Get ourselves a couple extra bucks. And then let's take a look here. What are we going to start juicing first? And we can really start anywhere with our juice. So Let's go ahead and start juicing our persimmons. We're not juicing. I guess we're whining, but I know I do plenty of that on stream, so I don't really want to refer to that term, you know, in my video game. I think I do plenty of whining on stream. All right, let's put this stuff back here. And let's move our giant Junimo plush here. And let's put our seed maker here and our worm bin here. And how am I making... I don't actually like this setup at all. I hate this. So let's just put the seed maker right here. So I can walk through here. Okay, perfect. All right, where have we been collecting trash? All right, we'll start getting the trash processed. And we don't have good luck today, so we don't want to seed make today until we get good luck. Remember, luck does affect seed maker. I believe that's all been confirmed. And then what are we putting in the butter churner? Just milk, right? Sorry, I've been missing some messages in the chat here. Thank you, Rock Socks, for 52 months, by the way. How you doing, by the way, Rock Socks? I did enjoy your comment. All right, I think we're just doing milk in the... Yep, milk in the butter. We should probably put the cheese and the butter churn next to each other. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm just going to grab it now, even if I waste my stuff. That way we're not wasting too much of our valuable time. Then we can craft another charcoal kiln. Put that next to this one. And now we're tripled up here. And that's good. We do need as much coal as we can get. We forgot to go to the traveling merchant, which blows, but hey, that's all right. What's up, Melting Neon? You know, hopefully we didn't need anything from her. All right, we got 2 tappers, and I got to decide what we're going to tap. I think we want to tap more oak. We want more oak resin, but we could also use like some maple syrup and stuff. So here's another oak right here. Right, and then we could tap this for ferns, but I don't really think we need to do that. You know, I've never really cared about tapping the fern trees because they're not that big of a deal. Like, ferns are great, but you don't make like a ton of money off of them. So we are doing a tree farm, and we're totally going to be tapping ferns later. But we don't need to be tapping ferns right now. Yo, thank you, Gothic Plant Witch. Did you grow a rare seed? Yeah, we grew a handful of rare seeds. We grew a handful of rare seeds. Yeah. Well, 3 of them successfully grew, and we got more to grow later. Let me eat some food here. Yeah, what's up, Panda Breb? How are you today, dude? Mac Daddy's tuning in. It's nice to be able to finally clear my farm up a little bit, right? Finally cleaning up our farm, making stuff look presentable. I just think there's other priorities for me to tap before I go and I tap the ferns. So I'm just poking around my farm to see if there's any trees worth tapping around here. You know, we don't have any pine tar coming in, and we don't have any... We don't have any pine tar coming in right now, or maple syrup, and we really need to correct that. We really need to correct that for sure.
For celebration. Thanks for letting me hang out for so long.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate you, man. So let's actually do that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them unwatered. I have to. I didn't think about my order of operations. All right, maple seed, pine cone. Let's get 5 and 5. Let's grab all the mahogany seeds. Wonder, can I tap a fir and a birch? Do we have so much stuff we can do in this game now? Expanded is a lot, dude. All right, let's craft some pathing. I think we're going to do some late night organizing here. The cheapest pathing we have is gravel, but I have more wood, so we're going to do the wood pathing for now. and we're going to start doing a little bit of a mini orchard here. So what I need to do is I need to put paths around these trees so that seeds are not appearing. I don't want seeds to be appearing around these trees. So I'm trying to avoid seeds. So I'm going to be putting paths around my orchard to prevent this. To prevent the natural, like, seeding, because that's what happens. Trees have a % chance to naturally seed. So this is how our orchard's going to look in the future. It's going to be a lot of pathing with trees in between. And they're going to be a little bit more organized. That's the thing right now is, like, I'm not really organizing any of this stuff, but I will. All right, we need maple trees. This one might still grow with the scarecrow there, maybe. I probably shouldn't be planting these here. They're in my way of my path. That's what I meant by, like, this is going to be messy for a little while, but whatever, we'll deal with it for now. All right, it's almost time for bed. And then in the morning, since we don't have to water, we will come and tree fertilizer this stuff and get all these seeds growing. And we'll take advantage of the tree fertilizer big time. Get all this stuff growing later. All right, drop this in here. Put this in here for now. We still have this tapper left. Well, for now, let me just throw it up on here just to make sure we're using it. And we'll get into bed just in time. Let me just grab all this stuff out of here that belongs in the house. All right, let's cruise. And if we pass out in the house, it doesn't matter. You don't get punished, so. So you feel defeated when you pass out on the floor, but you don't get punished. So, you know, whatever. Yeah, as long as you make it into your house, you're fine. All right, made ourselves a couple extra $1,000 off our pumpkins, which is pretty sick. Oh yeah, you need to get the greenhouse to get Bobo. I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, because the raccoon runs away during that cutscene. All right, salmon dinner for sale. Welcome to Living Off the Land. We're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. Got any tappers? Crafty foragers known how to build them. You can attach them to the wild trees that grow all over. Maple trees yield maple syrup. Oak trees provide resin, and pine trees produce pine tar. Syrup's the most valuable, but all tree products have their uses. Thanks. All right, keep this stuff cooking. Always want to keep this stuff processed. Always be processing. Practice the ABCs. Always be processing. If you've been in a Hylian Descent stream, you know all about the freaking ABCs, dude. Always be crafting. ABPs. Always be processing. I don't know why I was saying C's. I sounded like an idiot there for a second, but that's all right. Because we're living off the land. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. All right. All right, kegs are cooking. All right, we need to grab our milks. Put those up here. And we have good luck today, so we're going to do some ancient seed Ancient seed stuff. Oh, and we need to start grabbing trash every day. So we're adding more to our daily list. So we can start processing trash here. Getting ourselves some free loot. All right, you could always keep a pair of glasses for Evelyn because Evelyn actually loves the glasses. She thinks they're hers. All right, ancient fruit being processed. And we got our first stack of butter, which is an artisan good. I'm assuming it's for cooking, but we might just end up selling it. All right. Let's go ahead and we have to go visit Sandy today. Let's check if we have any harvestables. I have some corn over here. All right, we have to go visit Sandy today for her birthday. So we're going to do that at 10 a.m., but I think I'm going to go to the Skull Caverns while I'm there. I think so. So, ooh, look at that. 3 ancient seeds. And so it begins. And so it begins. All right, we want us to go ahead and make a couple sprinklers for the greenhouse. Let's grab... We need a bunch, but we don't need a bunch right away. Let's just get 4. I believe 4 is how much you need for the first setup, right? Oh, the ancient seeds. My watering can will be ready tomorrow. Yeah. It'll be ready tomorrow. I guess the symbol is just telling you that it's in the shop. I don't know. Expanded, that confuses me too. That's a part of UI info suite, but... No, I don't think so, Gaming Raccoon. I think today is just going to be about the announcement of the marriage candidates. I do not personally believe we are getting anything more than that today. But Concerned Ape, whoa. Is this a lot bigger? Wait a second. The greenhouse is massive and expanded. What? Wow, and they made it clean. They made it so you don't have to play games, dude. It's clean, look. It's clean. It's perfect. Oh, it's clean, dude. Oh my gosh, what? Oh man, I am in heaven with this. All right, we won't be able to water today, but we can get these seeds planted. All right, we'll come back and do this later. I just wanted to get something moving. We have to get some chest in here, and we have to get some chest in there, and we have to get the seed maker in there. We'll do all that throughout the day today. All right, so let's grab the rest of the ancient fruit that we have so far. Let's make ourselves a quick chest, and let's grab the seed maker. All right, let's go in there real quick. And also, let me grab... Didn't I grab some straw... Do I have strawberry seeds? Did I purchase these? Do I have strawberries? I don't. Okay. Let's go put these strawberry seeds in the ground as well. Until we get all ancient fruit, strawberry seeds are fine to help out. All right, so... Put this here... Put this here, boom. Put this in here, easy peasy. Let's get to hoeing. We really should upgrade our hoe soon. No, I wanted to put ancient seeds here. Yikes, I misclicked my controller. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal, I'm just, whatever. Again, the strawberries are temporary. It takes forever for ancient seeds to grow. So the strawberries are like literally just temporary. We're going to be destroying them later. All right, one more ancient fruit going in. So it doesn't matter. I hate the way it looks, but it's fine. All right, let's just wait for this last seed to get made, and then we're going to get out of here. We're done for the day. Oh, it tells you how long. 10 minutes, it said. That's really nice. All right, we're ready. Ancient seeds. Ancient seeds in the greenhouse by the halfway point of fall isn't so bad. isn't so bad at all. That now we could have got him a little sooner. It would have been better to get him a little earlier. But we are not doing too bad at all here. Let's grab that daffodil for Babe here. My future wife, according to Concerned Apes announcement, in T-minus 2.5 hours. Let's go talk to my future wife real quick. And then we're going to come right back and we're going to work on our farm today. I don't like that I'm wasting so much time working on my farm, but I'm also having a lot of fun working on my farm. It's not the most min-maxy thing that I could be doing, so it bothers my brain, but I don't mind at all because I'm having fun. So I'm going to keep working on my farm. I want to start making my tree farm a reality. And I got inspired by doing a little bit of it yesterday in games, so I got a little inspired. Hey, Emily's here visiting. Hey, that happens. I got this gift for you. I hope you like it. Hi, Sandy. Oh, maybe she's visiting for her birthday. All right, got her. I didn't know that she visited Sandy. That's so cool. While we're here, couldn't we buy some seeds? We could. While we're here, we could get this stuff going. I'm good though. I don't need any of this vegan cone recipe. All right, let's get out of here. That's Vanilla. She's always here for Sandy's birthday. That's cool. I didn't know that. How cool is that? I had no idea. Sweet Paladin sword. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go work on our farm. I'm excited. I've been loving this. Epona's been wondering where you've been. I'm back. Don't worry, Epona. Don't worry, I'm back. All right. Let's go take care of our barn animals. And then why don't we go and quickly make our coop today? Let's get that going right now. So I'm going to just grab this stone real quick. I already have the wood on me. Let's quickly run up to Robin's right now, get our coop, and then we can go back to chilling on our farm. They're in a different part of the desert walking around during Sandy's birthday. That's so cool. You know, I might have known that the more that we talk about it, but maybe I just forgot. Because, I mean, I married Emily at one point, so you would think I would have known that, but maybe not. Go down here. Boom, boom, boom. What are you doing here, Louie? What are you doing here, Louie? All right, construct farm buildings. And our first coop is being made. We're giving ourselves just a little bit more work to do every day, but, you know, worthwhile work. Worthwhile. Dude, stop. Stop moving. A little bit more work to do every day, but it'll be worthwhile in the end. We'll put them right here. It's not so much work that we're drowning or anything, so I've definitely gave myself a harder time in the past. Louis is my dog's name, and we call him Louis sometimes. Aw. And then when we get ducks, they'll swim. You saw my goal. You saw what I was trying to do. Yeah. Also, is this some kind of like mega shortcut? Let's see. It is. It's a special geode cave. What? It's like you're on the mining farm, the mountaintop farm. It's like the mountaintop farm, and you just get like a little free cave, and it probably replenishes. Cool. Cool. Wow. Neat-a-rooney, dude. Neat-a-rooney. Very, very a neat-a-rooney. Yeah, isn't that cool? Sick. All right, let me go take care of my animals. It's like the bat cave. Dude, sick. All right, we need to go. but before the start of winter, we have to go and buy some heaters for the barns. And we need to put another chest inside here for winter as well. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, let's go drop this stuff off. Drop off our stone. We're not going to drop off our wood because we're still going to be cooking throughout the day. I prefer to sell these big milks, but I guess I'm not gonna because yeah, I'll sell the gold star. Everything else we're keeping. All right. You close the barn door and it rains, they like you more. Do, 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 do. I don't want my animals to like me. I want them to hate me. I want them to despise me. I want my animals to be disgusted in me. I'm just kidding. Huh? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's take our cheese and stuff out of here and put them in the artisan goods chest where they belong. Drop all this stuff off for now. Did you just collect butter? That is a part of expanded. Yep. Yeah, butter. I'm not even sure what it's for. I'm assuming there's some more cooking recipes. And that's likely what it's for, yeah? I'm assuming there's some more cooking recipes, and that's what we're going to be jamming on. All right, watering can is waiting till tomorrow. We got the greenhouse set up. Now let's go ahead and work on our farm. Like I've been wanting to do all day in game. I think we accomplished everything we wanted to accomplish. What did I do with the staircases I had? I thought I had like 100 of them. Did I get rid of them? Did I accidentally sell them or something? Not staircases. Wooden paneling for the floor. Did I accidentally sell them? I don't know what I did. Yo, what's up, Splicey? Hey. Thanks for being the streamer you are, and I hope you're enjoying the morning dew. Thank you. I am. Are you actually Bob Ross? Oh, I did get rid of him? Okay, thank you, Bell Bun. Thanks for at least so I'm not going crazy. Rip. That was an accident. All right, let's make some more wooden paths. All right, Sig. And then let's actually make some tree fert, but not a ton. 10 tree fert should do it. All right, we're actually going to completely move all of this stuff. Oh, I thought I could pick the seeds back up. I can. Not if they're grown onto tier 2. Okay. That makes sense. If they're already grown to tier 2. I don't mind wasting some of these though, so that's fine. It's for the greater good here. We're going to keep all of these up here. Eventually, we'll move these around. Eventually, we're going to actually cut these down and move them, but for now, we're not going to do that. I'm going to pick these back up again. Pick these back up again. And I'm going to pick these back up again. This one is growing, so we're going to leave it because it's a mahogany. And we're going to start the tree farm here. And we're going to start going all the way down. I just want to have a space between my farm. I don't think I plan on extending my farm in this direction anymore. All right, put that there, put that there, put that there, boom. And then let's fertilize some of these seeds. And we'll get those growing faster. And then we're going to go ahead and run paths through and around these trees to create a proper orchard. And here's a fun fact for you more novice Stardew Valleyers. pathing makes your character slightly faster. So if you thought that pathing was just an aesthetic thing, actually pathing is a way for you to get around your farm just a little faster. So it's actually super useful to do pathing early game before you get all of your movement speed buffs and your horse and all that stuff, because it makes navigating your farm just slightly faster. And you know, when it comes to micromanaging, slightly faster actually matters. You know, when you're trying to min-max, dude, it matters. Yeah, so like watch my character's movement speed. On pathing, it increases just very little. Look, watch. Can you see the difference? Here's me walking down the path normally. Here's me walking up the path. Look. Here's me walking down the path. Here's me walking up. It's a very subtle difference. It's hard to see it. If you don't see it, don't worry. You're not crazy. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's there. It exists. It's real. What's up, Mandy Roots? Sorry to hear you're having some trouble. You know, sometimes parents are gonna parent. I'm definitely not in a position to tell parents how to do their thing, but I can tell you to try your hardest not to take it personal. And if you have to, I think there's always room to voice, you know, maybe some opinion and be like, hey, you know, that's a tough conversation to navigate because humans are so different that, you know, I'm sure there are some circumstances where maybe speaking up isn't the best decision, but all right. And then we need to start planting fruit trees. This is eventually going to actually be fruit trees, I think, but we're going to start with regular trees over here because eventually we're going to be replacing all of these crops with fruit trees. That's the goal. We're doing a fruit tree farm. If you're wondering why I haven't purchased fruit trees yet and started the process, because it takes a while, it's because I'm still growing crops. Now, you can cut a fruit tree down to get a seed to replant it somewhere else. That's a feature of 1.6. You can actually cut down a fruit tree, and if it's fully grown, you get the seed back guaranteed. A fun little feature of 1.6, I believe. It might even have been as early as 1.5. So if you ever do want to try planting fruit trees and you plant one in the wrong position on your farm, don't stress. You could actually cut it down and regrow it. And while it still takes that full season to regrow, it could be worth it to reposition. Yo, thank you, Stevie, for the gifted over to Mandy Roots. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you for that, dude. Thanks for taking care of Mandy Roots. Hopefully that makes you feel a little bit better, dude. Sometimes a gifted sub can make a difference in your day, which is kind of cool. All right, here we go. We're clearing up our farm. We're clearing up our farm one day at a time, dude. There's so much to clear up. So all these trees here I could be tapping, but I'm cutting them all down. And I really should be like keeping some of these trees up to tap, but I don't really care that much. I think that I'm going to regret. I do feel like I'm going to regret not having maple syrup and pine tar in abundance from my early game. I do think that I'm making a little bit of a mistake not getting those trees tapped ASAP, because they are really important, but we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll find a way to buy it. I think you can buy maple syrup from the Bear in the Woods in Cindersnap Forest. And so I think that's the reason why, right? But not pine. I don't think you can purchase pine anywhere. So now we do have oak resin going. We do have, I think, 4 trees of oak going. So like we're not too far gone. Right? We're not too far gone. We do have some oak tapped, so we're kind of there, but You know what's really slowing down my tapping is it was the copper cost. The copper cost was slowing me down for a little bit. And I pushed it off for a while, and now I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have pushed it off. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna super quick this evening make a couple tappers, and we're gonna go tap it right now. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make 2 tappers, and we're gonna get these tappers on a maple tree and a pine tree in my forest real quick, because I know I'm sure I have a pine tree over here somewhere. Now, passing out on my farm feels like a silly thing to let happen, but whatever. All right. You know what? I can't even reach these trees, so now I feel even stupider. So I'm gonna try to get into the barn and pass out there. I think I'm safe if I pass out in the barn. I think we're good. We're sleeping with the cows tonight, baby. We're sleeping with the cows. I can't believe I sold these. What do I need to do before winter? Not much. They changed the game. So my biggest recommendation for winter is to make sure you have some animal fodder stock ready to go. So you'd probably want to have a silo built. But nowadays you don't even necessarily get punished for not having your silo built because your grass doesn't die when winter starts. However, here's the thing. Grass does stop growing during winter. So if you don't have enough stock readily available, you could struggle with your animals. All right, what do you want, Evelyn? I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for a conversation. I'm not in the mood to deal with her talk today. Okay, thank you. Move on. Get off my farm. I'm trying to work. Let's go. A little too late, Evelyn. I got the greenhouse already. I don't need these garden pots. Oh, nope. I got charged $1,000 anyways. Falling asleep in the barn still charged me. Wow. That's so whack. I didn't think that's how that worked. I guess you need a bed in the barn to not count. I thought you could go to sleep in the barn, but I guess you have to go to sleep in a bed, I guess. Weak sauce. The cows robbed you. Apparently the cows robbed me blind. All right, what else do I need on me? I'm trying to learn my new routine with all this stuff I'm adding to my daily routine here. I need to go grab my golden watering can. Yo, Ron, that's rough, dude. We've all been there, though. Don't worry, man. That's a hard one to plan for. That's a super difficult one to plan for, so. All right, if I walk up to this, it'll tell me how long I have until it's done. Look, 4 hours, 19 hours, or 4 days, 19 hours. Isn't that nice? Isn't that so nice that it tells you if you walk up to it? 20 minutes. Look, isn't that so nice? Talk about quality of life, dude. All right, let's go take care of our cows, and then we'll go and get our watering can. We'll come back, we'll take care of our field with our new watering can, and then we are going to continue working on our farm, I think. I'm just having a lot of fun here. And we have so many good passive incomes. While we should be trying to get into the Skull Caverns and get that going, it's not like a big priority because we have winter on the horizon. So it's like, whatever. You know. All right, chicken coops being built. Do. Flint opens up at 9, so we have a little bit of time to kill. But we could also go... Yeah, no, we're good. Flint opens up at 9. We'll probably end up All right, drop this off in here. All right, we'll just head over to Clint's now and wait outside of his door like heathens. Oh, there's an event today. We might not actually even be able to go visit Clint. Let's see. Okay, so we can't get our watering can and we can't water our crops because we didn't think about the fucking event. We just got screwed. Yeah, we just got screwed by the holiday massively. I did not plan for that. So we lost about 80 pumpkins are going to die at the end of the season. So we'll lose a couple $1,000. Could be worse. I don't make those mistakes often when I play Stardew Valley. I'll be honest. I just didn't think about the fair. I was so excited to get my watering can upgraded. And I don't normally care about my watering can upgrade, but y'all have been inspiring me to like get that going early. So I just don't normally play with this play style. We're kind of trying new stuff. And I don't normally focus on the watering can. I don't usually care. I'll just deal with the grind. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think we're going to lose about 80 pumpkins. Can you buy a new watering can? We can't do anything because it's an event. So everything's closed. All stores are closed. Everything's closed. So we just have to bite the bullet on this one. Speed grow won't work because you can only put speed grow in when it's still in seed form. I don't think you can do anything once it's already growing. Right? So you can only put fertilizer in a seed that's in seed form. Right? So I don't think I thought about speed grow though, but I don't think that's how Stardew works, right? Can I even craft that stuff? Let's go see. Oh, that's expensive. Oh no. Even if I could craft it, I literally can't. I don't have pine tar. I don't think I have bone fragments or oak resin. Ouch. That hurts. Dang. I've never been got by a holiday like this before. That's crazy. First time for everything, dude. Couple thousand hours into Stardew, man. All right, so what are we gonna do instead? So we don't have to go to the fair until 2 p.m., right? So we can spend some time on the farm beforehand. So let's go and try to get some tappers up on some trees here. Yeah. That's brutal. Yeah, we got screwed. Oh, that's changed. Oh, really? So I can fertilize. You know, we just had this talk the other day, didn't we? Thank you, Chad. I keep forgetting, dude. That's a change. That was a big 1.6 change. Being able to fertilize a crop after its seed mode is massive. That's actually a huge change. I forgot about that. Dang, I'm pretty sad. Do 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 do. Dang, I am so disappointed in myself. Just didn't think about the holiday. I didn't think it would stop me at all. Man, rough beans. That's a blow, dude. That's like a couple $1,000s. Like, could somebody do the math? What do pumpkin seeds cost? Let's look them up real quick. You can't see here. I think it's just about 80 seeds we lost. So it was a couple $1,000. It might be pushing almost 10K, right? Oh, dang. I haven't thrown away 10K. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot to lose. It's not a big deal. It doesn't change what we're doing, by the way. Like, I'm making a big deal out of it. It actually doesn't change anything. We're fine. Like, we're not broke. We're fine. We have more money than we need to spend right now. Like, everything's okay, but my soul hurts because I'm a min-maxer, dude. I can't believe... Like, I'm a pretty casual min-maxer, but I'm a min-maxer, dude. I can't believe I didn't think about that. I'm shocked. How did a holiday do this? Because all the stores are closed on holidays, so you can't get your watering can back from Clint. Because basically, Clint's a clunt, and he doesn't work on holidays, even when it's just handing me the watering can that he already worked on. This is all Clint's fault, and we all know it. You know, I'm just trying to be nice to the guy. So, like, you know, whatever. And that's why he's single. Yep. And that's why nobody likes him. Because he doesn't do exactly what I want him to do at all times. What an idiot. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We have this stupid fair to go to. We're going to lose the fair, right? So what do we do here? So we need to bring a diamond. We need to bring a fruit. We do not... Oh, we can bring the golden carrot. So we have a vegetable. All right, maybe we have a chance. All right, what next? Fruit, vegetable, mineral. Artisan good. Gold cheese. Okay, 4. What else? Fish. Rainbow trout. Gold rainbow trout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do I need? 9? What next? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could bring the birthday cake for cooking. Yes. That's actually a nice pickup for such early game. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Flowers. Okay, good call. Forage. We don't have forage yet. You're right. All right, I have a gold star forage. It's a hazelnut. It's worth slightly more than the mushroom, but the purple mushroom's worth way more. So we have the purple mushroom for forage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 2 more categories. Flower. I sold all of my star sunflowers, and I sold all the star fairy roses. Oh, definitely dropping the ball today. What a goon, dude. Am I even playing Stardew Valley? All right, I guess we're going to bring the fairy rose. It'll still be nice. I have a silver star flower. Yeah, but it's all about the value, and it's nowhere near worth as much as the fairy rose, right? It's all about the money value, and I'm basing it off of my mod that's telling me how much money it's worth. Right? If I understand how this works, it's 100%. Oh, I do have a star. Thank you. All right, never mind. Shut up, Hylian. Shut your freaking trap and listen to the chat, or else we're gonna revolt. All right, I understand. I'll shut up. Actually, my 4-leaf clover is worth more than the gold star mushroom, so we're gonna bring that instead. All right, we need one more thing. Is a bar really worth bringing? The battery pack is worth more. I bring the battery pack, not the bar, because I don't have an iridium bar, but I have the battery pack is worth 500. Yeah, we bring the battery pack. Oh, I already have the diamond. Does that count as a resource? So the diamond's a mineral. The battery pack is a resource. Those are separate categories, right? Am I good? I should be good. I should be good, right? So we got mineral, fruit, vegetable, artisan, fish, cooking, forage, flower, resource. Resource isn't a category? What? So then iridium bars wouldn't be good either, right? All right, so we're back to the drawing board. So I usually double up on the last category. I think that's what we usually do. We usually double up on the last category. So what category is worth doubling up on? Something that I have another gold in, right? I usually double up on the last category. I'm starting to remember how this works. I'm gonna bring some honey. Let's go. Where's my horse? Too bad my wine wasn't ready, right? Instead, you all just got to hear me whine about the fact that I'm wasting 80 pumpkins. Did anybody do the math for me? How much money did I lose? Here, they're worth 100 G each. So what I lose 100 times 80. So what I lost 8,000 gold. Wow. 8K down the drain. Oh, I didn't have animal products. That's too bad.
Hi there. Thank you for another great month. H-Day cheers, H-Day wave, H-Day bless.
All right. Let's, look at this is bugging out. Look at my screen's bugging. Look. Expanded mod is tripping out. Anyways. What's up, Burl Chaw World? How you doing today? Casino Roy with the 53. Yeah, I was talking about seed price strictly. I wasn't even talking about what I lost in actual profits. Yeah, no, dude, I wasn't even, no, you're right. I was only talking about what I lost in seed. Because like losing potential profits is fine. That's basically as if I didn't plant it at all. But I think losing, what I actually lost was 8,000. All right, let's talk to everybody in town so that we can get friendship points. Yeah. Potential profits are one thing, but I for sure lost 8K in seeds. Again, it's all right. It's not the end of the world, but it's probably the most I've ever lost in Stardew and wasn't able to restart the day to fix the problem. That's the thing, because I couldn't restart the day. If I could have restarted the day, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But it was 2 days ago that I made that decision in game. That's the problem. I made that decision 2 days ago. I couldn't restart. Yo, thank you, Bree Dreamer, man. Thank you for the 6-month wish. That's right. This is my today is my 6th year. I said month. 6-year Twitch partner anniversary. 6-year Twitch partner anniversary. And it's actually Stardew Valley's birthday. Today as well. How about that? Years of Stardew Valley. That's where time management comes in. Yeah, that's where I pushed myself into a little bit of an uncomfortable space because, again, I don't normally go for the watering can upgrades in the first year. I know this sounds ridiculous, but y'all need to know that normally the way that I play this game is I don't go for the watering can upgrades until winter. And I just stick it out. But I was interested in challenging myself to try something new. You know, I'm like, you know what? I should be going for these micro min-maxy watering can upgrades that are really important and they're going to make my life so much easier. And so I was trying this like kind of new approach, like a more official min-maxy approach, getting those upgrades in those little teeny windows of time. And because it's such a new style of gameplay for me, I didn't consider the holiday. Yeah, I'm a very peculiar Stardew Valleyer. Like the way I play Stardew is very different. So that's why I wanted to explain that, because I don't think like most people don't play Stardew the way that I play Stardew. So I usually have enough sprinklers to carry the weight by fall. And that's what we did this time as well. That's why the worst part about this is I didn't need the upgrade. I just decided to go for it for funsies. You know, I didn't need it. I was just like, sure, why not? And all right, let's go ahead and have Pierre do the test so we can get our points and we can buy some stuff. All right, we got to wait for Pierre to do his walk. No, the announcement video releases in 1 hour and 54 minutes, down and 37 seconds, 36 seconds, 35 seconds. Who's counting? Not me. I'm. Yeah, I'll try to go for the copper upgrade in year 1, spring. But that's the highest I usually go. I'm right there with you, Moxie. I'll go for that copper can upgrade, but that's usually the highest I'll go in that first like round. And then from there, I'll chill out until the end of the year. I will get the copper because the copper is pretty easy to get because there's a lot of rainy days in spring. But also, can the OG Stardew Valley heads in the chat remind me of something? You used to not be able to get your watering can in one day, right? Or like, that was like a tech that was discovered later. Like in the early days of Stardew Valley, we weren't doing that tech. I don't know if we just didn't discover it or if it was changed, but I want to make it clear, I've been playing Stardew for a decade, so the strategy has changed. Like, that's a new wave strategy. Upgrading your watering can in the little window of a rainy day is a very new wave strategy. That's like only the past couple years of Stardew. That's very much not something I was doing in my first years of playing the game. And I think that has something to do with it as well. Because like, I'm not used to this strategy. It's not like I was just ignoring this sick strategy. That strategy wasn't even in the game until like 1.5. If that, like, that's very new, dude. I think that was a 1.5 upgrade. All right, let's go see if I won. Wow, I won. Wow, I won. Wow, I won, dude. Really? What tipped me over? Was it the golden carrot? What tipped me into victory there? Was it the ancient fruit? Was it the cake? I don't know, dude. I was not expecting to win. All right, let's go gamble all of our points away. We're going in big. Let's see what happens. 500. Frick. All right, orange again. 250. I think orange has like a slightly higher percent chance to win, right? Or is it green? Am I forgetting how this works? What's the percent? What's the higher percent chance? It's green. Ah, yeah, thank you. Thanks for saving me, chat. Green has like a slightly higher percent chance to win by like a quarter or something, like a quarter of a percent. So you just, no matter what, if you just keep guessing, you're likely to keep winning if you just keep choosing green. But there is a chance you just keep losing. You made all your points fishing? You're better than I am, Bell Bun. I just sit here and gamble. You're better than I am. I just sit here and gamble, dude. Yeah, 75% chance on green, yeah. Yeah, green all day. All right, we're back up to 1,002 points. We're putting 500 back in again. All right, we better not lose this. Oh, stop it, game. Why do you hate me so much? All right, back to the drawing board, 250. Come on, dude. Wow, we almost lost that as well. House always wins, dude. All right, 500, let's go. All right. All right, we're going in. 1,000. Give me my win. Let's go. Got it. GG's. All right. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. All right, we'll get the rare crow next year. I don't need it right away. We're doing all the rare crow stuff in year 2. We're just here for the star drop and we're getting out of here. Now, I'll go ahead and keep gambling my last few points, and if I get lucky enough, I'll buy everything. But I just want to make it clear that this is all I actually need right now. I can do the rare crow next year. It's fine. But let's keep gambling here. Green, 252. We're going all in. Let's go. Oh. And that's the end of our run. Looks like we're buying the rare crow next year. Peace, nerds. Yo, L Rob. What up, dude? What about the furniture catalog? Sure, we'll grab that eventually as well. It's not a priority, but yeah, sure. Yeah, I love that item. All right, our horse is unfortunately stuck in the void. So we're just going to walk over here and do a little bit of clearing up some trees and seeing if we can... We have so much real estate for tree farming. I just realized something, chat room. Dude, we can just put our tree farm over here. We have so much real estate. Yeah, I just realized our tree farm doesn't have to be where I put it. I'm going to end up cutting that tree farm down. We're going to use all of this real estate over here for the tree farm. And then we'll just have our crops outside of our house. But here's the thing. I don't even know if I'm keeping my house there. So we're getting ahead of ourselves because I don't actually know where I'm going to put my house. Let's go take a look at another picture of the farm. Hold on. I have it on my computer, and then I'm also going to play a video for y'all. Give me just a second. Let me go to screenshots. Wait, where do you find your screenshots for Steam again? Where do I find my screenshots for Stardew? They're not in the common folder? They're not in here? Saves, backups. What the frick? I don't remember where to find it. Where do you find your screenshots that you take in game? There's an open folder button, isn't there? Let me see. Bingo bongo, got it. It's in Stardew Valley roaming. It's in my app data. Ah. All right, so for those that haven't seen this farm, let me go ahead and show you the real deal here. Look, this is the Frontier Farm. And yes, it is massive. So this was taken in summer when we did our blueberries, right? So let me just show you. This is where, like, you guys have seen most of my gameplay here. But if we go up here, we can unlock the greenhouse, which we just did, and we cleared all this up. And my mushroom cave is right behind this tree up top, right next to the waterfall. Now, down here, you've seen me clear up this patch right here for the chickens, and this whole path here is all cleared up. All right, and then here is where my cows are right now. I'm trying to give you guys context. Everything else is over here untouched. Think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second. And then we go up here, and I'm just starting to clear this area right here up. So you see, we can straight up just have our tree farm be the whole rest of the farm. Like, I literally am going to have my tree farm be everything here, and everything here, I believe. Welcome to our tree farm. Now, I don't know where I want to put my house, and I wonder if I can move Grandpa's old shed. Also, there's a money tree. What? Why is there a money tree? What the hell is going on here? So yeah, this is a part of Expanded. You get Grandpa's old shed. You get free shed/greenhouse on Grandpa's farm. There's a little patch of dirt in there. You can grow stuff. It's like a free shed. It's really nice. So yeah, I knew about this because this same shed is on Grandpa's farm. Grandpa's farm has the same exact mechanic. So I did already know about this. The money tree is not normal. It's expanded edition. At least not that I know of. All right, so I'm going to move my house. Where are we going to put our house at? And we can also move our greenhouse. I think this is what we're going to do. I think I'm going to move my house where the greenhouse is. Yep, I'm going to live on this beautiful mountain right here. The center of everything, basically. And then we're going to move the greenhouse down here to the farm. And then this will be our farm for crops. Right here. This is just our crop farm. And then everything else is good. This is going to be animals. And then everything over here is going to be our tree farm, I think is how we're going to handle this save file. The funny thing is that we haven't found Grandpa's shrine yet. And I don't see it anywhere. It might be hidden, which is cool if it is. You don't have to spoil that one. Because it's different than Grandpa's farm. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. I can see it. It's right here. Okay, it's hidden. It's well hidden. Nice. Yeah, this is a screenshot. You could take a screenshot and then you get a nice zoomed out photo of your farm. And then I'm just on my computer zooming in. Isn't this nice? All right. And then I have something else I want to play for y'all. Hopefully it still works. Let's see what this is. So this is Concerned Ape playing Dire Dire Docks on a steel drum band. Let's check it out. Today's not just Stardew Valley's birthday. Today might as well as be Concerned Ape Day. So everyone, I hope you're ready to get wide. We should have played this yesterday. There he is. There he is. I just saw him. I saw the side of his head. He's so dreamy. There he is. That's him. He loves his freaking jacket. He wears this jacket all the time. He loves that jacket. Yo, what up, Allie Bobally? Thank you for the congratulations, Allie. Good morning, Kate Zilla, by the way. I wanna see those stretched out emotes all up in the Twitch chat. So come on, where you at? Concerned 8 plays Wide Wednesday. Look at this old guy getting it. Isn't this cool? Dude, Concerned Ape's such a legend. This man is too pure for this earth. Isn't dude such a legend, dude? Boom, bow, now, now. Wanna see some wide emotes? WIDE, we ain't saying a color. We're talking about white people happy. Dude, I'm about to download this video and I'm about to play this for Wide Wednesdays from here on out. This is our new... No, stop it. This is our new Wide Wednesdays song. Yeah. Can you share the link? Sure. It's in the Discord as well. Thank you, Floral Escapes. Thank you, Lindsay. Do 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 do. I like how this guy has his labeled, so he has a good understanding of what notes he's playing. That's really cool. That's a really nice little like quality of life for somebody who's not as hip, right? Dun, 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 dun. Look at this guy getting it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this guy's getting it. If that's the flute man. That's the flute man of the salt shaker equipment. There he is. Look, dude. That's the flute guy of the salt shaker instrument, dude. Yeah, watch him get in it, dude. He's going in. Flute guy incarnate. Shaker guy incarnate, dude. I think I posted this and you liked it. TikTok always says when Hylian likes your repost. I probably did, yeah. I'm not logged in here, so. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, homie's in a steel drum band. This is how he spends his free time. And then he goes back to making dope video games for us. Is Concerned Ape single? You think you would want to go on a date with me? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if he's a taken man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just a friend date, just a bro date, you know? Nothing weird. I don't know why I asked if he was single, but you know, just a bro date. We're trying to get our bro date on. I'm also invested in that answer. He has a partner. How many years do we think she has left on this earth? Because I'll wait. He's worth waiting for. I'm just kidding. I'll wait. I'll wait. That's awful. I know. I'm kidding. Ooh, look at this, everybody. Take a look at this. Stardew Valley 10th anniversary merch is up on the Yeetie website. Oh, we got merch. We also have merch of my own, and we can talk about that after. But you can get yourself a super sexy Junimo sweater You can get yourself the Stardew Valley original soundtrack cassette tape. I actually got this for my girl, but it's a golden cassette tape. And I gifted it to them, and they have it on their shelf. I think it's golden. It's real special because they're a big fan of Stardew. So this one's purple, though. This one's different than the one I got originally. But it works. It's a real cassette tape that plays real music. It's really cool. Look at this one. Bobo. Look at this Bobo shirt. Dude, shut your mouth. Look at the Bobo. This is amazing. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't dox myself before I pull it up. Sometimes these websites just randomly know where I live and they're like, do you want us to ship to doxing highly in descent? And I'm like, ugh, trying to like hide my screen. All right, here we go. Take a look at this. Your new neighbors seem to be thriving. Oh, it's so cute. I need this. It's not even a t-shirt. It's an art print. It's not a shirt. It's an art print. I'm buying this right now. I need this. I need this in my house, I think. I might buy this right now. Oh my God, there's a hat. Oh my God, there's a Junimo hat. Oh my God. I need this right now, dude. Shut up, dude. Hold on, let's see, is there more in here? There's some sort of really cool, like, display. Like, look at this. This is like a standee of Willy and his fish shack in winter. And then there's the classic stuff. Like, see, I bought this shirt. I own this shirt. Well, I used to own this shirt, and it was my Rob Boss the Villain shirt when I did my exclamation point Rob rap back in 2019. However, this shirt has been commandeered by my lady friend, and now she officially owns it. I don't. It's hers. It also probably doesn't fit my wide self at the moment anyways, because I bought this when I was 2 sizes smaller. So she kind of can have it because I don't think I'm wearing it anytime soon. But I did tell her that when I get my weight off of me and I thin up, I will be stealing the shirt back from her. I told her, I'm like, I'm coming back for that shirt. But for now, you can have it. You can. It's such a sick design, and it's perfect because Rob Boss the Villain had a skull shirt on. The cookbook's in here, the official cookbook from Concerned Ape. There's actually an official cookbook, and it's actually sitting right next to me because we actually are going to be doing something pretty fun with this cookbook. So why don't we go ahead and pivot into that here at the end of our day in game? Let's do that. All right, hold on. Let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing with this cookbook today. Cool, thanks for posting this over in the mod chat, Duel Master D. I'm gonna go ahead and post the link for all of you, and you can go check out the merch yourself. And yeah, let's go ahead and finish up this day in game here real quick. All right, we're gonna throw a tapper here, and we're gonna throw a tapper. I need a tapper on a maple tree here. Got it. All right, that's all I wanted to do. We just gotta get those tappers rolling. We need this stuff, even if it's just one. We need this stuff so bad. What about your merch? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. So if you haven't heard, we have our first brand new piece of merch in over 2 years at exclamation point merch right now. I present to you, if you haven't seen the first line of Highly in Descent merch in over 2 years of brand new merch. I have been trying to get this together for years. I've been struggling. I was gonna do it all myself, and then I failed to find a supplier that met my needs. Then I tried to move away from one company, and then I moved back to them, and Tantrum wonderfully welcomed me back with open arms. And either way, I still have a lot of things I want to accomplish with merch, and this is a great step in the right direction. I present to you our new Nook is a Crook line. You can get yourself a brand new Nook is a Crook shirt. You can also get hoodies. You can also get different colors. There's also notebooks for you journalers who maybe haven't picked up a new journal this year. And then we have smaller mugs, and then we have larger mugs as well for those that like a deep cup of coffee. And here's the best part. All of this stuff is available right now here, as well alongside all of my original stuff. And yeah, Mighty Owl, we literally just showed off the Fan Gamer merch on the channel for the past 10 minutes. We literally just showed it off. So I'm assuming you stepped away from the show, but we literally just transitioned from showing that off. So we have, we still have our aprons, and we still have our cutting boards and our utensils, and we still have all of our cutting. We have all of our mugs and the Tangy Evil merch as well as the HGG Paradise stuff as well. So all of my original, merch is available here alongside with our newest design. All right, so there you guys go. And I was trying to do an ad for my merch, and then y'all are talking about other people's merch. All right, can you just let me do the ad for my merch for a second? Can we do that? Am I allowed to do that? Or, thanks. I was trying to do an ad for my merch. Y'all are in here. Oh, but what about this other company over here? Like, hold on a second. I was talking about my merch. Screw the ET or whatever. Holy heck. Nope. Yeah, apparently not. All right, what am I doing with this food? I'm putting it in here. Exclamation point merch if you want to check out my stuff. I was enjoying seeing your merch. I know. I'm just giving y'all a hard time because it was just, I just spent the time talking about Stardew Valley merch, and then I was like, okay, let me go ahead and advertise my new merch. And the chat's like, no, actually go look at more Stardew merch. And I'm like, okay, I guess, I know it's Stardew's birthday, but I guess I'm just chopped liver over here. All Nook is a Crook merch? Yeah, just for you, Town of. Just for you. Just for you, dude. Yo, thank you, Nug Isle, for sharing that link on the YouTube chat as well. All right. We're going to go ahead and pivot from our gameplay here briefly. I'm actually going to go back to the title screen here for a minute.
Okay, that's all the time I've got. I gotta get back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf.
On my Nintendo 3DS. All right, we'll throw up some coffee and chill, and we're gonna mix up what we're doing here just briefly. We'll get back to Stardew Valley gameplay here shortly. All right, and we're gonna talk about some fun stuff with our cookbook, and I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. And while we're at it, we're actually gonna go ahead and do some Stardew Valley trivia here together as a community. I think it's gonna be a blast. I'll be right back. All right, thank you very much. A quick little tinkle here. Oh, nice. All right, and the mods dropped the other website. I didn't realize that we were talking about different websites. I mean, clearly. And you're good, my dear. I was just giving you a hard time. Yeah, you're good, dude. You just have to understand the joke of it in my mind from my perspective. All right, everybody, check out this brand new merch. My first new merch in 2 years. Yo, everybody, what about this merch? And then I'm like laughing to myself because I'm like, okay, tell me you don't care about the merch that I'm presenting in less words is like the thought that I had for a second. I'm like, obviously my merch isn't as cool as Stardew merch. I know, I get it. I'm like, so just in the moment, I'm like, oh, okay, well, never mind. So yeah, here's the fan gamer stuff that they just released as well. This has like a little bit too much going on, but it's cute. I also should have checked before I pulled this up on the screen. Hopefully it's not doxing me. Ooh, the playing cards are something I can get behind. I've been looking for a pack of playing cards I think I have some Zelda Uno cards, but I don't have regular playing cards. I don't think we ended up purchasing them. This is actually really cute. I could get behind that. Festival of Seasons vinyl is actually super rad as well. So that's the first Stardew Valley concert. That's not the... I went and saw the Symphony of Seasons, right? I think the Festival of Seasons was the first tour.
Still just lurking for the most part, but just know I appreciate you and this community so much.
The Incognito Krobus plush. I think everything's good. Calico, yeah. I was just replying to you earlier about the Stardew Valley stuff. Yeah, I've been seeing your messages all day. Yeah, isn't this cute? Incognito Krobus. Everyone loves Krobus, so that's a really good idea for merch. Is there an original Krobus in here somewhere? No. Cool, man. Stardew's 10th anniversary. So how do we know if... Oh, it says it right here. Stardew 10th anniversary merch selection. Okay. I'm assuming some of this stuff has been here already and only some of it's new. I'm assuming.
And many more.
The ones that are labeled new are likely new ones. I didn't see anything labeled new, so I might have missed that. But yeah, maybe that might have been the case. Most of it was already existing. Yeah. Yo, Nisi Star, thank you for the 53 months. I appreciate that, Nisi's. Thank you sincerely. Is that Krobus dressed up as Mr. Q? I'm not sure. Oh, I forgot to get some water. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water and then we're gonna do this real quick. All right. Give me just a second here. Oh, dude, they have the gold cassette in here that I was talking about. Cool. That's super, super cool. Do 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 do. All right, I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have a little bit of fun, and we're gonna do a giveaway. And I wanted to do some merch giveaways today, so I think what we're gonna do here is let's go ahead and see if we can okay, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna give away a copy of the official Stardew Valley cookbook. All right, now I believe the ET ships internationally, so this should be an international giveaway. There might be some details that we have to iron out later. I'm not sure, but I think this should all be pretty chill. So exclamation point raffle in the chat if you would like a chance to win the Stardew Valley cookbook. I'm just going to be shipping it directly off the website to you. I'm going to just plug your address in, and I'm just going to ship it directly off the website to you. All right. All right, we're celebrating Stardew Valley's 10th birthday. If you're on YouTube, you are gonna have to jump over to the Twitch found in my Twitch in the description of the video. I apologize, I haven't figured out the logistics of YouTube giveaways yet. And while you're jumping back and forth, make sure you hit that like button as well. And we'll hook you up. So go ahead and get in here, and I wanted to do something fun with y'all. So if y'all are hanging out here for lunch, it's about lunch o'clock. We are going to do a little bit of trivia. So I found some really cool trivia here. It's a pretty old video. It's from 2 years ago, so I don't think it's going to include anything 1.6. Let's go ahead and do some trivia. Let's have some fun. And let's see. So there's going to be rules, everybody. And the way it's going to work is each question will show for 10 seconds before the answer is shown. And you want to guess the correct answer before the timer runs out. You get points for each correct answer. And there's 5 questions for each difficulty level. So we're going to do some community trivia today. And we're going to be doing 20 questions from easy to impossible, and we're gonna sit here and we're gonna test our mettle as Stardew Valley fans and see who can get the highest score in the chat. And the rules are simple. Don't be a cheater McCheaterson, dude. Don't be lame and look this stuff up. If you're gonna do that, don't play. Don't even type in the chat. Only answer in the chat if you truly are playing the game with us. Don't be a cheater McCheaterson. Let's actually have some fun, and I will pause the video for long enough that mobile and delayers out there, people who are on mobile delay, will have time to answer as well. All right, so without further ado, let's get our first question out of the way here. let's go ahead and do some Stardew Valley trivia today. All right, it's gonna be fun. Come and play with us. It's gonna be a blast. My only request is that you don't be a cheater. Don't look stuff up. You bunch of looker-uppers. All right. What is the name of the city in which Stardew Valley takes place? Starting off with an easy one. What is the name of the city that Stardew Valley takes place? Now, I'm not going to look at chat. I'm going to be playing by myself. You're going to have to add your own points up. Now, let me go back real quick and see how many points do we get per question. We get points for each correct answer, 5 questions. So it's 1 point for easy. So these are worth 1 point each. And the town, so it's the game Stardew Valley. You might want to say Stardew Valley, but I believe the answer is actually Pelican Town, because we live in Pelican Town, but Stardew Valley is like the area, and then Pelican Town is in Stardew Valley. So I think the answer here should be Pelican Town. Let's go. Pelican Town is the answer. 1 point for you, boy. Easy peasy. Bring on the next easy question. Let's go, baby. What store in Stardew Valley is a major corporation? Oh, okay. What do you think, we're babies? Or I know you said easy, but do you think we're just a bunch of big babies right now? What do you think this is, dude? What do you think this is? I'm just going to give myself the point right now. I'm just going to give myself the point. All right? Because you know, what do you think this is? You know, what do you think this is, dude? All right, we're going to let y'all get your answers in here. And while you guys are getting your answers in, I'm just going to go ahead and put music on for this. And let me quickly, yeah, we're just going to put music on and we'll mute the video because we're going to be pausing it. All right, and the answer officially, I'm going to be waiting about a minute between questions, is JojaMart. JojaMart it is. All right. All right. Most of y'all are at 2 points with me, but I read that the impossible questions are literally impossible. So we're going to find out together. All right, let's go. At what levels of each skill do you unlock a new trait or ability? Again, this is pretty common knowledge if you're not, you know, too new to the game. I know the answer. I'm going to give y'all a second to answer in the chat. I'm going to give y'all a second to answer in the chat, and then make sure you're stacking up your points. I believe the official answer here is 5 and 10. I believe we want 2 here. And if you didn't answer both, but you knew both in your mind, you might have got tricked a little bit. And I'm going to leave it up to you to decide if you think it's fair that you get a point for this. That's going to be up to you because, you know, you probably know. But the answer is technically 5 and 10. Or increments of 5, I think, is acceptable as well. All right, let's see. Survey says 5 and 10. All right, we're up 3 points. We're breezing through easy mode. We're breezing through easy mode. What is this item named? Okay, this guy thinks he's funny. Whoever made this trivia video, they think they got jokes. They think they got jokes. All right. The answer is obviously a hoe. And we have a raffle going for a Stardew Valley cookbook. We are giving away a copy of the Stardew Valley cookbook from the official website, and we're going to be shipping it directly to your house. All right, 4 points on the table. The answer is obviously a hoe. You could have maybe said something different. It kind of looks like an X, but it's 100% a hoe. So yeah, easy peasy. All right, final easy question for all of you. Final easy question. These seeds are what Mayor Lewis gives you at the start of the game. Kind of trying to play off of the fact that some of you might have forgotten what seeds you start with. This is not meant to be hard, though. These are the easy questions. But, you know, maybe throwing a bone to those of you that have played the game, but maybe you're not that far into the game. So I'm assuming most of us that have played the game are about to walk out of this with 5 points. All right, I'm going to give another 30 seconds here for those on delay. And let's go ahead and move in. And answer number 5 is, in fact, going to be parsnips. Parsnips are the default seeds you get from Lewis in vanilla Stardew Valley. Now, this is 2 years old, and maybe 1.6 changed that. I can't remember if you start with parsnips in the Meadowland farm. But either way, remember that this might not count 1.6. I don't think I've ever actually seen a parsnip. I have. It's kind of like a carrot, just not as cool looking, not as orange. So now, as we go into the more difficult questions, how many of you are at 5 points so far? Any fivers in the chat? Every answer from here is worth 2 points. So you could start to make up. If you lost a point, you could start to make up. All right, here we go. Round 2. Who is the hermit living just outside of town? Who is the hermit who lives just outside of town? I think I know the answer to this, but I can't help but wonder if they're talking about somebody else. Right? Like, there could be 2 answers to this, and now I'm like questioning myself. You know what I mean? Like, this is almost an unfair question. I guess my question here, while you guys are answering, is, does this one individual count as living outside of town, or are they talking about the other individual who technically for sure lives outside of town? And that's the thing I'm confused about. And now that I've had enough time to go by, I'm going to go ahead and say the answer to this is the wizard. I don't think the answer is Linus. I think it's the wizard. I think the wizard lives out of town, but I could be overthinking this. Let's find out. Frick, it is Linus. I overthought. I lost my first answer. We got scammed. I got scammed, dude. I didn't know for sure, man. And Linus technically kind of lives right around the town. He lives right by Robin. Come on, dude. Like, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Frick, dude. That's the outskirts. Oh, man. The wizard isn't really a hermit. Isn't he kind of a hermit? Isn't the wizard kind of a hermit, technically? I don't know. I would argue that the wizard's a hermit, but maybe he's not the only hermit. Anyways, all right. I lost that one. On to the next question. I lost my first 2 points. This game was the main influence for Stardew Valley's development. Ooh, easy peasy, Lemon Squeezy, a storied franchise, mind you. A storied franchise. A storied franchise. So Concerned Ape has actually said this directly in like an interview before. So like for the record, like Concerned Ape has actually said this in an interview, like directly. Like, so this isn't even just a guess. This is 100% Concerned Ape saying, this is what inspired me. Right? So like, just to be clear, this isn't a guess. This is for sure a fact in the universe of Stardew Valley. All right, here we go. Flipto says Halo. All right, survey says my answer is Harvest Moon. I'm going to give myself my 2 points right now. I'm going to give myself my 2 points right now. All right, next question. When you reach the lowest level of the mines, what do you receive? You know, we just did this on stream like yesterday. So this one is like insane timing. All right. My answer is the Skull Caverns key. All right. It's called the Skull Key. We'll accept Skull Caverns key as well. All right. On to question number 9. Things are starting to get a little bit more difficult. What is this item named? Now, this one's funny because you could actually mix this up. There's 2 items that are very similar and they're from the same season. And I know I mix them up all the time, but I do know what this is right here. But I do know what this is right here. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. All right. Yo, what's up, Icy? Good to see you over there today. Okay. Okay. Hopefully it's been long enough for the delay squad. And the answer, wait, I have to say my answer. It's Dandelion. Daffodil doesn't look like this. The one that you could mistake it up with is with Daffodil. If anybody mistook that for Daffodil, don't blame yourself. That one is a little teeny bit tricky. All right. Yeah, that's a little tricky. That one will get you. So, all right, I got my points for that. I missed one question so far. And the final medium question, which building is located closest to the blacksmith? This actually isn't hard for me because I spend a lot of time over there. I'm going to wait for y'all to answer. This one isn't too difficult for me. This one isn't too difficult for me. Just a heads up, while you're playing trivia with us, we're giving away a copy of Stardew Valley's cookbook. Somebody gifted me and I want to pay it forward. So if you want a chance to win a physical copy of this book, shout out to, I believe, was it Coco Winning who hooked me up with this? It was one of our Cocos. I believe it's Winning, but I didn't want to assume, but I decided to just say it. Either way, we're going to ship it directly to your house. You're just going to have to give me an address. So join exclamation point raffle. It wasn't Coco winning? Okay, it's our other Coco. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's our other Coco. They have a pink name. I just mix you two up because you're my two Cocos in my chat. I mix you guys up all the time. All right, and the answer is the museum, right? The museum is totally the answer here. Survey says I got my 2 points because I know I'm right about this. I know I ain't wrong. The museum, if you said library, that is also acceptable. Give yourself points. If you said library, you're 100% acceptable. Give yourself points. All right, I missed 2 there. How many of y'all have gotten every answer correct so far? I can't raise my hand anymore. I'm only at 13 points. I can't raise my hand anymore. Dag. All right, let's keep going, dude. Now it's time to get to the hard questions. Are y'all ready? I don't think we're ready for this. Now it's time to challenge. Who are the real Stardew Valleyers in the chat room? 3 points per question. Question number 1. In the quest, Pam is thirsty. What does Pam have a hankering for? Ooh, good question. I know the answer here. I'm going up to 16 points. I know the answer here because I ignore this quest for usually years because I never purchase the item needed for it ever. I always end up doing this quest in like year 2. What does Pam have a hankering for? All right, here we go. And the answer is pale ale. Yes, I could really use a pale ale. My throat is as dry as a bone desert. All right, easy peasy. Question number 1, not too hard. But I imagine if you're not a Stardew enthusiast, that could have been difficult. These are worth 3 points each. This item can be crafted with 1 oil, 1 vinegar, and 1 radish. Whoa! I don't know. I have an answer, but I think it's wrong. Whoa. Okay. I have an answer, but I think it's wrong. I'm gonna wait for y'all. This is starting to get good. This is starting to get good. All right. Hard question number 2. This is starting to get really fun. This is starting to get really fun, dude. All right, hold on. Let me just quickly do something really quick. All right, and then let me do something over here really quick as well. All right, I'm gonna say the answer. I originally was gonna say salad, and then I started thinking about it. It's so simple. It's a radish salad. Survey says, do I get my 3 points? Do I go to 19? Radish salad. Let's go. Listen, I did not have that at first, and then it came to me. And I thought about radish salads. It just came to me. Easy, but not as easy as some of these other questions here. Let's move on to the next question. Which season has the most festivals or events? This is pre 1.6. Do not count the desert festival in this. Pre 1.6, but the night market is still in the game at this point. I just want to throw that out there. Night market exists, Desert Festival does not exist. I just want to throw that out there. Now that you have that knowledge, what's the answer? I'm going to say the answer is... I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. Frick, I'm gonna say... Dude, I don't know. I can't think about all the festivals. I'm gonna say summer. Survey says it's not summer, is it? I think it's fall. I'm gonna say summer. I'm gonna stick with my guess. I don't know. This one got me. It's winter! No way! Because of the night market, dude. Because the winter festival, the night market, and the freaking ice fishing. I forgot about the ice fishing. The ice fishing. I forgot. I had Christmas and I had the night market in my mind. The night fishing, yo, dude, a lot of us dropped the ball there. A lot of us dropped the ball. Make sure you're scoring properly. That was question number 3. I'm still only at 19 right now. I'm not moving up to 22. Let's keep going. How many gravestones are in the town cemetery? You got me up right now. The only time I ever even pay attention to this cemetery is when Abigail has her quest. So there's like 1. Okay, I think I have an answer. I'm gonna wait and see if y'all. I'm gonna wait and see. I think I have an answer. I'm trying to avoid chat so that I can play and then you guys can play and we can just have fun. All right, my answer is going to be 3. My answer is 3. Here we go. It's 4, you son of a B word. I pictured the 3, but I missed the 1 right here. Oh, dude. We're tanking our score here. Oh my gosh. All right, here comes the final hard question, dude. Here we go. The glacier fish can be caught in what region and area of Stardew Valley? I know this. I should know this. It's one of the legendary fish, right? I should know this. I don't think it's the one in the mountains, but that's the one that my brain wants to say. So you catch 1 in the sewers, you catch 1 in the mountains, you catch 1 down south from your farm by the waterfall, you catch 1 in the ocean, and you catch 1 somewhere else. I want to say the glacier fish is the one to the south of your farm by the waterfall area. That's my final answer. The south of your farm by the waterfall area. Yeah, Cinder Snap. Thank you. Got it. 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 I'm saying waterfall because I'm thinking of 1.6 because there's a waterfall here in 1.6, but it's still the same idea. I'm giving my points for that because I'm thinking of 1.6 map, but I'm still thinking of the right fish. I'm still thinking of the right fish. I'm just thinking of the different map. So yeah, same idea. Same idea. Exactly. To the south of your farm, the only legendary fish you can catch in this area normally anyways. So like if as long as you said south of the farm or Cinder Snap Forest, I think you get points. I think as long as you said something like that, you should give yourself points because remembering the name of the forest is hard, right? So there you guys go. All right, now it's time for the impossible questions. Who is over 20 points right now? Who is over 20? I'm at 22 points. Who is over 20 right now? This is where we separate the adults from the children. The true Stardew Valley Titans will rise and shine today. How many items in total can be donated to the museum? No king clue. It's like 60 something. I have no clue. It's like 60 something, I think. But 60 something isn't an answer. So I don't know. I'm just gonna throw a guess out. I don't even think it's an even number. I don't even think it's an even number, but it might be. I think it's best to guess an even number because I think it's more likely it's an even number than like 71 or 63. You know what I mean? Like I think it's going to be 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. And I want to guess 60. But I don't think 60 is the answer. So do I go lower or above it? Do I go to 65? Do I go to 70? Or do I stay at 60? I'm not sure, but I don't think 60 is the answer. I think 60 might be the answer to get the rusty key. Maybe like 50. I'm mixing up what you need to get the rusty key and what you need to finish the museum. And there's like a 20 item gap between those things. That's what I'm mixing up. I'm gonna say 65 as my final answer. 65. $95. Am I even? I swear I've perfected this game twice. I swear I've perfected this game twice, dude. I swear. I swear I'm a real fan. I swear I'm a real fan, dude. I swear. How many points are each of these questions worth? Hold on. 4 points each, everybody. If you got that, 4 points each. Wow. Okay, I got destroyed. Question number 2. I got destroyed. Question number 2. What is the name on the tallest grave in the town cemetery? Dude, I think I've read that grave twice in like 3,000 hours of gameplay. Are you kidding me? I think I've read that grave twice, dude. Come on. What the frick, dude? What in tarnation? Am I really supposed to know this? Oh my gosh. I don't have a guess. I'm gonna take the fail here. I'm gonna wait for y'all and I'm gonna take the fail here. I'll wait another 30 or so. I'm gonna take the fail. I have no clue. The answer for the last one was 95. All right, here we go. Survey says Mona. Did anybody get it right? I'm gonna scroll back up and look. No one knew. No one knew, dude. Not a single person typed it in the chat. No, Mona. What? I said that. Wait, Renegade, did you? Oh, you did. Renegade had it right. Renegade had it right. The only person I think in the chat. I was about to gift him a sub and Random Reject gifted him. Wow. Thank you, Random, dude. Thank you, Random. All right, here we go. Our beloved Mona. All right, here we go. Question number 3, dude. These are impossible. What or how many eggs are there in total to collect in the egg hunt? Oh my God. I want to say it's not an even number. I want to say it's something like 18. I want to say 15, but I think it's more than that. I think I'm going to say 18. I think it's more than that. I'm going to say 21. 21 eggs. 21 eggs. $27. Wow. And a lot of you knew the answer. A good handful of y'all guessed correctly. Some of y'all got close. Wow, some of y'all knew the answer. I don't know the answer. 27. I wasn't too far off. 18 was too little, but 21 was a lot closer. I seen a map someone made where they all are. Dang, real fans are in the chat. We have real gamers in the chat right now. I haven't gotten a single impossible question ready. These are worth 4 points each. What is the name of Alex's dog? Is it the same? Is it the same as Expanded? Because we should all know this if you've been watching my stream. If it's the same as Expanded, you all should know this, or you're not even a Hylian Descent fan. It's not even about Stardew anymore. You're not. I have talked to this dog multiple times in this playthrough. I've kissed him. I've petted him. You should know this if you've been watching my show the past week. All right, delayers. Y'all should know this. This one should be easy money. But if you haven't tuned in, that's okay. That's all right. Maybe today's the first day you tuned in, and that's all right, because, you know, what a good day to tune in for my anniversary. All right, you guys ready? This one is so easy. I'm going to give my points right now. I'm up to 26. I'm a real gamer. So the answer is Rusty. Rusty the dog. Dude, I'm so happy that I actually knew this, and this is all because of Expanded. Oh man, I'm living. I got a real impossible question answered, so.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
The game's over.
I thought it was Rusty. I feel so dumb. I was a letter off. I thought it was Rusty. I thought it was Rusty, dude. Dude, I just went with my gut. It was the first name that popped into my head. It was Dusty. It was Dusty, dude. I thought it was Rusty. It was just the first name that popped in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, Rusty, easy. Have you even been watching the show? All right, shut up. All right, dude, come on. That's such a fair mistake to make. No, don't even come at me like this. That was such a fair mistake to make. Come on, dude. Nobody names anything Dusty. Everyone, what is Dusty? That's not even a name. That's the sound of, that's under my bed. That's my dining room table. That's not a name. Rusty is a name. Dusty is a place in my house. All right, dude, I have one more shot. Wow, the chat, everybody in the chat knew. Everybody in the chat knew, dude. Oh my gosh. All right. We have one more shot to be real Stardew Valley fans. Final question. Before it's repaired, what time is on the community center clock stuck on? What? Who the would know this? Who? Oh no! There's no way, dude. No, I didn't mean to look. No, I didn't mean to let it go. Oh, well. Sorry, I ruined the last question. Oops. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know the answer. Ruined? Yeah, sorry. 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 Well, if you knew, listen, I don't think it mattered. If you knew, you knew. Right? Like, hold on a second. Does it really matter? If you knew, you knew. And if you didn't know, you didn't know. You weren't just gonna be like, Oh yeah, it's 12:24 exactly. So you either knew or you didn't. So you either give yourself points or you don't. It doesn't matter that I spoiled it. You already knew or you didn't. All right. So like, don't come at me. I'm sorry I made the mistake, but I think we all can agree that you either knew or you didn't, because there's no freaking way that you knew or you know what I mean? Like, it's going in one direction or the other. So like, my bad. I was so thrown off by the question. My bad. All right. If you got even a single impossible question answered, I would say you won today. I got 26 points. How about all of you? If you took track of your score, what'd you get? I got 26 points. I'd say over 25 is pretty fair. What's the total amount of points available? 4, 8, 12, 16, 28, 36, 40. 40 points available total. I got over half. I'd say over half is, I'm a gamer. I play Stardew Valley, right? 40. Right? Isn't that the max? Because 4 times 4 is 16. 3 times 4 is 12. 2 times 4 is 8. And then 1 times 4 is 4. It should be 40 points total. I can do quick math sometimes. Oh no, it was 5 each. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it was 5 each. Sorry. I can do math, but I can't read apparently. I can do math, but apparently I can't read. At least I got something going for me. So I got just over half. 26 points, just over half. That's not bad. I at least just over half. That's not bad. All right, now I think there's a bonus question at the end. You guys ready? I think there's a bonus question. I'm not sure. No, never mind. That's just the name of the segment. Okay. All right, well, there you guys go. What did you guys think of Stardew Valley trivia? Was that fun? Did you guys enjoy that? Let's pick the winner for the cookbook. Did y'all enjoy that? Wasn't that fun? Do 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 do. All right, last call, exclamation point raffle for your chance to win the Stardew Valley cookbook. All right, I do have a bonus question for y'all. I do have bonus questions for you all. I pulled up a separate trivia page, and this one is just text-based fun. And I do have a couple bonus questions for y'all, so I'm going to fire them off really fast. And you guys can just have fun with them. Question number 1, let me get past this mermaid song, whatever this is. All right. You guys ready? Question number 1.
H day good, H day bad, H day wink, H to suck.
Sleepy Catloaf with the tier 2.
H day chat, H day clap, H to scat jam, H day cheers, H day wave, H day steer.
Which of the following is not a listed use of Joja multi-purpose detergent? This is impossible level. So the person who made this quiz, he said, first off, can we get some love in the chat for Sleepy Catloaf? So the person who made this quiz said, I actually encourage people to go find out in game. They wrote this quiz as a way for you to go find a reason to go and look up this stuff. So these questions are really difficult. So which of the following is not a listed use of Joja multi-purpose detergent? The answer, D, hair gel. What is the name of Alex's dog? The answer, B, Rusty. Screw you guys. Before it's repaired, what time is the community center clock stuck on? 12:24. C. How many gravestones? We already got that. B. 4. In which subject did Vincent get the lowest grade on his report card? B. Social studies. Right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. D. Spelling. Spelling is the answer for Vincent. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, spelling was his worst one. Next, which of the following is not a side effect of provolone? I'm assuming this is like a Harvey interaction. Number 6 is A, swollen eyes. So not a side effect. What is the name on the tallest grave in town? It's Mona. And finally, this is a cool question. Which of the following have their own locker in the bathhouse? A, Linus, B, George, C, Alex, or D, Shane? Who has their own locker in the bathhouse? And I thought this was a fun question because this does require you to kind of interact with the game. But this one, as a multiple choice, is a little easy because I think there's an obvious answer. Shane has probably never taken a bath in his life. George is way too old. Alex is the obvious answer here, right? So without multiple choice, I do wonder how many people would have actually guessed Alex. But yeah, the answer is Alex C. Yeah. So, and it could be different for the female side, maybe. Maybe this person didn't consider the girls' locker room. Right? Like maybe, I'm not sure. So anyways, there's a couple quiz questions I pulled up for y'all on the side. And the winner of our cookbook is Shellfire. All right, Shellfire, you won. I'm going to be reaching out to all the winners from the 24-hour stream, as well as the winners from this stream today to get addresses. Once you get back to me with your address, I'll let you know that stuff's shipped. So if you've been waiting to hear from me, we're going to just do all that stuff today. We're going to lock in and get all that stuff wrapped up. We have about 27 minutes until Stardew Valley announcement happens and Concerned Apes video goes live. Shellfire, congratulations on your copy of the cookbook. Now we have 2 things we need to do before Concerned Apes video goes live. Shellfire, congratulations. The first thing that we need to do is we need to decide which one of these recipes we're going to put into a poll, and we're going to let chat vote on what I cook for Scuffed Eats in the future. So let's do that. But before we do that, we're going to activate our final, well, maybe not final giveaway, but we're going to activate the biggest giveaway of the day today. All right. Now let me get to that in just a second. All right. Now this giveaway is going to be for my Japanese collector's edition of Stardew Valley. I'll be shipping this directly from my house. It is a Japanese collector's edition, and Stardew Valley should have language options, so you should be able to play it in English. There is a chance I'm wrong about that, and the Switch version doesn't have language options. And at that point, you would just have a Japanese copy of Stardew collector's edition to put on your shelf. But I'm fairly certain Stardew does have language options, and you should be able to plug this into your Switch and switch to English and then play it. I also don't even know what else is in this box because I've never opened it, because it's completely sealed. It was a gift from the community to me, from a specific viewer. They're no longer hanging out here as often, I don't believe, but they will go down in history. Their name was Daisy, as somebody who really supported me in their own way. They gifted me this years and years and years ago, and I want to go ahead and I want to re-gift it to all of you because I just think that that feels like the right thing to do. So loving the chat to Daisy. I think that they would be happy about me doing this, especially considering I have my own fan gamer edition. I don't need 2, and I certainly am not a collector to be keeping this on my shelf when maybe one of you are a collector, or maybe one of you could find a real use out of this and play it for the first time on your Switch. So exclamation point raffle in the chat if you would like a chance to win this right here, a Japanese collector's edition of Stardew Valley for Nintendo Switch. And we are not going to pick the winner until the end of Stardew's video that is releasing here soon. And yes, you will have to be here when I pick the winner. If you are a very seasoned member of my community, I will take an exception for you. So if you've been following me for quite a while, or if you've been supporting me or just here, supporting through viewership for quite a while, I will potentially make an exception for you if you win. But I am, for the most part, expecting you to be here to claim your victory at the end of the video that Concerned Ape plays in just about 26 minutes, 24 minutes. All right, this is an international giveaway. I will give this to anybody. I will ship this to anybody. I don't think this will cost me too much to ship overseas. Probably about $20 to $40, depending on where you live. So, yeah, you can join international. That's a part of the gift. That's a part of the gift. All right, so again, I try not to do too many restrictions on giveaways. I would like you to be here to claim your winnings, but if you are, have you been around in my community for a while, I'll make an exception. If don't ask, I'm not going to give you details like, oh, well, what does it mean? How long have I been around? Let's just not go into the weeds. Just join the giveaway. And if you win, and for some reason you have to step away, we'll see about making an exception for you. As long as you aren't somebody who's following today for the first time. No offense to brand new followers, but I'm not going to let you walk out of here with a free game without being here to claim it. I think that's a fair asking. Does that make sense? I think we're following. I think that's a pretty fair asking, right? So if you've been around for a while, don't worry too much. If you're brand new here, I do want you to be here for the winning. All right? All right, sound good? Don't overthink it. We'll just leave it at that. Just join a raffle and see if you win, because there's a lot of people here, and while you're overthinking, you might not even win at all. So just join and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it all out. Just join. All right. Just join. Don't overthink it too much. It's a cool little giveaway. It should be a lot of fun.
I'm about to back it up. Yeah, what you know about that, dude?
Don't you challenge me?
Stardew Valley is the best game ever made. I don't make the rules. HD SIP
We do not make the rules.
HD grow HD bounce HD.
We do not make the rules.
Tap HD SIP HD bongo tap HD cheers HD SIP HD bongo tap HD bongo tap HD bongo tap HD love.
All right, while we're waiting for this Stardew video, let's go ahead and pull it up on the screen so people know what we're waiting for. So I'm going to pull it up so people kind of know what's going on here and why we're sitting here doing nothing. I'm going to change my title real quick to fit what we're doing next. And watch later. Let me go to my watch later list, and Stardew Valley Symphony Concert. That's not the one I want. I want what am I doing? Concerned Ape. I thought I had this video ready to go. Oh, you know what? This is on Fangamer's website. It's on Fangamer's YouTube. No. That's the Seasons concert. What the frick? How did I lose the link to this video that I was waiting? Here it is. Got it. It is at Concerned Ape's YouTube. Okay, sick. All right, we're ready. All right, let me go change my titles and stuff real quick, and then we're gonna do something really fun. I think y'all will like what we're about to do. I think you're gonna like what we're about to do. Thanks for hitting that like button over on YouTube today. Y'all are killing it. All right. Oh, okay. All right, title should be good. Title should be good. And let's have some fun. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a quick look through this. Yo, playing Outlast, nice. And we're gonna choose one recipe per season, and then you guys are gonna vote on what you guys want me to cook. So we're gonna have some fun here, all right? So we're gonna choose one recipe per season. I'm gonna choose the recipes, and then y'all are gonna vote on which recipe you want me to cook. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through right now. And I would just let y'all, I was looking for the PDF file for this book because I would just let y'all, I was gonna do a game of marbles on stream and then let the winner choose. But unfortunately, the PDF for this book is not really like readily available. And I guess I would rather not want to distribute the PDF because technically we're kind of stealing and I want to support Concerned Ape. So we're not doing that. So instead, I'm going to choose one recipe per season and you are all going to vote. Starting off with spring, and I'm going to read them off and you guys can let me know your favorites. All right, so here we go. Complete breakfast. So wait, we've done one of these. We did the cheese cauliflower, so we're not going to do that again. So complete breakfast, farmer's lunch, and you guys can, all of these recipes are in the game. So you could shout your favorite in-game recipes as well. Vegetable stock, chowder, fiddlehead risotto, pizza, carp surprise, stir fry, salad, rice pudding, rhubarb pie, or ginger ale, or homemade ginger ale. Could be really fun. All right, so that's the spring options. I think I'm gonna go ahead and choose the ginger ale here. I actually think the ginger ale is really cool. What should Hylian make? I guess since the ginger ale is not cooking, I'll say ginger ale plus rice pudding. And we'll do a dual feature presentation for that one. Because I think those are two probably pretty simple recipes. All right. So next, for summer, we're gonna do, we have bread and bruschetta, we have maki roll, fruit salad, tropical curry, lucky lunch, shrimp cocktail, crab cakes, fish taco, mango sticky rice, banana pudding, pink cake, blueberry tart, or pina colada. Interesting. Let's go ahead and throw up crab cakes, I'm thinking, or lucky lunch, maybe? Lucky lunch could be kind of cool. It's going to be really complicated, but it could be really cool. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll do lucky lunch. I think people want to maybe see that, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, for fall, we have radish salad, autumn's bounty, vegetable medley, and red plate. It's all one recipe. Pumpkin soup, shrimp stock, fish stew, bean hot pot, survival burger, stuffing, super meal, salmon dinner, blackberry cobbler, pumpkin pie, or cranberry candy. For this one, I'm gonna go ahead and do the survival burger. I think it's an iconic food in the game, and I think that this is cool. We're gonna do the survival burger for fall. And for winter, we're gonna do roots platter, strange bun, fried mushroom, tom kha soup, pepper poppers, eggplant parmesan, baked fish, seafoam pudding, spaghetti, cookie, poppy seed muffin, chocolate cake, or triple shot espresso. Chat wants strange bun, huh? I don't know if I want to do that one. Eggplant parm we've done before. Spaghetti seems a little too easy, but none of the recipes in this book are easy. They're all mega complicated. So no matter what we choose, it's gonna suck, but like in a good way, because they're all really complicated recipes. let's go ahead and put the strange buns in. All right, here we go. All right, and then last but not least, we'll do dealer's choice. We'll put a 5th in there, and I'll choose anything that I want from the recipe list. Why don't we do a dessert? Why don't we do blueberry tart? All right, we're putting the book down. We're opening up the poll. Chat, here in Twitch chat, type a 1 in the chat for ginger ale rice pudding, a 2 in the chat for lucky lunch, a 3 in the chat for survival burger, a 4 in the chat for strange bun, or a 5 in the chat for blueberry tart. I'll make the poll a little bit bigger for all of you, and you can see on the screen a little bit easier if you didn't hear what I said. And you guys get to vote. Now, this is similar to what we did in the past. In the past, we used channel points to crowdfund an option for the community to have me cook something. Eventually, they chose pizza. Instead of doing channel points today, and instead of doing, marbles on stream, I thought, let's just do a poll. I'll choose the recipes. You all choose at the end what I make. And this is in honor of the Stardew Valley 10-year anniversary. These are all recipes in the Stardew Valley cookbook. This will be the 2nd recipe we cook from this book, and we will try to make this happen this March. That's right. Unlike the pizza that took us months because of the move, I am going to try to get this set up for you within the next 4 weeks. So it's going to take I'm going to have to do some research. Some of these ingredients are hard to find. Some of these recipes are really wonky and really in depth. This is not for the faint of heart. I can't stress this enough. So whatever we choose, it's going to be kind of difficult and going to be kind of crazy. All right. But we're going to do it, and we're going to try our best, and it's going to be fun. And this is in honor of Stardew's birthday. I know you guys probably would have liked me to cook today. I know, but Scuffed Eats isn't ready. I lost the camera. And I'm trying to figure out what camera I'm going to use to replace it. That's just the truth. I lost the camera, and one of my cameras died, and I need to figure out what I'm going to do to replace it and what camera I'm going to replace it with. So until I figure out those details, Scuffed Eats is shut down at the moment, but my goal is to bring it back with this right here and what you're voting on right now. So get your votes in. I'll give you all a couple more minutes to vote. We're going to pull this out of the screen here and make it a little smaller. And it's a pretty close race, so I'm going to leave it open for a little while. Right now, Survival Burger is winning at 36 votes. The next closest is Strange Bun at 26. Behind that is Lucky Lunch and Blueberry Tart, both at 24. So if you want one of your favorite recipes to win, you got to get your votes in. If you're on YouTube, I apologize. You won't be able to vote today. Again, we'll figure out those details in the future about making sure YouTube is involved in everything we do and you don't have to jump chats, all right? I will figure that out. Good morning, Rio Keen, by the way. It's good to see you pop in and over there. All right, so here we go. Get your votes in. And now it's time for one of my favorite things of all time. Reading the chat before a Nintendo Direct, or in this case, Stardew Valley. You guys ready? Let's see what's going on. I'm at work. Caroline, Robin, please. 10 minutes. Please, can it be Marnie? Wizard, woo. Squee, Robin, Wizard, Gunther, please. Morris, Robin, Sandy. Please make Robin romanceable. Please be Sandy. I need to romance Pierre. Who the fuck hurt that guy? Yikes. You need to go back to sleep and take your medicine. Marlin would be so cool. Eric, I love you. Wizard, from the river to the sea. Concerned Ape is the goat. I need more gay marriages. True, we totally do. Let's go, baby. I'm playing Stardew right now. Sandy and the Wizard, Gunther. There's a bunch of people spamming watermelons. And then, of course, Palestine flags, which is chill. You know, we're down to support. You support whatever you want to support, and we'll never tell you otherwise. While we do keep politics out of our Twitch chat, that doesn't mean you can't get out there and do what you believe in. And we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. So excited, from the river to the sea, this chat, let's go. Will the kids grow up? Will I have to turn them into doves again? The king talked. Ban these weirdos. Concerned 8, please, please, please. Joja parrot. Wait, what? Somebody wants to marry the Joja parrot? I mean, fair, dude. Caroline, not Clint. The only time I saw Clint's name mentioned was with the word no in front of it. No, Clint! Okay, we're seeing some other Clint stands in the chat. Please, Willie. 25K farmers are waiting. Give me Marlin. Sandy and Rasmodius. I forgot that was his real name. Oh my gosh. All right, we're getting out of this chat. It's a cesspool. All right, dude, here we go. We're ready, dude. We're ready, dude. Imagine CA being CA in the comments right now. Yeah, exhaustion. I haven't heard anything too crazy. Joja Parrot Pierre, never mind. All right. Here we go, baby. All right, the poll is up, and I think that people have spoken. 31% of the vote. The next closest was 22. The chat wants me to make the survival burger. Now, some of you might not know what the survival burger means. So let me go ahead and quickly read to you what the survival burger means. All right, because I don't think you guys understand what we're about to do here. We are about to not be making any old burger. We are about to be making the king survival burger. You ready for this? Take a look at this right here. This is what we're going to be making with less invisible lettuce. Now, let's go ahead and read to you the list of ingredients so you can all be like, oh, you ready? Burger sauce, mayo, ketchup, yellow mustard, dill pickle chips, shallots, kosher salt, survival burger patty, eggplant, shallot, garlic, extra virgin olive oil, salt and pepper, an egg, panko, smoked paprika, cumin, cannelli beans, and wild rice, and neutral high heat cooking oil, tallow or lard, and sharp white cheddar cheese. So not too bad for the burger. Assembly: sesame seed brioche style hamburger buns, roasted red bell peppers, jarred and drained well, pickled carrot ribbons, and 4 lettuce leaves. All right. So now there's a part of this that I thought we were going to have to do, and it's for pickling the carrots. There it is. So we also have a separate recipe for pickled carrots. We have to take 2 medium purple carrots. We have to take 3/4 of a cup of Concord grape juice, distilled white vinegar, sugar, salt, peppercorns, fennel seeds, and bay leaves. And we have to pickle our carrots separately, and that's going to be put on the recipe. So when I say that these recipes are kind of complicated, I mean, we aren't just making a burger, we are making the survival burger from Stardew Valley, and there's a big difference. All right, so yeah, that's what you guys chose, and we're going to be making a survival burger in game. So it's going to be sick. I'll be working on getting all the ingredients together. And the purple carrots are probably the only thing that's going to be hard to get. Otherwise, I can get everything listed, I'm pretty sure. So, all right, nice. Survivor burger has been chosen. And it'll be nice to have an episode of Scuffed Eats to look forward to. And I know some of you have been waiting for that. So, all right, nice. Survivor burger has been chosen. And it'll be nice to have an episode of Scuffed Eats to look forward to. And I know some of you have been waiting for that. So, all right, nice. Survivor burger has been chosen. And it'll be nice to have an episode of Scuffed Eats to look forward to. And I know some of you have been waiting for that. So, all right, nice. Survivor burger has been chosen. It'll be super nice. I thought it would have been an easier option. That's okay, Angel. I was hoping for something a little difficult because that's the whole fun of it, you know? That's the whole fun of it. Yeah, don't worry. I was okay with something a little bit difficult. That's like the fun of it, you know? This cookbook is really detailed. And no matter what recipe we chose, it was going to take some effort that out of the ordinary from me, stuff that I don't normally do. And I wanted the challenge. It was fun. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. And I think that you all deserve that little extra step of effort when we do our cooking show, you know? So yeah, no worries. No worries. Thanks for those of you that tried to make my life a little easier. And I wouldn't have done that if I wasn't planning to do like a pretty nice hearty recipe. So yeah, thank you so much. You should make the blueberry tart. We might. I've never made a tart before, so it sounds fun. Is the ingredients list shared somewhere? I can go ahead and I can copy and paste this page out of the book for you, Doobie. Would you like that, Doobie? I'll post that in Scuffed Each channel over the next couple days. I can do that for you easy. Yeah, well, we can do that. Yeah, let's do that. If you guys want to cook with me, I'll get the ingredients list and the directions posted in the Scuffed Each channel in the Discord, and you guys can prepare ahead in advance. I don't have a date for you when we're going to do it yet. That's the one thing you're waiting for. The date, I'm assuming I'm going to choose something probably late March. I'm thinking the last week of March. Will it have invisible lettuce? I don't think so. Stardew Minecraft X ACNH. What's the name of the game? I've never heard of it before. Oh, you were talking about Stardew. No, Stardew Valley's nothing like Animal Crossing in Minecraft. Stardew is basically Harvest Moon. If you haven't played Harvest Moon, there's not really many other things I can reference into. It's basically Harvest Moon. And if you've never played those games, it's not Animal Crossing and it's definitely not Minecraft. It's very much its own experience compared to those games.
Hi. Do I need to remove all my mods for this update?
What's up? How you doing, mate? So we're not getting an update yet. We're just getting an announcement from Concerned Ape and maybe a release date. Maybe a date for the update. So no update today. We're just here to hear words from Concerned Ape. He's about to release a video. He's about to release a video here where he's going to do a retrospective on 10 years of Stardew Valley. And then he's going to reveal 2 new spouses for the game. But this is not an announcement of an update yet. But to answer your question, most of the time, the modding community gets access to these updates ahead of time. And the mods will probably be updated very quickly. You should do a community chosen Scuffed Eats. We have. The chat chose pizza, and we did it about 6 months ago. Yeah, we've done a community chosen Scuffed Eats before, and the chat chose pizza, and we made pizza live on stream for the first time ever, and it was really cool. It was actually the 3rd time chat chose Scuffed Eats. The 2nd time before that was eggplant parmesan, and the winner of a game of marbles on stream chose. So marbles on stream, and then the winner chose eggplant parmesan, and we did that on stream as well. That was back in 2022. Yeah, it was fun. And we'll probably do more in the future. All right. We just have to wait. Okay, let's refresh. We just have to refresh now so the video's actually available. Okay, the video's not available yet. It always takes a second. Remember, this isn't like a live stream. This is a premiere for a video. And they work differently. So we just have to like refresh until the video is available. Okay, the video's available. All right, you guys ready? Video's available. All right, do I have this muted? I don't. Okay, here we go. All right, it's premiering. What? I can't tell what this number is. What's happening? What is this number? Is this 40 or is this 40 seconds? Okay. What is this nonsense? Okay. I'm locked into the premiere. We're in. Let me go on auto 1080p. All right, we're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. Ah! Stardew Valley. The 2 new marriage candidates in 1.7 will be revealed at the end of the video. The envelope is on my desk. Oh, what a teaser, dude.
Hey guys, it's me, Concerned Ape, creator of Stardew Valley. Today is the 10-year anniversary of Stardew Valley. So to commemorate this special milestone, I put together this video which shows off some old builds of the game, has some of my commentary about the development timeline, and highlights the various updates over the years and how Stardew Valley has changed over time. So I hope you find it interesting, and here we go.
I love this so much. I love this so much. Look at Sprout Valley. Wow.
Sprout Valley, 2012. So this was the original name of Stardew Valley. It was called Sprout Valley, which is an awful name. That's why I eventually
An awful
changed it.
name?
But this was probably about 6 months
This
into
looks great.
development.
This looks great.
I had
I'd play this all
functioning
day.
game, but it was very rudimentary, and I would say much more similar to the Super Nintendo Harvest Moon
Yes,
game
that's the vibes
than
I got.
Stardew Valley is today. Of course, I grew up playing Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo, and so I was heavily inspired by it. And, you know, my first
Oh, the cat.
target, you might say, for this game was to essentially emulate Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo. That was my starting point, and then I wanted to expand a bit from there.
Frida the chicken.
As you can see, the pixel art basically looks like crap, but
I do still
there are
have
some
floofs.
things like the bus there that essentially made it into Stardew Valley. The basic design was there.
Wow.
6 months into development, and you know, Stardew Valley
Harvey?
took 4.5 years to release 1.0.
Look.
So we can watch this for a little bit. You'll notice how it looks similar to Pelican Town. Some things are basically unchanged, but then other things are quite odd.
Seeds and stuff.
Pierre's got his daily wallpaper and flooring on display.
Wow, daily wallpaper and flooring from Pierre's? What? This is Pierre's house. There's Caroline.
Portraits are kind of hideous.
They are hideous, but they're great.
Sometimes I wonder, you know, if I had just released this game after 6 months, where would I be right now?
True, because first impressions matter, dude.
Somehow I don't think that the game would have taken off.
It probably wouldn't have.
Oh, look at Clint.
Oh, look at Clint.
But, you know, this is like part of
Exactly.
essentially a
I want that
training
as a
process for
sound
me.
bite.
It was my education on
On my
being a
stream.
game developer.
I'm doing it.
I do think there's
Look
something
at Clint.
special about the naive
From the developer
perspective
of the game.
beginner. It's
Look at Clint.
untarnished, it's fresh, it's primal, and you can't really recapture that once you have experience.
I'm sorry I'm talking so much.
There's the original Gunther. Green hair in the sprite, brown hair in the portrait.
Original Gunther.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know what I was thinking, he said. Sorry I'm talking so
Character
much.
movement speed is insane. I'm sure you guys would love that in Stardew Valley. I'll have to get you on Way of the Wind Part 100.
Way of the Wind part of the 100. Please sign me up.
All right, let's show you the old mines real quick. The mines are one of the areas of Stardew that have gone under a lot of changes, probably the most changes of any, at least gameplay element.
Really?
However, some concepts have been there from the very beginning, like slimes. Slimes have always been there. Ladders down have always been there in one way or another.
Wow, patches of grass. Cool. This reminds me so much of Harvest Moon, dude. It's so Harvest
I
Moon.
hadn't discovered the concept of knockback yet.
He hasn't discovered knockback, he said. So the skeleton's just beating him alive. He died.
The death
He
sound has always
died.
been there. All right. Well, I think that's enough for Sprout Valley. So let's go ahead and jump to the next
Wow, Robin.
earliest build that I have.
What?
So here we have a build from 2013.
2013, 3 years before
I've
release.
probably been working on Stardew for maybe a little over a year at this point. And
Look
it's
at the
radically
growth.
different from
Look at
that
the growth in
previous
just
build
a
that I
year.
showed you. We're actually starting to see some things that look like Stardew Valley here. And I think at this point I was calling it Stardew Valley. However, things are kind of odd. The way the farmer looks is weird. The way he's running around is kind of weird.
The animations aren't as
Colors are now
crisp.
more saturated, which is true to form, but yet that exact shade of Stardew Valley yellow dirt hasn't quite been established yet.
The yellow
But yeah,
dirt.
This version of Stardew Valley was
The yellow dirt.
basically more of like a sandbox idea. In this iteration, this was like the weirdest time for the game. I feel like it's like the Stardew Valley hit puberty here. But so you would like actually buy animals and buildings from your in-game menu rather than go to Robin.
Wow.
And there was that farm map you just saw. Like that was pretty cool, actually. That farm map.
Yeah, I like
You
that
guys are gonna
map.
Be mad at me that that's not in Stardew Valley anymore.
The
Yeah,
farm
it was
map
a
is
little bit
nice.
More of a simulation concept, I guess, than an RPG.
It was more of a simulation than an RPG. Weird.
Yeah, so back then I had item of the day and crop of the week.
Item of the day and crop of the week. I kind of want to go back and watch this video and pick it apart later.
Where you can store things in chests in Stardew Valley. So this creates this incentive to just never ship anything until the crop is crop of the week or the item is item of the day.
That makes
And I
sense.
just don't think that's very fun. You don't ever want to incentivize things that aren't fun. That's game dev 101. All right, you can see here it's starting to look like Pierre's.
Alex's name was
Starting to look like
Josh.
that old
Yeah,
familiar
I knew
shop.
that already, actually. I actually knew that already.
But
Somebody told me that in the past.
anyway, maybe let's jump ahead a little bit and check out what the mines are looking like in 2013.
I can't believe I forgot about that, though. Didn't keep Josh. Dude, what the frick? Look at the background. This is
So
sick.
this was the era of the procedurally generated mines.
Procedurally generated mines.
My idea was I wanted the mines to be like
Diablo 2.
Terraria,
Terraria, yeah.
but you know, top down instead of side scrolling. And it was this, you had these big procedurally generated levels and you mined into the walls
Wow.
and uncovered ores and secrets within the walls.
I kind of like this, dude.
I
Dang.
think was a cool idea, but for some reason I was just never able to really make it compelling, and it was very bug prone, which it just ended up being too complicated. I think it was maybe just beyond my ability. I don't know.
Hey,
Or maybe
man,
another
that's
way
a
to
fair
think
thing
about it
to
was just that
admit.
It was too ambitious of a concept for the scope of this game. This should have been an entire game on its own.
True.
And, you know, if you've played Core Keeper, that's pretty much what Core Keeper is.
Yeah.
It's a cool game, by the way.
Core
But yeah,
Keeper's
when
great.
I saw Core Keeper, I was like, hey, someone finally did it.
Somebody finally
cool
did
idea,
it. Yeah.
But I had to make the hard decision to scrap all of it. And I spent a long time working on this, too. But I made the decision to scrap all of it, and let's see, there's a bug right there.
Yep, I saw that bug, yeah.
Do a simpler approach, which is the mines that are in Stardew Valley today, where it's not procedurally generated. There's some randomness, but the levels are all designed by hand.
Which I think I like where Stardew's at. Procedural generated is cool, but
Here
designed
we
by
have,
hand is cooler.
Goblin Village, an underground goblin village.
What? An underground goblin village? Dude, how
Not
rad.
Completely scrapped from the game.
The music. Where's this song at? I want
I
this.
mean, I don't regret it. Just because something sounds cool, just because the idea is cool, doesn't mean that it's going to be fun or it's going to be the right idea in practice.
I agree with that.
Oh, and by the way, underground goblin villages are not canon, all right? Anything you see here from previous builds is not...
It's not canon. I'm so happy he said that.
Canonical Stardew Valley.
I'm so happy he said
All right,
that.
let's move on to
Look at this.
another
This is
more recent
gorgeous.
version.
Where are we?
So this one's from
What was that
sometime in
ice area?
2014. This was the title screen at that time. I mean, it's kind of glitching out.
2014 title
these weird buttons
screen.
on the
Wow.
And then when you loaded the game, there was this
Very
loading
Minecraft.
screen, which was kind of reminiscent of like The Sims. But I mean, it doesn't look too much different than the last build, but you start to see some more Stardew Valley things come into place, like the what we call the daytime money box in the upper right is there. Willie's shop is basically looking like it always does. We now have the community center in the game, and it looks essentially exactly the same as it does now.
Okay.
Not sure why there's this ugly yellow color, this ugly yellow filter over the entire screen.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You'll notice Clint was a little less doughy back then.
He was a little less doughy back then. Yeah. That's hashtag not my Clint.
Not yet in town. Hat Mouse wasn't a thing yet.
Hat Mouse wasn't a thing yet.
And the inside of the farmhouse was like very static. I don't even think you could move any of the furniture.
Oh,
which
wow.
allowed me to have the pixel art look kind of nice with some shading and stuff. But I mean, I think it's important that you can decorate your house. People love that.
All right, so this is the current intro to Stardew. So the last one was 2014. This has got to be 15 or 16, right?
So this is from August 2015, which is only about a half year from launch. But still, there are a ton of things that are like not finished yet. So this shows just how much Stardew Valley kind of came together at the last moment. The farmhouse still has this weird protuberance. Protuberance, is that a word? This weird thing, this nose sticking out right next to the door. I don't know what I was thinking there. But obviously I got rid of that at some point. The mailbox is still on the left, so that must have changed that.
That's
It's
weird.
like I did a ton of work in the last like 6 months.
Dude, mailbox on the left is tripping me out.
Where I knew it was so close. I needed to finish the game. The finish line was so close, and that's what gave me the drive and the motivation to make all these little changes in the last 6 months to prepare the game for release. I think one of the most notable things was just that the farmer still had this weird, goofy look. This is not what the farmer looks like in Stardew Valley, so
Yeah,
that
because
was like a last
his
minute
animations
change,
are so more crisp.
which I'm really glad
That's what
about
separates
because, I don't
separates
really like
Stardew from a lot of other games.
It's kind of stiff.
It's the little characters
like
and
they don't
animations,
feel or
dude.
something.
They're clean. I started playing Stardew in 2016, December. Right around release, about
Yep.
6 months after
There's
release.
the old classic Stardew Valley mines. So that's pretty much the last convenient footage that I have from before launch. I do want to give a shout out to my 2 beta testers, Bexy and Siri, who helped me find a ton of bugs in the game. Here's a screenshot from Bexy's farm. This is one of the first ever Stardew Valley farms.
Wow.
Looks pretty good.
Beta tester farm.
Thank you guys so much.
Wow, they were playing the game, dude. They were playing the game, dude.
So here we are, February 26th, 2016. The culmination of 4.5 years of work, the launch of Stardew Valley. A lot was riding on this because if it flopped, I would have been 4.5 years behind my peers with no money, no job experience. Would have been pretty depressing.
That risk.
I stayed up all night the night before because I
That
found a
risk.
bug and I had to fix it because the game was set to launch the next morning. So that was highly stressful.
I bet it was, man. Dude, I'm being so inspired, man. Picture of my desk at
On
the
the
time.
first day of
Wow.
launch, Stardew sold just under 40,000 copies.
I wish I would have took pictures of
which
my
was
old
already
office, dude.
beyond my wildest dreams. After that first day, I knew that this was going to be a big deal. I knew that I could be a game developer from now on.
Wow, after the first day,
It was
he
really
knew.
happening.
After the
Of
first
course, I
day.
didn't really have time to think about that too much because
Yeah.
there were immediately bugs being found in the game. And I spent the next... I think I released a patch every single day for the next 4 days after launch. Pretty big patches, too. But see, back then, the game was a lot simpler. There wasn't different languages. There wasn't multiplayer. It was just me working on it. So I could crank out it was only on Steam. I didn't have to make a console build. I didn't have to make a mobile build. So I could crank out updates at an extremely fast pace.
How did you find
spent
out,
the rest
Deza?
of that spring fixing every bug that people found and trying to add meaningful improvements to the game with each patch. I was releasing patches pretty rapidly. Some notable examples were Grandpa's Shrine and his evaluation. When the game first came out, Grandpa was extremely harsh, and he was almost a little bit rude.
I remember
You know,
that.
if you didn't do a good job, he would say,
What?
"Man, I should have bequeathed the farm to my other grandkid."
No
And there
way.
was no way to reevaluate. If you didn't get, the 4 spirit candles the first time, forget about it. So I softened that, and I also added in the way that you can, have them come back and reevaluate.
Wow, that was March.
Here's another example.
This is like right after
On March
release.
20th, I added unique dialogues for all the spouses. So I don't remember this, but apparently before then, every single spouse had identical dialogue, and people still complain about this. But there's been a ton of work on the spouses over the years. And it just goes to show that, even though Stardew Valley was launched, in my mind, it was not its ultimate form. That's why I kept making updates. That's why I, essentially, as soon as these bug fix patches were out of the way, I immediately started working on the 1.1 update, which is the first major content update.
Okay. The 1.1 update. I don't think I remember the announcement for this or
Briefly
anything.
go over the updates.
I wasn't
If you
deep
wanna
enough,
see
I don't
everything
think.
that's been added to Stardew Valley, I recommend going to the version history page on the Stardew Valley wiki. But yeah, the 1.1 update added 4 new farm types.
Wow.
And kind of established the tradition of every update adding new farm types to the game. And notably, it added Shane and Emily as marriage candidates, which you, the community, voted on.
Wow,
on a
we
poll
did.
that I put on Twitter.
Shane and Emily, we voted on
1.2
Twitter, apparently.
Just added new languages to the game. It wasn't really a content update. I hadn't yet established the tradition of 1.x updates always being major content updates. So then we had the 1.3 update, which...
This is the
most
update I remember the
importantly
most.
added multiplayer to the
Yeah.
game, fulfilling the promise I had made to the players before Stardew Valley even came out. 1.3 also added the Winter Night Market.
Yep.
And a few
That's
other
what I remember the
things.
most.
One thing about 1.3 is the multiplayer was actually developed, not by me. It was put in by a guy named Tom Coxon.
Tom's
who went on
Cox.
to create a game called Cassette Beasts. You should check it out.
What?
Thanks,
Wait,
Tom.
what?
But
Cassette Beast, dude,
yeah,
worked on Stardew?
It started this new
Now
era
I have to
where
play Cassette
I was
Beast.
open
I
to getting
own it.
help on the actual development of Stardew Valley, which allowed for bigger, more ambitious updates. So then there was the 1.4 update, which added the movie theater, fish ponds, 14 art events to all the
Yeah, I remember all
spouses,
this stuff.
and many other great things to the game.
I've been truly following the game since like
Then we had the
1.2.
1.5 update, which
Yep.
added a huge endgame location, Ginger Island,
What a beautiful update.
quests, and this idea of perfection. The volcano, which allowed you to enchant your weapons and tools, and many other great things. Then there was the 1.6 update, the
Yep.
most recent update. Kind of a return to the valley after 1.5's Ginger Island. 1.6 added some new systems, some endgame content.
Twee.
It kind of filled in some gaps that I feel like were present in the game. And it added some old ideas that I've had for a long time, like Green Rain.
Yeah, the Green Rain, dude. He said it was an old idea.
Those were all the major updates to Stardew Valley in a nutshell. Of course, there were some intermediary updates in between all of those major ones, which sometimes added some important things to the game. But those were the major updates. Now, what's next?
Aw, that's so
as I've
beautiful.
already
I'll go back to
there
that
is
later.
A 1.7 update in the works, but I don't want to reveal too much about what's in the update yet. Although I did announce that there would be 2 new marriage candidates, and I'm going to reveal those soon. I know you guys are probably bored out of your minds by this.
Not even
You're just
close.
waiting for me to get to the
Are you
unveiling of
kidding?
the
I
marriage
could just listen to this dude
candidates, right?
all day.
But I just have one more thing to say.
I don't even care about the candidates anymore.
I have in my hands an envelope with the names of the 2 new marriage candidates that will be added in 1.7. But before I open that up and reveal the names to you, I just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting Stardew Valley over the past 10 years, for all the mods, the fan art, all the letters, and the comments you've made to me telling me how much Stardew Valley has meant to you. That's meant a lot to me too. And it's really given me a lot of purpose in life. So I'm grateful to you for making this a reality for me.
I can relate to
Thank
this
you
so much.
I also just want to thank everyone else who's been
Truly
part
finding
of the Stardew
purpose,
Valley
dude.
journey, from the other developers who have helped me out over the years, to the merchandise companies who have created all these cool Stardew Valley items, the people who have run the Stardew Valley concerts, Cole for helping me make the Stardew Valley board game, and so many other cool things that have come about over the past 10 years. So thank you so much to everyone. Now, let's get down to business.
Oh,
All right, here it is.
chat.
1.7 marriage candidates.
Get your guesses in the chat, quick. Get your guesses. Quick. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Clint
go.
and Sandy. Clint. No
It's their
way.
turn.
It
It's their time.
happened. It happened.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, and I hope you have a great day. Bye.
No way. Clint finally gets laid. That should be the name of the update. Stardew Valley 1.7. Clint finally gets laid. Sandy, my new marriage candidate of choice. Sandy, sorry, Leia. You know what we need? We need that meme where it's Leia behind me. Sorry, it's Leia holding my hand, but I'm looking back at Sandy. Can somebody make that meme for me real quick? Because I need to post it on social media. Leia's holding my hand, but I'm looking back at Sandy like, let's go, baby. Can somebody make that for me real quick? Because like, I need that. I need that because I need to make it clear that I am transcending the Leia fandom. I am now a Sandy stan permanently. We have our new wife of choice. We have our new wife of choice. We are transcending past the Leia. We are done. We will never marry Leia again in game until I get nostalgic. It'll happen. But for now, it'll never happen again.
My first.
All right. Does anybody, first off, does anybody want to sit through this video with me again? Because I kind of want to just watch the whole thing again, but like, let's pick it apart a little bit. Thank you, May Phoenix, for the 3 months, by the way. Secondly, it's official. We need to change our title real quick. It's official. It's official. Maybe I won't spoil it for people. Instead of putting it in my title, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm just going to say marriage candidates revealed. I'm actually not going to I'm not going to be the guy who spoils this for people. And when you put stuff in your title or your thumbnail, that's really where you get people because they can't avoid it no matter what they do. It's one thing to talk about something. It's another thing to put it in your title and thumbnail and make it to where people literally can't avoid the spoilers. And there might be people who want to watch this after their workday and they don't want to know the answer yet, right? So let's go ahead and not be the douchebag who spoils people just so that you can get clicks. Sorry, but that's one that I won't apologize to other creators for. If you are doing that, you're an asshat and you probably shouldn't do that. But you know, who am I to tell you what to do? That one I won't apologize for. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't be that guy. Because you know, I guarantee you, if I go to the Stardew Valley category in the next 30 minutes, it's going to be in people's titles. Sandy, Clint! And it's like, let's not do that, right? Like, let's not be those people. But I'm sure people are going to do it anyways. So that's fine. Now, I think with something like this, tomorrow is fine. Like, just wait a day. Give people a chance to see. Couple hours from now. Oh, good idea. We'll go ahead and we'll read the comments on the video from Rio Keen's suggestion, and then we're going to go back and watch the video again. Let's go ahead and read some of the comments because this is going to be beautiful, actually. Good job. Good shout out, Rio. Let's read a couple comments from the Stardew community real quick and see what people... Let's see what people have to say. I liked watching the Mona Lisa be painted. Wow! What a comment! I'm replying to this. This comment is everything. Periods between. That's good. That's a good comment. Why is this so laggy? Because people are probably commenting a ton. At first, I thought the new spouse reveal in the title was about the dev and was like, oh, okay, weird thing to make a premiere for. My son bought me this game during COVID. It got me through COVID, but more than that, it got me through his moving out and on his own. His father passed when he was just a babe, and it had just been us two for the longest time. I always dreaded the day that he would move out. I knew it would happen, but Stardew helped me through the loneliness. Even if I wasn't playing it, I typically had the soundtrack going on Spotify, and it was a way for us to connect online and play together during COVID when we had quarantined. I love this game. I have thousands of hours put into it in different devices. It helped me through a very tough time in life. And like so many other comments here, thank you from the bottom of my heart, Concerned Ape. I'm laughing at the Clint reveal. Everyone thought it was going to be the wizard, but Clint? I mean, we talked about Clint was very much on the table. So for as much as we all thought that it would be other people outside of, I think Sandy was like a given in my opinion. But sure, Wizard, Clint, Gus, Gunther. I think Clint was an option the whole time. Did I not tell y'all that he was gonna throw a twist? What did I say this morning? Can I get some recognition, baby? I literally said this morning that Concerned Ape likes to throw wrenches. He's a troll, he's a goofball, and he is not going to give us the candidates we think we're going to get. And here he is giving us Clint. I'm telling you, I studied this man. I have studied this man at this point.
I also just want to thank everyone else.
I know this man better than I know myself at this point. All right. I knew it. I knew that he was going to do something that was like very anti the community. That's what I meant by that. He's like an anti-hero. I knew he was, instead of giving everybody what they wanted, he was going to give everybody what they wanted a little bit, but then also do something different and interesting that not many people were necessarily expecting, or more importantly, what people wanted. This is the twist. If he gave people what they wanted, it would have been the wizard and it would have been Sandy. Him giving Clint was his way to say, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want, right? This is his, I'm telling you, and I called it this morning that he was gonna give us a goofy, look at his smile. He knows what he was doing. Look. Look, he's smiling like a rat bastard.
There you go.
He knows that he just trolled the whole community. And this is what I called this morning. I knew he was going to be like, I'm going to do something that really throws the community a little bit in a tizzy, right? He's like, I could give them the wizard, I could give them Gus, I could give them Gunther, or I could give them the most like negative character in the game, the character that has the worst feedback. If there's one character in the game that is like, if one of the characters in the game that are kind of hated on, it's Clint, Pierre, and Morris. These characters are iconically hated on. So it's like him choosing one of those characters would have been perfect. You know what I mean? Like, even him in this video said, "Ew, Clint," which we're going to go back and clip, and we're going to go back and turn into a sound bite. Listen, everybody, if you just tuned in, during this segment, I got the ultimate sound bite that I'm going to turn into like a sub alert. I got Concerned Ape himself, word for word, not AI BS, literally saying, "Ew, Clint." And I am going to turn that into an alert on our channel. It's over. I am never going to let this dude live this down. He literally was like, "Oh, Clint." and I'm going to make him remember this until the end of time. If I ever get a chance to talk to him in person, I'm going to be like, "Remember that time you said, 'Ew, Clint' in that video?" All right, anyways, hold on. Let's read a couple more comments here. And dude, chat delivered with my new meme. Chat delivered my brand new meme, dude. Hold on a second. I'm gonna download this right now, and I'm putting this on Twitter right now. But hold on a second. I gotta load up my other browser because my Twitter isn't logged in on this browser. This is my business browser. Well, I'm doing this right now. Give me a second, everybody. I gotta do this right now. I gotta strike while the iron's hot. Oh, you did one too, Taco? Thank you, everybody. No worries. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. 10 years of Stardew. All right, I'm gonna wait. Oh, even better, dude. Look. Even better, dude. Look. Look at this. I can retweet it on Concerned Apes thanks for 10 years of Stardew tweet. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Okay, quote tweet, image being added. And do I leave a comment? I don't think I leave a comment, right? Like, or what do I say? What's a good comment? Do I just say like, "Sandy be looking thick"? You know, I don't know. I don't think I say anything. I just leave this, right? Like just the picture. Or I could say, "Thanks for 10 years," or "Thank you, Concerned Ape." Should I thank him? Should I thank him here? Should I be like, "Thank you"? Me after the reveal. Chef's kitchen. All right. I'm posting it. I'm just posting the picture. No comment. Just the pictures being posted. All right, here's the tweet. If y'all want to give it some love, here you go. I hate Twitter though. I really should start having like another social media that I use more. How do I copy this thing? Here we go. Yeah, I should start using another main. This is like the only social media I use and I hate it. I would start using Blue Sky or something. You're gonna like the other one? Oh, there's another one as well. Where was the other one posted at? Just post it in sub only chat so I don't have to hunt it down. 10 years, times for a change. General chat has the best picture. Okay, I'm going to general chat. Homie looks like he's trying to smash. Homies. Should I go switch the post real quick? Even though Leafeon's was epic. Hold on, should I go switch it real quick before I give this up? Hold on. I can go switch it out real quick. Hold on. Let's switch it out. This does capture a special moment here for sure. Thank you, Leafeon. Thank you, Taco, as well. Post both. All right. Holy heck. All right. Here's the link. Here's the link. Here's the link. Both so suave. All right. Anyways, let me get out of this browser. All right, what are we doing here? We were reading some comments. I'll read a couple more. They are pretty cute. I don't think anybody wanted this for Clint. I was waiting for Robin. I mean, it was obvious. This is Silver Blink over here. It was obvious, bro. Yay, Clint. Who hurt you, dude? I'm gonna reply to this person right here. Who hurt you, homie? Who hurt you, homie? Who hurt you? Me too. I wanted Willie so bad. I wanted older people. Clint's pretty old. What do you mean? Clint's old as heck. Clint looks like he's in a solid 35, 40 fit, baby. Homie's easily 35, 40 years old. How old did you want? Did you want like grandma and grandpa? I guess that's fair. I'm sure we have some older Stardew Valleyers. You know what I mean? Yeah, like how old did you want? I guess people wanted like real old, like Willie. I guess Willie is considered kind of old, right? 40 isn't old. I mean, I agree with the sentiment that you're trying to say, but take what I said for a grain of salt. They said I wanted older people. I think you can interpret that as Clint. You know what I mean? They said older people. I'm not saying that 40 is old. I'm just saying Clint fits that bill, right? Like easily. So I just thought that was a weird comment. Clint's redemption arc better be crazy. I want to say thank you for making this game. I absolutely love it. I struggle a lot with mental health, and Stardew Valley is always a way for me to brighten my mood. Aw, cute. 5.1K. Oh, well, their message certainly didn't get overshadowed. I downloaded a cracked version of this game on mobile when I was 16. Later, when I found a computer, I bought an official version of Stardew on Steam so I could keep playing. The most amazing part was that when I transferred my save from my phone to PC, I was still able to continue playing on the same farm I built years ago. And now I've had the opportunity and want to continue to create content about this beloved game. It truly makes me feel happy and fulfilled. I want to share my experiences and insights about the game with new players in a fun and engaging way. Although my channel is still small and it doesn't have many viewers, I always feel more motivated to keep going because there are people who genuinely enjoy what I do. You know, I love these types of messages, but it also just felt like an ad for his stream, right? Like, that's like a weird thin line on the internet, right? Like, it kind of also just felt like an ad for homie's stream. like cute sentiment, but you didn't have to be like so blunt with it. Yeah. just a little bit of ad energy. I'm just throwing that out there. Stardew Valley was a gift from my father before he passed. He's no longer with me, but in a way, he gave me my favorite game of my life. This game has helped me survive some of my loneliest and hardest times. Thank you so much, and congratulations to 10 years. Wow. I subscribed, yeah. I'm gonna go in here and be like, yo, dog, I love streaming this game. I'm live every day. Here's my schedule. This is what I do for a living. This is how I talk. Haven't you seen my streams? No, we haven't picked the raffle yet. We haven't picked the winner yet. Let's do that. 1.7 goblin villages, please. There's no way. There's no way. Right? There's no way. Congrats for everyone who pined for Sandy. I hope Clint gets some good character development because I've never been fond of him. Did anyone else scream no when they saw Clint's name? All kidding aside, I'm excited to see his story and development. They took my wizard husband from me yet again. Clint wasn't who I expected. Not the wizard? The wizard? Goblin Village does sound cool though. True. Clint's a choice. This is my equivalent to the Pokemon Direct. That's so cool for Concerned Ape to be compared to Pokemon like that. That's cool. The Goblin Village shall return. Reading all these comments is heartwarming. Yeah, this is fun. All right, let's go ahead and pick our winner for the Japanese copy of Stardew, and then we're gonna click through this video and just kind of see. We're just gonna watch it again and just like pause and like notice some little things. All caps Clint is trending on Twitter. We should have gotten the Wizard's X. You talking about the witch? Include your dono link. I feel like it would be weird hearing about how into Emily he is and just being like, that's who I am picking as a partner. Yeah, you know, I thought about that. I think it would be fun, right? So like, that's gonna be the whole story arc. I think Clint's gonna start off obsessed, and then maybe like the after you get past like, so he already has an 8 heart event. And I don't think any of those will change. So it'll probably be the first heart event that changes will be 10 or added to the game. Right? I wonder, that's the thing I'm curious about. Is he gonna keep the same heart events that are all based around Emily? Or is he going to switch those heart events up to make his story a little bit more like personal to you? That's like the interesting part. Is like, is he just gonna tack on a bunch of heart events at the end of his already established story? Or is he going to like really adjust the character? That's like what I'm interested in, right? Because if he doesn't adjust the story, then what Coco Winning said was actually accurate. Up until 10 hearts, up until you choose to ask him if you want to date him, he is going to be obsessed with Emily. And then once you actually ask to start dating him, that's where his redemption arc is going to go in a different direction. And he'll be like, oh, okay, sure. You know what? I guess it's like one of those moments, right? Like, how often do you see those moments in like movies and stuff, right? Where like, it's the person right in front of your eyes is the person that you've been missing the whole time. What if he has a moment like that where all of a sudden, right, like you ask him out and you give him a bouquet and you say, hey, I want to date you. And he goes, wait a second. Have I been missing out on this the whole time? I've been obsessed with Emily. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. And then you pull him out of that. And then by the time you ask him to marry him, and then you go to 10 hearts, 12 and 14, he's going to be completely committed to you and over Emily. That could be a direction, right? Or what if he's a weirdo? And even after 14 hearts, you're going to go into his bedroom and you're going to click on his little table. And it's going to be like, there's an old letter in here to Emily that he never threw away. And like, what if that's just like the life you live when you choose to marry him? and he never truly gets over her, even though you marry him, right? Like, that would be kind of a cool little, like, weird anti-hero marriage. And he'd be like, still to this day, like, well, you find a crumpled up letter and you know, he's never thrown it away. Like, that would be kind of oof, yeah. Right? Like, that would be cool. It's like, there's some room here for some character growth and some interesting stuff. I think he's a good candidate. I think so. I don't want to be second to someone. All right. Well, the problem is that if you dated Shane, you're second to the booze. So, like, is there really a difference? Just kidding. Sorry, that was rude. Well, all right. Let's go ahead and pick the winner for the game, dude. Let's go ahead and pick the winner here. Hold on. All right. So the winner of our Japanese Stardew collector goes to, I can't spell words, goes to, that was so much fun. Wow. Ryan effing Perpetrator. Congratulations, dude. I'll be shipping that with an extra eggplant on the side for you. I can't have you only having Santas. You know, you need mine too. So enjoy. Congratulations, Perpetrator, dude. You just got yourself a collector's edition of Stardew Valley for the household, dude. Congrats, man. Congrats. All right. We'll be sending that to you. Here short. I'll get your address and stuff and we'll get it mailed out. All right. Congrats, dude. Congrats. Ryan Perpetrator. Nice, dude. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and let's just kind of click through here and have some fun kind of analyzing the video. Just like a little bit, because there was a bunch of stuff that I wanted to pause the video to talk about. And like, now we have the chance to, because we couldn't pause it during that. Let me quickly refresh again, because it's really, really laggy. And I wonder if it's because there's like millions of people trying to interact with this video right now. And that's just the kind of pull that this dude has. So, okay, here we go. Yeah, this is really laggy. Like, there must be a bunch of people trying to watch this right now. It's really laggy. I can't click on things. I can't skip the video ahead without it being laggy. This sucks. Freaking YouTube needs to figure it out, dude. Can I go here? All right.
Has some of my commentary about the development timeline and highlights the various updates over the years. And
I'm telling you, he loves that jacket, chat. What did I say? What did I say about he loves that jacket?
So I hope you find it interesting, and here we go.
Here it is, chat. The beginning of Stardew Valley, Sprout Valley. Also, Concerned Ape, we know you're watching. I know this is a big day for you, but I'm sure you came to see my reactions in our beautiful Stardew community that we've established since 2019. And yeah, you know, I might have been streaming Stardew for, you know, maybe 6-7 years. And anyways, so what we were saying was, so I know you're here watching, and I just want to say, if you need a guy to do your audio, let me know. Because if there's one thing that I'm really in tune with, is I can tell when people don't actually do their audio for YouTube and balance it, which takes a lot of effort and time, depending on what you're balancing, because the amount of bits and boops that were 3 times louder than his voice during this was mad obnoxious. So I love you, Concerned Ape, and you can do no wrong, and you could do even less wrong by hiring me to do the audio on your future YouTube videos, because it just needed to be a little bit balanced, homie, because it was mad obnoxious. I was playing DJ the whole time trying to protect our ears from your bits and boops. All right. So I'm just throwing that out there. You need a little help with your video audio balancing, buddy. Because like, look at the difference between his voice and the start of Sprout Valley. You ready? Watch what's about to happen here. Watch this.
So I hope you find it interesting.
Watch.
And here we go.
Like, okay, you don't need to jump scare us with Sprout Valley. All right? You could have used some balance, buddy. I love you, but you needed some balance. Just a little balance would have helped.
Sprout Valley, 2012. So this was the original name of Stardew Valley. It was called Sprout Valley, which is an awful name. That's why I eventually changed it. But this was probably about 6 months into development. I had a functioning game.
Dude, this is so like Super Nintendo Harvest Moon that I love this. I love this. Look, it shows your tool in the bottom right, your energy bar. There's like nothing here. It's very crusty.
Of course, I grew up playing Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo, and so I was heavily inspired by it. You might say for this game was...
I wonder if he still has copies of these builds, and he probably does. I think most game developers do. And I would love if one day it would leak and we could play this version of the game in its half-finished glory. You know what I mean?
To essentially emulate Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo. That was my starting point, and then I wanted to expand a bit from there.
Yeah, he hated the name Sprout Valley,
As
he
you
said.
see, the pixel art basically looks like crap, but
I love how blunt he is. Yeah, as you can see, the pixel art looks like complete crap.
are some things like the bus there that essentially made it into Stardew Valley. The basic design was there even 6 months into development. And, you know, Stardew Valley took 4.5 years to release 1.0.
So there's a game called Sprout Valley. So is he indirectly calling the name for the game Sprout Valley stupid by saying it didn't fit for his game?
So we can watch this for a little bit. You'll notice how it looks similar to Pelican Town. Some things are basically unchanged, but then other things are quite odd.
Dude, I love the shop. It's so interesting. So the way that updates work is that you never technically have to start a new save file when an update comes out. But in the past, Concerned Ape has encouraged people to, depending on the content in the update. For 1.6 and 1.5, he did in fact encourage a new save file because there was content strewn about from the very beginning to the end. So it just depends on the content that's being added. If 1.7 is just a couple marriage candidates and some endgame stuff, well then why would you ever need to restart your save file? But if it's like 1.6 and there's updates throughout the whole experience from start to end, well then you're going to want to start a new save file. But to answer your question, you never ever have to start a new save file when a Stardew Valley update comes out. And I don't think you ever have had to since like 1.0 release. He's never been that kind of developer. You could just keep playing the game and all the new content just appears. Now, as far as modded playthroughs, you do usually have to update those mods, but what I said earlier still applies. Most of the time nowadays, the modders get access to the update ahead of time so that they can update the mods before it even releases. So at the end of the day, you don't really have to worry about any of that stuff. Just once they announce the update, then we'll start talking about it. But we don't have a release date. It's not announced officially. He didn't do any of that today. All he did today was announce the 2 marriage candidates. We don't have a release date for this, but at this point, I'm starting to predict that it could be coming around Christmas this year. Now that seems pretty far out, but November was the last time he released an update. And I think November was the last time he released an update before that, 1.5 and 1.6. So if I had to guess, the latest we'd see 1.7 is Christmas time. The earliest we'd see it is summertime. I do not think we're going to be seeing it this spring. So I'm thinking June or later for 1.7. That's my take on it.
Pierre's got his daily wallpaper and flooring on display.
Pierre looked just as douchey in old school graphics as well. Just as douchey.
Portraits are kind of hideous.
Look at Caroline,
Sometimes I
dude.
wonder, you know, if I had Just released this game after 6 months.
Look at Abigail.
Where would I be right now?
And I love this comment because I actually really agree with his statement. Would he have been as successful if he released the game without delaying it and like putting another 6 months of effort into it? And part of me is like, actually, I don't think it would have been as successful, because I've said this a lot. First impressions are everything, dude. This is why I don't think early access is the play, dude. I think modern game developers are actually completely in the wrong direction right now. The amount of modern game developers that absolutely are hounding to release games and get feedback instead of sometimes following their heart. Concerned Ape did have beta testers, but they were private and there was 2 of them. He says that in the video. Otherwise, he was his only tester. He followed his gut. He did what he thought was best, and he released the game 1.0, no early access, no BS, and the game was finished and it was successful. I can't stress this enough, and I'm not talking to all of you because not many of you are game developers. I'm just throwing this into the universe. Can you please stop doing this to yourself? You are shooting yourself in the foot, and the only reason that it's acceptable is if you're not trying to become rich off of your game, which is totally valid. If you're not trying to be rich off your game and you just want to sell a humble amount of games to, of a game to your favorite people, your favorite gamers, then that's fine. Then do your early access, do your 5 years of early development, and you'll sell a handful of game copies if the game is good, but you're never going to hit that hype. You're never going to hit that massive populace that you could hit if you were just release a fully finished game. I just really don't agree with early access. And the only games that pull it off well are usually stuff like Fields of Mystria, right? Fields of Mystria did it really well. Baldur's Gate 3 did it really well. There are examples of games that do it well, but how many examples don't? So it's so shocking to me that this is the new wave for game development, and specifically the indie market, that could use more first impression energy than any other market. But this is the market that's like, okay, I'm going to develop a game. Okay, I got to be able to make money because I'm going to do this for a living. So I better sell the game early in early access. Instead of just going and getting a regular job and working alongside your passion and making the game work. That's the difference. What did Concerned Ape do? He put it all on the line. He says this in the video. He put it all on the line. He said, if this game didn't succeed, I wasted 4 years of my life. He said I would be broke and ruined. But instead, these companies are trying to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to live off of their passion and develop a game. So they release it early, they take your money, and they slowly put out the content while living off of their game. Listen, that's cool, and I'm really proud of you for living off your dreams. But I think that in some situations, maybe not all of them, but probably most of them, you don't need to be selling your game early. You just need to go find another source of income while you develop your game in your free time. And nobody wants to hear that. That sucks, right? That blows. But it's like, I really don't think that these game companies fully understand just how bad early access is looked at nowadays, man. It's going downhill. People are getting sick of it. It's not going anywhere. I still think that it's an overwhelmingly positive feature for the gaming space, I want to say for the most part. But I do think there's a huge percentage of games that get kind of thrown in the garbage because everyone forgets they exist. Because they come out in early access and then everyone goes, whatever, next. And I have so many games sitting in my Steam list right now that follow that exact trend. Whatever. I checked it out early. Now I have no energy to check it out again. I'm not even sure if the game's finished yet. And it's like, I probably will never play this game again. And it's like, it's rough, dude.
Somehow I don't think that the game would have taken
I clearly
off.
have a lot of thoughts about this subject, and I just needed to share some of them. Let's move on.
So,
look at him.
Look at Clint.
Oh, look at Clint. Oh, he said, there it is. There it is. Look. Now, the best part about this is it's obviously out of context, but I don't care. I'm going to be a dirty diggler. Look at.
So, Oh, look at Clint.
Oh, look at Clint. Like, obviously, he's talking about these bad old graphics, but he still says, oh, look at Clint.
But, you know, this was like a part of essentially a training process for me. It was my education on being a game developer. I do think there's something special about the naive perspective of a beginner. It's untarnished, it's fresh, it's primal, and you can't really recapture that once you have experience.
Wow, that's so relatable. The energy of starting your stream and finding early like going into stream, I can relate a lot to everything he said here because I also live through my passions, and like going into streaming with no expectations was very different than the way I go into streaming now. Right? Like back then it was like, I'm going to pretend that I'm entertaining 1,000 people, even though I'm entertaining 4. And now it's like, I am entertaining hundreds of people and I need to do my job. It's not like I was just like, I'm going to just pretend and I'm going to hope that I'm entertaining. It's like, now I have to be entertaining because I have people here that are engaging with me. And it's a completely different universe. And I really, I relate to what he said about the novice energy is like something you can't recapture. This is why I tell y'all, I'm really like sad that I lost a bunch of my early content. I still have some to share and I have been releasing it on YouTube, but I'm sad that I didn't fully capture my first year of content, because that year, if I could go back in time, is probably the most important year of content I've ever made in a sense. Because it was when I had that novice energy that is automatically going to be gone as you grow as a creator. Also, why does Gunther look like a Sesame Street Muppet here? It's because there's a plant or something behind him. What is happening here? It doesn't even look like he has hair in the sprite in the game.
There's the original Gunther. Green hair in the sprite.
Green hair in the sprite, brown hair. Here, he says it.
Brown hair in the portrait.
Green hair in the
I
sprite.
was thinking.
I don't know what I was thinking, he said.
And the character movement speed is insane. I'm sure you guys would love that in Stardew Valley.
Yeah, all the modders are sitting there laughing and smirking right now. Oh, I'm sure you would love that speed in Stardew Valley. Meanwhile, modders are like, wait, what did you say? I was too busy speeding through my game to hear what you said.
I'll have to get you on Way of the Wind part 100.
But he said Way of the Wind part of 100. I cackled out loud because I'm like, dude, dope. I think there's only 3 volumes in the game. Wow, look at old Marnie. Wow, look at old Marnie. And look at old Linus. Wow.
All right, let's show you the old mines real quick. The mines are one of the
This reminds me so much of Friends of Mineral Town's mines.
It's a Stardew that have
Look.
gone under a lot of changes, probably the most changes of any, at least gameplay element.
Yeah, this reminds me the most of Harvest Moon, the mines. This reminds me the most of like Friends of Mineral Town. These mines are so Friends of Mineral Town. 10G for animal food, now 50. Inflation hit Stardew. That's funny. And then he gets destroyed by the skeleton and he comments that he hasn't learned knockback. He didn't understand the concept of knockback for the enemies so that you didn't get destroyed. And look at this. He gets worked. Like he gets worked by the skeleton. Dag, dude.
All right, well, I think that's enough for Sprout Valley. So let's go ahead and jump to the
Look at old Robin.
next earliest build that I have.
Look at that. The growth in literally 6 months. 6
So
months
here we have a build
from one to the other.
2013. I've probably been working on Stardew for maybe a little over a year at this point. And it's radically different from that previous build that I showed you. We're actually starting to see some things that look like Stardew Valley here. And I think at this point I was calling it Stardew Valley.
That's interesting.
Weird. The colors are now more saturated, which is true to form yet.
Yeah, but no yellow, no yellow dirt. I want you all to go into your Stardew game real quick, and I want you guys to see the dirt. Hold on, I'm gonna do it for you. I got your back. I want you to understand what he's talking about here, because you might not fully understand what's happening here. But like, I need you guys to see really quick. All right. Like, it's sometimes it's hard to fully accept how yellow the dirt is until you see it in person, the way that he's commenting on it. So look at this. Look at the dirt here. Look at this dirt right here. And now take a look at the video. The yellow dirt. It's actually iconic. The yellow dirt is iconic in Stardew Valley now. Like, it really is. I've seen other people comment on it. It's like a very iconic thing, dude. Yeah, it's very interesting. The
like
yellow
sandbox
dirt
idea. In this iteration, this was like the weirdest time for the game. I feel like it's like the Stardew Valley hit puberty here. But,
Stardew Valley hit puberty.
So you would like actually buy.
Look at this, the farm map, and he comments that y'all probably wish the farm map was still in the game. He's like, you're all probably going to comment how much you want the farm map in the game. I bet you the farm map comes in 1.7 update. After this video, I'm going to call it right now. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess that we're going to get a farm map in 1.7.
Animals and buildings from your.
If I'm wrong, I don't care. I'm going to guess.
Robin. And there was that farm map you just saw. Like, that was pretty cool, actually. That.
Yeah, I mean, there's already farm maps for the mods, correct? There's 100% mods on that, which is why, like, I just think it's unique that he commented on it and the way he did.
That farm map. Now you guys are going to be mad at me that that's not in Stardew Valley anymore.
You guys are going to be mad at me that that's not in Stardew anymore. I feel like he was accidentally hinting to the update. Just me. Just me. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, it was a little bit more of a simulation concept, I guess, than an RPG.
Look at that. He had crop of the week worth 10% more. And then he comments in the video. That he didn't want to do crop of the week because he said that everyone just saved everything in their chest until the crop of the week was, and then you sold it all during the week. And he didn't think that that was fun. I find that interesting from a game development perspective, right? Because, like, that's true. Like, when you give a player a system, like, let's think about ACHD real quick. Like, in Animal, my island game I made it to where you can make more money selling crops on certain days. So what do people do? Are fish and bugs. People save their fish and bugs until that trader comes. But it in turn makes the game less fun for them because they're dealing with inventory management so much. Now, because my game's a little text game, I think it fits for what we do. But I understand the game development idea behind that. It's like, do you want your player to be forced to feel like they're forced to save everything for a specific time? Or would you prefer your player do more organic things like sell stuff that they grow when they grow it? And how do you want to approach that? I think that's a really interesting concept, right? I think that's like a really interesting concept. And I love that I can kind of relate to what he said here, right? Look at that. Look at Haley's picture in this. She looks like way less of a B word. And here's Josh.
Drop of the week or
Josh, look at dude. Hey man, I'm Josh. So you're the new guy, huh? Yeah, that's right. Alex was named Josh originally. I knew this already. Somebody told me about this a long time ago because there was some old footage of this stuff somewhere. Yeah. I officially was in Stardew Valley at one point, but Concerned Ape thought that I was just too big of a deal, and he didn't really want to have his game overshined by the fact that I was in it. And, you know, a version of me with hair, mind you, which is like a whole nother conversation. So
The item is item of the day, and I just don't think that's very fun. You don't ever want to incentivize things that
look
aren't
at Maru.
Fun. That's
Dude, Maru looks so...
Or the item is item of the day, and I just don't think that's very fun. You don't ever want to incentivize things that aren't fun.
You don't want to incentivize things that aren't fun, unless you're making ACHD and it's a text-based game, and then you're like, you know what, this is gonna be fun.
Of the day, and I just don't think.
I just want to see Maru.
You don't ever want to incentivize.
Look at Maru, dude, super cute.
Things that aren't fun.
I like this Maru more. I like this Haley more as well.
All right, you can see here it's starting to look like Pierre.
It's laggy. That's the problem. Random. I'm not struggling. It's because it's laggy. It's really laggy. There's like a full 3-second delay between when I pause the video and stuff.
Starting to look like that old familiar shop.
Starting to look like that old familiar shop.
But anyway, maybe let's jump ahead a little bit and check out what the mines are looking like in 2013.
So this is so interesting. These mines are probably the coolest thing ever that I've ever seen from old Stardew. Look at this.
Generated mines. My idea was I wanted the mines to be like Terraria, but you know, top down instead of side scrolling. And it was you had these big procedurally generated levels.
Is today Thursday?
And you mined into the walls.
1 second. Oh my gosh, you guys see my lights flicker? Every Thursday, I forgot at a certain time, my backup battery resets. And when it resets, it takes away it basically makes all the power in my office like bug out for a second if I'm in the middle of my stream. Oh my God. Everything in my office started flickering. I thought I was in a poltergeist movie for a second. And then I was like, I heard the click and I'm like, oh, it's Thursday. Yeah, anyways.
And uncovered ores and secrets within the walls, which I think was a cool idea, but...
It's so funny that he references Core Keeper here. So we don't know the update. We don't know the release date for the update yet.
For some reason, I was just never able to really make it compelling, and it was very bug prone, which it just ended up being too complicated, I think. It was maybe just beyond my ability. I don't know.
I love that he is willing to go to that direction. To be so grounded as a person, when you're able to identify that something in the past that didn't work out wasn't like anything more than just maybe it really was beyond your ability at the time. Like, I think this is an important trait that I notice successful people have. The ability to identify when something is beyond your means of skill or ability to accomplish something. It doesn't mean that you're just giving up, and it doesn't mean that you're being like a downer on yourself. It's like the opposite of like toxic positivity to yourself. It's like to sit there and be like, no, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Or like you're trying to like force a square peg into a round circle at that point, like a round, like a circle space. When like sometimes you need to identify that you're trying to shove a square peg into a circle and it doesn't work. And you need to take a step back and be like, this is just not working well for me for whatever reasons. And again, I'm talking retrospectively. To be able to look back at your history and say, man, I failed at accomplishing this thing. And the reason I failed was it was beyond my ability at the time. I feel like that's a very hard thing for people to admit to themselves. Like, I wasn't as good at this thing, or I didn't have the ability to do this. And maybe I still don't. Like, this is a really interesting thing that I really love. I love listening to creators and people in a creative, passionate job because, like, I really get a lot of insight for how they think and how I think as a creator. A lot of times they line up.
Or maybe another way to think about it was just that it was too ambitious of a concept for the scope of this game.
Again, grounded take. Too ambitious of something for the scope of this game. Really, such a grounded individual.
This should have been an entire game on its own. And, you know, if you've played Core Keeper, that's pretty much what Core Keeper is.
And that's such an interesting thing. I don't know how I feel about these mines not being in the game.
Which is a cool game, by the way.
I don't know, because I feel like it would have worked for Stardew Valley,
cool idea,
but it probably would have been like maybe too much or off-putting or...
And I spent a long time working on this too. But I made the decision to scrap all of it, and let's see, there's a bug right there.
I like the way the mines flow currently, so I agree with him taking this away. But it would have been cool to see what this turned into for modern Stardew.
Do a simpler approach, which is the mines that are in Stardew Valley today, where it's not procedurally generated. There's some randomness, but the levels are all designed by hand.
And that's the main reason why I like the current mines, because I do like that they're designed by hand, because when a creator designs something by hand, then you know you're getting the ultimate experience. This is right alongside the conversation that we just had the other day about like freedom versus not in like Tears of the Kingdom. Like, when a developer has control over your experience, you are bound to get a better, more rich experience. Procedural generation is great, and there's plenty of games that give you a pretty fulfilling experience through procedural generation. But I will always stand by, if the creator is doing it by hand, step by step, brick by brick, pixel by pixel, you are always going to get a more rich experience. And there's only a couple situations where I think that maybe that is arguably wrong. A game like Diablo 2 doesn't need handcrafted levels because the game thrives off of the RNG. It thrives off of the challenge of the maps being different every time, no matter what. So I think there are examples of games that succeed in that space, but I still believe that I'm always going to want handcrafted over not.
Here we have a Goblin Village, an underground Goblin Village.
I love that he says in this that, like, this isn't canon, deal with it. Look how cute the goblins are, dude. Look, dude. Look how cute the goblins are, dude. I love the music so much.
I mean, I don't regret it. Just because something sounds cool, just because the idea is cool, doesn't mean that it's going to be fun or it's going to be the right idea in practice. Oh, and by the way, underground goblin villages are not canon, all right? Anything you see here
not canon killed me.
Stardew Valley.
And then what is this? Can we just take a moment to say that whatever this is, I wanted this in the game, and I'm sad that it's not there.
All right, let's move on to yet another more recent version. So this one's from sometime in 2014. This was the title screen at that time. I mean, it's kind of glitching out, but it had these weird buttons on.
Look at the title screen. Look at the title screen here. Look at this. Co-op load new. Look at this. This is sick. And it shows like images from the game.
It had these weird buttons on
That's
the side.
so sick,
and then
dude.
When you loaded the game, there was this loading screen, which was kind of reminiscent of like The Sims.
Dude, we should get on Twitter and protest that he releases some of the songs from early development for us to listen to on Spotify. We want Dwarf Village music.
But, I mean, it doesn't look too much different than the last build, but you start to see some more Stardew Valley things come into place, like what what we call the daytime money.
Look at that. There's a magnifying glass in his inventory. Look. This used to be a piece of a tool. And he made it a passive thing. Dude, it's a passive thing in the game now, but it used to be a tool. Would you have to walk around and use it to find secrets?
Box in the upper right is there. Willie's shop is basically looking like it always does. We now have the community center in the game, and it looks essentially exactly the same as it does now. I'm not sure why there's this ugly yellow color, this ugly yellow filter over the entire screen. You'll notice Clint was a little less doughy back then.
You'll notice Clint was a little less doughy back then. We should have known right here that Clint was mentioned twice, that it was Clint.
And Joe Jamart was not yet in town.
Joe Jamart wasn't in town yet. Look, this is Joe Jamart. Look. Joe Jamart was an old farm building.
Cat Mouse wasn't a thing yet. And the inside of the farmhouse was like very static. I don't even think you could move any of the furniture, which allowed me to have the pixel art look kind of nice with some shading and stuff. But I mean, I think it's important that you can decorate your house. People love that.
Yeah, people love decorating. All right, and then we have the official release, right, of Stardew. So this is where the game, this is like where the game officially came out, and that we like, so this is 2015. Co-op wasn't in the game yet. All right, you choose cat or dog. Look at that. Look at this, and look at this right here. This is slightly different, but it's not too different at all. So this is pretty much, this is still before the release of the game. And I just want to comment that imagine you couldn't do the trick where you put your bed right by the door anymore with this house. I mean, you could, but it wouldn't be the same.
Truman's nose sticking out right next to the mailbox is still on the left. So
dude, the mailbox being on the left of the house trips me out so much.
Where I knew it was so close. That's what gave me the drive and the motivation to make all these little changes in the last 6 months. Farmer still had this weird, goofy look. This is
he comments on the farmer's look a lot. I think that the farmer's look is important though, because I think the animations in Stardew, I thought about this the other day. I was like, why do I think Stardew looks better than most other pixel games? And I think it's because of the animations of the characters. They feel fluid and they make sense. And there isn't really like many like hiccups with them. Like they're very smooth. I think that's what makes this game stand out.
Beta testers, Bexy and Siri, who
look at the beta tester farms. This was super cool.
Bexy's farm. This is
look at this
first ever Stardew Valley farms. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, dude, they killed it.
Thank you guys so much.
They killed it, dude. Imagine getting the beta test Stardew. I'm so pissed. And it looks like they married Elliot up here. They married Elliot up here. This is pre-release, by the way, chat. This is like right before release. They have void chickens. Here's their horse. Nothing's really too different here. This is all like pretty the way that like standard on how the game works now, basically. All right. And then this is the official release.
The culmination of 4.5 years of work, the launch of Stardew Valley. A lot was riding on this because if it flopped, I would have been 4.5 years behind my peers with no money, no job experience. Would have been pretty depressing.
You know, and I really love that he says that because, you know, every once in a while I get a little bit yappy about my journey. And one of the main things that you'll hear me talk a lot about is how, and like this was like the only video I ever really put out for my stream seminar stuff, because I never did a 102, is just like sacrifice and like how you have to be willing, like I'm trying to learn that right now with my health again. Like I'm trying to learn just how much I have to sacrifice of my free time and all the things that I want to do and to ensure that I'm living like a healthy life. If you really boil down all the things you want and desire in life, it all comes back to sacrificing time to approach and pursue the things you love. You need to sacrifice. And this is what he's saying. He's like, if I did not succeed, I would have been a broke joke 4 years deep into a project that didn't matter. This is what it takes to pursue your dreams. This is what it takes. And I can't say it any more clear to people. You know, like, you have to be prepared to put it all on the line. You have to. Like, you cannot half step like the creative pursuing your dream like journey, whether it's music, art, crafts, content, video game design, cooking. You have to go all in. You have to. Like, you have to sacrifice so much. Like, I have talked enough about my journey and what I gave up to make my stream journey happen, but it was everything from family to friends to money to my time. It was all of it. And I was like, I'm just going to go all in on this. And I'm either going to come out successful or I'm going to fail and I'm going to move on. And like, it took that to light the fire under my butt to make it all successful. And I just want to say that if you don't believe me, if you don't care what the words are coming out of my mouth, I'm just a big idiot on the internet. But this guy right here obviously knows what he's talking about. So maybe hearing it from him will help you better understand.
Peers with no money, no job experience would have been pretty depressing. I stayed up all night the night before because I found a bug and I had to fix it because the game was set to launch the next morning. So that was highly stressful.
Look at that. I wish I had a picture of my original office. I lived, slept, streamed, and everything in one room. A room, this office that I'm in right now in this house is smaller than the room I started streaming in. My green screen took up the whole room. I would get out of my bed and my computer chair was right next to my head when I slept. That was it. It was a mattress on the floor, a green screen, my computer, my desk, my lights, nothing. I could barely even move in my room. And that's how I lived for the first year of my stream. I didn't even live in a house. I had to make it clear. I lived in a hostel, which means I rented a room and all the other spaces were shared. So there was a kitchen, but it was shared. There was a bathroom, it was shared. There was a living room, it was not shared. The living room was like basically the people who lived there before me. I never once was like basically in the living room. So I lived literally in a hole for my first year of streaming. That was it. Like, and I just like, I like to share this stuff because I don't want you guys to be like, oh my gosh, this guy Heinlein and he sacrificed so much. That's not what this is about. I'm telling you all of this because for whatever reason why you might not be pursuing your dreams, you need to get out of your head about it and you need to follow your dreams. Because like nobody starts with everything that's perfect. Nobody. This is how dreams start right here. This is literally how dreams start. Living in a hole, dude. Like you don't like dreams aren't glorious to pursue. It sucks. It's brutal. It's like, it's not fun. And you have to really let go of your normal lifestyle. I had to give up my normal living style to move. And again, I'm trying to apply this to my health now. I'm trying to learn to let go of my normal lifestyle again. I realize like, if I want to become a healthy person, lose my weight, and become the version of myself I want to become, I have to do what I did with my stream again. 2 times in my life. I'm going to have to give up everything that I think what living life is like. I'm going to have to change my whole lifestyle, everything that I do every day, the way that I think life should be lived. And that's the only way I'm going to be able to break away from my like current in my journey of health. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just an example where it's not just about pursuing your dreams. This is the kind of high stakes conversation when it comes to pursuing anything in your life. If you are somebody like me who is struggling with your health, take a look at how much of your lifestyle you have been unwilling to change. because I know that's the line that I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with letting go of gaming for 12 hours a day, letting go of eating a certain way, letting go of my very complacent lifestyle. And I'm trying to learn how to like let go of all of it. All of it. And like try to like just like rebuild myself from the bottom up. And that's technically what I did for my stream. And you know, and I feel like that stuff's worth mentioning. And that's what this picture right here is representing. All right. This is what the picture is representing.
On the first day of launch, Stardew sold just under 40,000 copies.
40,000 copies around launch is an insane amount, in my opinion. That's how you know you have a success. That's so cool.
Which was already beyond my wildest dreams.
Of course. Think about that. That's $10 a pop, 40,000. Do the math. Think about how much money he just made. And now Steam takes like a 30% cut. So I know the game was like $15, $20 on release. That's why I said 10. He made basically roughly probably $8 to $10 from every copy times 40,000. And that was his first check. That was his first bankroll for his game.
After that first day, I knew that this was going to be a big deal. I knew that I could be a game developer from now on. It was really happening. Of course, I didn't really have time to think about that too much because there were immediately bugs being found in the game. And I spent the next... I think I released a patch every single day for the next 4 days after launch.
That's so sick.
Pretty big...
The passion in this man's voice, dude.
Patches, too.
I just want to kiss this dude on the forehead even more than I did beforehand.
But see, back then, the game was a lot simpler. There wasn't different languages. There wasn't multiplayer. It was just me working on it. So I could crank out it was only on Steam. I didn't have to make a console build. I didn't have to make a mobile build. So I could crank out updates at an extremely fast pace.
The Charlie Brown shirt. That's so cool, man. It's cool. It's interesting how growing pains are always a thing. No matter what, growing pains are so a thing for every business in every journey and like growing pains. Like, yeah, as you grow and as you build and as you find success, you have more problems that you need to solve. That's like a part of it.
I spent the rest of that spring fixing every bug that people found and trying to add meaningful improvements to the game with each patch. I was releasing patches pretty rapidly. Some notable examples were Grandpa's Shrine and his evaluation. When the game first came out, Grandpa was extremely harsh, and he was almost a little bit rude. You know, if you didn't do a good job, he would say, "Man, I should have bequeathed the farm to my other grandkid." And there was no way to reevaluate. If you didn't get, the 4 spirit candles the first time, forget about it. So I softened that, and I also added in the way that you can, have them come back and reevaluate. Here's another example.
That's cute, right? Like, that's so funny.
On March 20th,
thank you, Irene.
I added unique dialogues for all the spouses. So I don't remember this, but apparently before then, every single spouse had identical dialogue, and people still complain about this, but there's been a ton of work on the spouses over the years. And it just goes to show that, even though Stardew Valley was launched, in my mind, it was not its ultimate form. That's why I kept making updates. That's why I, essentially, as soon as these bug fix patches were out of the way, I immediately started working on the 1.1 update, which is the first major content update.
So, like, it makes you wonder, we've had this talk a lot on stream. Was Stardew Valley a fully finished product on release? Yay or nay? It said 1.0, but even the developer himself said in his heart it was far from a finished product. However, you could argue that Stardew Valley 1.0 was very playable from start to finish in its original form, and you could easily get 50 to 100 hours out of it. So the game was finished, but at the same time, it wasn't. And it's like both of those things are happening simultaneously. Right? Like it's like the game was finished, but it wasn't. It was a full finished released product, but it wasn't technically, because even he said it wasn't. So it's like weird. And it goes back to this conversation about Animal Crossing, everybody. We remember this talk we had about Animal Crossing. This is where I'm going with this real quick. Was New Horizons a fully released game or not? Right? Like, again, it's like, how can you say, like, who makes the decision? Was New Horizons a 1.0 release that just got updated after the fact with more content? Or was it a half-released, half-finished game that we've talked about? And again, it goes to this, right? Animal Crossing New Horizons released as 1.0. Therefore, it was a finished game. However, it obviously was not finished at all. Like, we didn't even have swimming on release. So it's like, it's such an interesting conversation that, like, when is a game actually fully finished? When is a game a complete finished product? When the developer says it is, or when the player says it is? Who has say in when a game is a feature presentation full release? Is it us or is it the developer? Because if it's up to the developer, then it's never going to be done. And there's always going to be room for improvements. But like if it's to us, then it's about the amount of content in the game on release versus expectations, I suppose. When you put a 1.0 on something, you expect the game to have all of the features. And it's an argument about, like, was swimming something that should have been in the game on release or not? I just wanted to bring this up for you guys to chew on. Because we've had this talk so much, and I loved that he literally said that when he released this game 1.0, it wasn't even remotely a finished product. Like I just paraphrased.
As soon as these bug fix patches were out of the way, I immediately started working on the 1.1 update, which is the first major content.
Like here, let me go back and hear exactly how he says.
Even though Stardew Valley was launched, in my mind, it was not its ultimate form. That's why I kept making updates.
Right. In his mind, it was not his ultimate form. We're not just talking about every developer says that a project's never finished. You know, I agree with that statement. But we're not just talking about that right now. We're not just talking about the fact that every developer never feels like their project is finished. We're talking about a past comment. This is current day concern date, looking back at the 1.0 release and saying that the game was nowhere near its completed form, its ultimate form. There's a difference there. It's not just an offhandedly comment about how the game could forever be in development. It's a comment directly pointing at the original release of the game, saying that even back then, he never intended for this game to be finished on release. Therefore, you could argue that Stardew Valley was not a finished product on release. Right? Technically, you could argue that Stardew released as an unfinished game.
Stardew Valley was launched. In my mind, it was not its ultimate form. That's why I kept making updates.
You could kind of argue that. Now, you might be splitting hairs to argue that, but I think you kind of could create an argument for that. But it's obviously not true. Again, Stardew 1.0 was a pretty finished product.
Essentially, as soon as these bug fix patches were out of the way, I immediately started working on the 1.1 update, which is the first major content update. So I'll just briefly go over the
Dude, he added Forest Farm in that first 1.10 update. That's crazy.
Updates. If you want to see everything that's been added to Stardew Valley, I recommend going to...
Yeah, you can go to the change logs. It's such an interesting conversation. I just wanted to throw it out there because it's something we've talked about a lot on the channel. And it's so cool to hear the perspective of a game developer commenting on their old stuff. And it's like, so the reason I think this is an important conversation to have, because it kind of helps us better understand when a game releases the expectations we should still build. So like, let's go back to the Animal Crossing conversation. So when New Horizons released, should we have looked at that game as a finished game and everything extra was just cream on top, icing, a cherry, extra, and that they blessed us with 2 years of content? Right? Like, think about that. Like, should that have been the mindset? And should we be more accepting of games that aren't finished on release? Should we be more accepting as gamers that when a game releases, we should be looking at it as a finished game, whatever it is, whatever form it's in? This is the game. This is it. And anything that comes after the release is cream on top, is extra content. Because I bought Animal Crossing for $60, and if they never updated that game, I probably would have still put a couple thousand hours into it. Right? It's an interesting mindset. Think about that. Price plays into it. I don't pay for potential. So price does play into it, but I don't think price takes away from the final point of the conversation. So what you're saying is that if you spent $20 on ACNH versus 60, you would have been more accepting of the fact that it was in the state it was in on release. But don't think about that. Take away your ideas of money and just look at the question for what it is from a very blank statement, right? Accepting that a game releases, and it is what it is, 1.0. If the developer tells us that it's the game, should we expect more afterwards? That's what we're... So, and when Stardew released 1.0, besides for the fact that he told us that co-op was on the way, should we have expected 10 years of content from him? Or should we have accepted Stardew as a finished product? And that's what I'm saying. Go back to Animal Crossing. And now, how often in gaming do we, the gamers, expect a game to be released in a certain state and get angry when it's not the way we think it should be? Or we get angry when a game releases and then later we say, oh, this was half finished. Let me give you a quick example and then I'll move on and you guys can keep chewing on this thought. Mario Strikers for Nintendo Switch. Everyone said Mario Strikers released as an empty, barren game, and that they should have added more content, and that the game should have had more. So on 1.0 release, the game got talked down on as not having enough for the money that you spent. Fair criticism, right? Like, that's a super fair criticism. So at that point, do you expect them to add more content to this unfinished game? Or do you accept that Mario Strikers sucks, that the game released as a barren landscape, and that it was just a cash grab and you got robbed? Right? It's like this conversation of like, at what point do you call a game unfinished versus you call a game like finished, but it sucks? Like, does that kind of make sense? I hope I made sense. Like, at what point do you say, okay, this game was unfinished on release and they updated it over time? Or at what point do you say, this game released and it sucked on release and they made it better over time? There's such a nuance here. And the only reason I'm even like, I know like I'm getting into the weeds. I'm sure some of you are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? This all comes back to a conversation I had years ago on my channel, when I said that New Horizons was an unfinished game that they shelled content out for 2 years afterwards, and we paid for an unfinished game. And there was an energy in the chat room that disagreed with me. And there was a lot of people in the chat that were like, no, you're wrong. It was a finished game and everything they gave us was extra and a good grace of their hearts. And you should accept what you got as extra content. And it's wrong for you to think that it was an unfinished game. And I really did not agree with that. And I still to this day did not agree with that. I still to this day think that ACNH released as an unfinished product. And we got nothing but stuff that should have been in the game on release for 2 years after. And the only exception is like the DLC and like Cap'n. Like that Cap'n and Brewster and the DLC could have all been considered like extra content. But everything up until that was all just should have been in the game, in my opinion. And it's okay if you disagree, but in my opinion, New Horizons was an unfinished game that got updated to finish it later. Stardew Valley, however, was a finished game that got updated to add more to the game afterwards. There's a difference, right? So Stardew good, ACNH bad. Stardew, great game that got more content over time, but did release unfinished. ACNH bad, cash grab. They sold us a half-finished game for $60 and made us wait 2 years for the finished product. Bad. Stardew, good. And I think it's important we point out the difference in these two things because one sucks and one I do not appreciate. And one I'm okay with. I'm okay with the game that releases polished and cleaned up and they just add more content over time. I'm not okay with the game that releases half finished and the developers expect me to sit around for 2 years to play it. That sucks. But if you've never played an AC game before, would you have considered it a finished on release? So now you're adding a lot more variables to the conversation, and we can do that on both sides. So I'm not gonna answer that question because once you add a bunch of variables, you're taking away from the conversation. Right? Like that's a variable and that's cool. That's a totally valid question. I see where you're going with that. You're saying that my expectations on AC were built because I played all the previous AC games, so I knew what they were capable of. And I don't think that ACNH reached that caliber. I see where you're going with this, but you're just adding more to the conversation that's a little bit unnecessary. That's not really the point. It's not. Like my personal expectations are one thing that's worth noting, but the point is that ACNH lacked a lot of content on release that they added afterwards. And it's easy to argue that that content should have been in there on release. Not just expectations, but I think in general, here's a better way to word what Toad said so we can have a really good faith conversation about it really quick. Here's another way to word what you said that don't have to do with me personally. All right, here you go. Here you go. Basically what you said was, should the content that was added to the game afterwards had been in the game on release? And that's like a really hard question to answer. And I think that's all based on each individual in the room. I personally think that Animal Crossing without swimming and diving felt unfinished. I personally think that Animal Crossing without Brewster and Cap'n felt unfinished. I personally think that Animal Crossing without Harvey's Island felt unfinished. That's why I do personally believe that all of that content should have been in the game on release. Personally, I do think that that content should have been in the game on release, and it wasn't. So that's why I feel that ACNH was an unfinished product. But now you might disagree. You might think that all of that didn't need to be there and that the base game was enough for you as a gamer. And so Toad, you did bring up a really good point, and that it's that at a certain point this conversation dissolves into personal preference. And you're right. And I'm really happy you said that, because that's really the root of the conversation. That's the end of the conversation right there. That's it. You're right. You're totally right. It comes down to my perspective and preference. Whereas Anxiety Sloth, maybe they never played an AC. Maybe it was their first one, or maybe they're just more of a forgiving gamer. They looked at AC&H as a good product on release. Whereas I did have those built up expectations, and I did have my own personal idea of what the game should have brought to the table. The game didn't reach those expectations, therefore I felt that it wasn't a finished product. But really, that's just my personal opinion. There is no fact here. The only fact is that they tagged it with a 1.0. Therefore, it was supposedly finished. And that's what I meant when I said earlier, who decides when a game is a finished product? The developer or us? Isn't that an interesting statement to end this conversation on? Who decides when a game is a finished product? Us and our preconceptions and our personal opinion? Or the developer who said 1.0 finished product? Who decides? Because if it's the developer that decides, then I think that we as gamers need to accept games for the state that they release in. And like, you can't have expectations. But if it's us that decide, if the consumer is the one who says this game is unfinished or this game is finished, then I think then we are allowed to have expectations. And we are allowed to be like, no, this sucks. And I don't care if you put a 1.0 tag on it, this is half finished garbage. And it's like, who are we the gamers to judge their art? Who are we the gamers to say when a product is finished or not? That's not our art. That's like going and looking at the Mona Lisa half painted and being like, oh, that's good enough. That's a finished product. No, it was the artist who decided when the Mona Lisa was finished being painted, not us. So I think it's so funny that as gamers, we can go buy a game and we could scream and yell and get mad about a game not being finished when maybe the game is finished. Maybe it just isn't for you. Have you ever considered that? Maybe the game is finished. Maybe it's just not for you. Maybe the game is just not for you. And maybe you shouldn't be mad that the game is unfinished or that you got sold and swindled. And maybe you should just accept that not every game is for every gamer. Therefore, sometimes you're going to buy a game and it's going to feel unfinished, but that's because it wasn't for you. I bet you people pick up Stardew Valley and they hate it and they say that it's not a good game because it's boring and they don't know what to do. That's basically the same idea, right? It's like, well, then you clearly weren't the audience for this game. You know, if you pick up Animal Crossing and you thought it was boring on release, are you an Animal Crosser? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to gatekeep, but I'm just saying, like, if you picked up Animal Crossing New Horizons on release and you were so disgusted by it that it was unplayable and unfinished in your eyes, then like maybe you just weren't meant to play Animal Crossing. Because I don't know about all of you, but I played Animal Crossing on release and I put thousands of hours into it in the first 6 months to a year. Thousands. I couldn't stop playing the game. I was obsessed. So like, I never had a problem with AC on release, even though I do identify that I think the game was unfinished, but I never had a problem with it. You know, like I liked it. So it's interesting, right? It's a very interesting conversation. What's up, Jern? And yo, can we get a congratulations in the chat for UMT, who just finished their first ever Stardew Valley perfection run? Welcome in, Jern. You know what I mean? So isn't that a fun conversation? I know we got a little into the weeds for that conversation. That was a very soapbox moment. But I got really inspired by this comment from Concerned Ape. Yeah, Dazabound, I'm right there with you. And I didn't bring that up in the conversation because that was by design. They said that. They were like, we're not going to release the holidays so you can't cheat and time travel into the future to see them. So weirdly enough, I'm not even sure if the holidays and events were left out on purpose or on act. You know what I mean? Like, I always interpreted that as them purposefully making the first year experience like special. Yeah, but maybe I'm wrong. But like, that's why I didn't bring that up. But I'm really happy you said that, because depending on your perspective, that's a problem. You want to know why I don't like that though? And I wonder if this is the case today. And then I really will get back to the video. Listen to this. So what happens if you buy a copy of New Horizons right now and you don't have access to the internet and you plug the game into your Switch and you never update it? Then you never get holiday events. I think that sucks. I think that was the worst decision they ever made for an Animal Crossing game. That game is 100% anti-future proof. And 30, 35, 40 years, if somebody dusts off a Switch and buys New Horizons, they're not even going to be able to experience the game. Like, that's whack. I hate that about modern gaming, dude. Like, that's so terrible. Like, what do you mean, dude? Now, maybe they'll solve it later. Yeah, maybe they'll release a version of the game that like has all that stuff on it. Oh, you know what? Dazabound. Oh, so yeah, there it is. The Switch 2. Okay, so that's at least something. All right, anyways, so for those that are just tuning in, we're just watching this video again, and we are calling out some of the details that and the stuff that like really stood out to me from Concerned Ape's commentary. I think that this commentary is special, man. I don't think there's very many situations in life where you get the opportunity to sit down and listen to somebody and their creative process in such a humble and like wholesome way, dude. I really appreciate him taking the time to just talk to us like humans, and to talk to us like friends, and like to talk to us in a way where like Concerned Ape isn't about the media optics, you know what I mean? Like, he just wanted to talk to us on such a humble and like human level, and it's just like super cool. Like, I really appreciate that he did this. He talks about how he eventually got help. So if you guys missed it, first off, apparently he had help developing stuff in the game from the creator of Cassette Beast. And I've been recommended Cassette Beast for years. And apparently the creator of Cassette Beast helped him set multiplayer up. And multiplayer's in the game because of Cassette Beast. Well, because he got help from this guy and he shouted him out. I think I'm gonna have to sit and play this game now, which is really cool. And then he talks about how he eventually got 2 helpers, and we knew this for a while now, and he was able to start doing a lot more with the updates because he gets helpers. And then he's talking about all the different updates here and all the content that got released. And then this is where he reveals how to say the word key. You guys ready? He says it. You guys ready? Listen, dude, it's official. If you've ever questioned it before, it is not the Q room. It's
Location, Ginger Island, the Quee quests, and
the Quee room. We're queefing in Stardew Valley.
this idea of perfection. The volcano, which allowed you to enchant your weapons and tools, and many other great things. Then there was the 1.6 update, the most recent update. Kind of a return to the valley after
Yeah, he added so much content in 1.6. It's a beautiful update. I don't think we should expect
major updates to Stardew
I don't think
Valley
we should
and
expect like as much content.
intermediary updates in between.
And then look, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to go back through this video right here. Look. Ever wonder why the default pet names are Dudley, Yogi, and Miso? It's to honor these beloved animals. Rest in peace. Miso, Dudley, and Yogi. They're actually his pets from his life. I know, this really made me well up with tears, dude. I know.
Those major ones.
I
which
know.
sometimes added some important things to the game, but those were the major updates. Now, what's next? Well, as I've already announced, there is a 1.7 update in the works.
For those that missed
but
it.
I don't want to reveal too much about what's in.
And then he just randomly shows this picture with a bunch of glass slippers and a pair of purple slippers that are not in the game right now. Those boots are not in the game right now. I'm fairly certain they're not. I could be wrong, but I don't think they are. Are they? Are they in the game? Okay, I wasn't sure. I don't know if I've seen those purple shoes before. Those aren't the Galaxy boots. I know that much.
The update yet.
So unfortunately for those just tuning in, we do not have a release date.
Although I did
Oh, they're the genie shoes. You're right. They're in the game. They're 100% in the game. I see them in my brain now. They're the genie boots.
announce that there would be 2 new marriage candidates.
Yeah, isn't this a weird picture? What do you guys think he's saying here? 5 characters in a circle, all holding shoes. One of them is a purple shoe. The other ones are 4 glass slippers. There's hops behind it. What is the puzzle that's being solved here? What is happening right here? What is going on? Are we going to get an update to the gear system? Are we going to get an update to the gear system again? And he's going to add like better boots and hats and outfits? Are we going to maybe get outfits that have stats? Dude, what if we get shirts and hats that have stats in the game? And instead of just shoes, what if we get shirts and hats that have stats now? That would be interesting. Maybe we can combine boots. Ooh, I like that. Why would they be glass slippers, though? Cinderella and the genie, glass slippers, genie, magic. Is there going to be a genie that's going to appear in the valley? Is there going to be a fairy godmother? No, multiplayer got boosted up to 8 unmodded in the last update. Haunted chocolatier Easter egg. Haunted chocolatier Easter egg. The ability to sell clothing. Are we going to be able to make clothing a job? Dude, what if we're able to make money off of clothing? That would be cool. Multiplayer mini games. What was the large cake with people circling it? That's like a special event. I think it's with the heart event for Haley or something. There's a mod that bestows buffs on gear, like shirts and pants. So that's on the cards then. Ooh.
It's in the update
And the shape that they're standing in?
yet. Although I did announce that there would be 2 new marriage candidates, and I'm going to reveal those soon. I know you guys are probably bored out of your minds by this, and you're just waiting for me to get to the unveiling of the marriage candidates, right? But I just have one more thing to say. I have in my hands an envelope with the names of the 2 new marriage candidates that will be added in 1.7.
Dude, I love that. And behind him, he has a guitar and the Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons sweater. I love that so much. So he goes through here for those that missed it, and he says thank you to everybody for loving his game and for all the comments, and thank you for the merch websites and for the music and for the orchestras, and he literally just goes through a list thanking everybody. He even thanks Highly in Descent, which I know I was shocked. So like, you're gonna want to go back and watch the video. He totally even thanks me, which is like, wow, I'm not even that important of a guy. So anyways, you're definitely gonna want to go back and check that out. And afterwards, he puts this shit-eating grin on his face.
Now, let's get down to business.
Look, he is so excited to ruin every Wizard fan's day.
All right, here it
He is so happy right now to ruin every Wizard fan's day in the game. Like right now, he's thinking to himself, fuck these motherfucking Wizard fans right in their behinds.
is. 1.7 marriage candidates.
Look at him, dude. He's just like, nah, screw y'all, dude. Look at him, look, he licks his lips. He licked his lips in anticipation. Like, look, dude. Look at him. He said, got him. Got him, dude.
There you go.
There you go.
Clint and Sandy.
Clint and Sandy.
their
Oh, and
turn.
he
It's
shows
their
them in their
time.
marriage outfits. Cute. Clint in a tux looks pretty good. And Sandy, oh, Sandy.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, and I hope you have a great day. Bye.
Oh, he's such a legend. How special, man. 10 years of Stardew Valley, everybody. I know that the room is emptied out now that we've finished the event and we've done the giveaways and we ranted for 20 minutes. So I just want to say thank you for those of you that stuck around. Pretty special. Pretty special, man. 10 years of Stardew Valley. 6 years of partner. 6 years of partner. 7 years of streaming Stardew on the channel. Pretty cool stuff, man. Pretty cool stuff. He already announced that a new farm will be added. That is something that was announced. I'm going to quickly load up Steam and I'm going to go to my purchase history and I want to see exactly when I bought Stardew. Because I feel like I bought it and didn't play it for a couple months, but I think I bought it in December 2019. I think so. I think I bought it in December 2019. I'm assuming I just go under settings for this. I can't remember where purchase history is. I know I've found it before. I know I've seen purchase history before somewhere in here, but I haven't looked for this in a while. Yo, what's up, Kels? Hey, what up, Dragon Tamer? Bum 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 bum. Downloads. Store. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not it either. Oh, frick. They keep changing Steam so often. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's by your name on the top right. I don't see that. What do you mean? Settings, account details. Okay, I see. Okay, I'm there. Account details. This is the page I was looking for. They hid it from me. All right, I've purchased a lot of games though. So I wonder how far I need to go down here. November 24th, 2016. I bought Tales of Symphonia, Portal, and Stardew Valley at the same time for $20 on sale. What an eclectic group of games. Tales of Symphonia, Portal, and Stardew in one sitting for $20 on sale November 24th, 2016. And then I told y'all through achievements that I loaded the game up in 2019 December, so a month later, 16. So a month later, I loaded the game up, but then I didn't really play it. And it wasn't until the next year that I sat down and played it for the first time in 2017. That's when I like really played the game, like full blown out, just like about 6 months later. It's crazy to see my purchase history, actually. It's actually kind of nuts to see it. The first game I ever bought on my Steam account was Oblivion, the Game of Year edition. Fallout 3 was my second. Half-Life Complete was my third. My fourth game was Skyrim Legendary Edition. My fifth game was Counter-Strike 1 Anthology. What? Ooh, old Knights of the Old Republic was my seventh game ever purchased. Yeah, dude. I love KOTOR so much, man. I have a very eclectic gaming taste, as you can tell. All right, so we have a couple giveaways. Thank you, Optic Love. We have a couple giveaways that people are trying to do for the community here. So our friend Ash370 has a Tantrum merch $25 gift card. So Tantrum is the merch company that I use, and they have an actual massive website of merch you can purchase. It's not just my own stuff. And the gift card works for the whole website. So you technically don't even have to buy anything from my collection. You know, like who cares? Just in general, you can use this gift card anywhere. So they're trying to give away this gift card, and I'm going to go ahead and open up the raffle right now for it. So it's just going to be a like digital code. I'm just going to say this !raffle if you want a chance to win a $25 gift card for Tantrum Collectibles merch. I just want to say $25 isn't going to go terribly far on this website without maybe paying for like shipping and stuff. I'm not saying that to dumb down how special this giveaway is. I'm just saying that because when you go to buy something, you're probably going to have to add a little bit of cash as well. But it'll still get you a good Kickstarter towards one of your favorite items here from our Highly in Descent merch collection. But like, just consider that, like, I don't know. I just care about you all, and I would hate for you to get excited and then go into the website and then you're like, oh, yeah, like that's just how that works, right? I think most people understand, but I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to jump in front of that, because the last time I did one of these giveaways, I remember the person reaching out to me and being like, hey, I couldn't use that because I don't have extra money. Do you want to give it to someone else? I did end up giving it to someone else, and everything worked out in the end. But the last time that we did one of these $25 gift cards, I did have the person reach out and be like, yo, I wasn't expecting this. Sorry, could you give it to someone else? And it was all a great situation. So just a heads up, this is a $25 gift card for Tantrum. And it's the merch website that I use. Not only will you find Highly in Descent's merch here, you'll also find all sorts of wonderful creators that are on the website. Also events that they host. They do events and they work with a bunch of like, you might know some of the creators on this list. Dragon Feeney's in here, Forest Minish is in here. Zelda, they've worked directly with Zeldathon, and you can get the Hyrule Bash Shop hat that I wear on stream, and some other really cool Zeldathon stuff that they did for the most recent event. So I mean, like, this is actually such a sick giveaway because you have access to a bunch of wonderful merchandise to fit your needs, from plushies to enamel pins to hats to shirts. This is actually a really cool giveaway. So big shout outs to Ash370 for reaching out to me with this giveaway. Thank you so much for considering taking care of the community. This is in honor of the 6-year partnership celebration with Twitch, as well as Stardew Valley's 10-year birthday. All right, so exclamation point raffles. Love in the chat for Ash. Yeah, love in the chat. Love in the chat. And again, I didn't say those words to make it sound like this wasn't an awesome opportunity for all of you. I just have had experience in the past that led me to believe that it would be smart to let people know how this is going to work. You know, I think the cheapest thing on the website might be 10, 15 bucks. So yeah, that's it. I just felt the need to say that. I probably didn't need to say it, but I did. I guess that's the story of my life. Just pissing people off by saying things I don't need to say. Yo, Pers Panda, good morning, dude. Good afternoon. All right, let's go ahead and pick our winner. And this one's going out to Exhaustion. Congratulations, Exhaustion. Hopefully you can find yourself some super dope merch to dive into. I'm going to send this over from Ash directly, and thank you to the community that are trying to do nice things for each other. I appreciate y'all. You know, I like to handle giveaways myself, but it's hard to say no to your generosity. So just a big round of applause to everybody who was looking to support this community and offer really cool stuff and do giveaways. It's a really special thing that I'm surrounded by so many generous individuals. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And congratulations, Exhaustion. I just sent it directly to your DMs. So enjoy that. And thank you for joining in here, Raiders. We're going to go ahead and we are going to wrap up the show here. Thank you for coming out, everybody. Yo, holy heck. Thank you, Pixie Skies, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Kels, for the 500 biddies, and Tiny Bit Stressed for the 31 months. All right, we're going to get out of here today. Yo, it was a blast. It was a blast. Thank you, May Phoenix, for the 3 as well, and Toter Top for the 54. Yeah, we had a lot of fun today. We gave away a bunch of cool stuff. We got ourselves plans for a new cooking stream ahead of us. We got to celebrate Stardew. We got Clint and Sandy as our new marriage candidates. And when the next update comes out, you know we're going to be diving into that one. We'll be living in that desert if that's what it takes. We'll be living in that desert, baby. Don't call me a camel. All right, we're going to get out of here. Thank you, everybody. I think we're going to drop a raid today to further celebrate. We'll be back tomorrow for the Pokemon Presents. And we might do something a little different tomorrow. We might not do Stardew, but we really haven't had a chance to do a ton of Stardew the past 2 days. So part of me wants to play some Stardew. I'm going to go check right now how far we are. Yeah, we haven't gotten terribly far. We only did like 4 or 5 days today again. But I was thinking about for Pokemon Day, we might go ahead and play some Pokemon. We might load up some Fire Red Leaf Green, or we might play some Arceus or Legends EA while we sit around for that first hour and wait for Pokemon Day. Then we can sit there and talk about Pokemon all day, all while playing Pokemon. It just kind of makes sense instead of trying to do all of that while playing Stardew. If anything, Stardew fans would just be annoyed. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a ton of crossover, I think, between those audiences, even though there clearly is. So like, I think we just take a break from Stardew tomorrow and we do Pokemon. Let's just be the Pokemon community for the day. It'll be a blast. It'll be fun. And then we can come back to Stardew on Saturday. I think that's what we're doing tomorrow. So come on by to find out what I decide. I think that's what we're going to do tomorrow. So it just makes sense. Freaking, I can't believe I got by that dog, Rusty. Unbelievable. All right, we're gonna go find a raid today. If we can get some raid messages in the chat, mod team, we're gonna go drop a raid on a lovely creator here from the Twitch space, and I would love to go visit somebody from the Hyrule Gaming Group community. Let's go poke around and see who we're gonna go and visit today. All right, and you know what? We're gonna visit somebody that's from the Hyrule Gaming Group community adjacently. They used to be a member of Hyrule Gaming Group, and they have been around my community for a long time. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna raid our friend Breezy today, who is also playing Stardew. So this feels like a great opportunity for us to raid. All right, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for some Pokemon Day shenanigans, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. Thank you for 6 years a partner. We'll be celebrating 7 years of streaming later this year. And thank you, Stardew Valley community, for a solid 10 years. Holy heck, I'm so proud to be a part of the Stardew community. Peace, and hit them cat jams.